Everyone looks at you and thinks you're a tiny little boy.
Posting on Twitter. It's the gayest soy thing you can do.
Shut the fuck up, you little tater tot bitch. We are 2 minutes and 35 seconds into this video. I'm
Just as gay as the rest of us, motherfucker.
Feels just the same. Another sunny day in LA. Everything is fine, so they say. Wonder what the news is today. Cause I know that every day I'm at this fucking job. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on the cloud.
Listen, bro, the Lyra does not need this.
Trans people love playing Hearts of Iron 4. Eating pussy is the basic bare minimum thing you can do. You can be like, you have a fucking fat penis, and women want to have sex with you.
Your job is posting. You're gay. Okay.
God, I hate women so much.
Is he really a socialist? He's such a himbo, I can't handle it. He's got a car and a house, and it's better than mine. How the fuck can I sit here like everything's fine? That's just me being a fucking hog. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on that club.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker. This is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. It's cold, but sunny here in Los Angeles, California. Folks, I'm live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today is a wonderful day. Today is Wednesday, hump day. Wednesday, hump day, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. (2024) 11:15 p.m. or 12:15 p.m. I'm live. I'm alive.
Fuck it, I'm saying it.
I'm also a new PodJohn.
We fucking totally brought it on ourselves, dude. Holy shit. We did.
That's right,
We
ladies and
fucking
gentlemen.
did. In a video game, whatever.
I am officially a PodJohn.
We fucking did, man. We did.
That was Hasan streaming theme song from my favorite socialist himbo official video from Theresa Sweetheart. And we're live, and this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. First and foremost, new glass alert, ladies and gentlemen. I purchased these Gentle Monster bad boys a while ago. These Gentle Monster bad boys, I got the optics put in them by a Hasanabi Head's girlfriend who happens to be my optometrist. And I was able to go and pick these up this morning. I'm very excited. The lighter frames look good on you. Thank you. Where are you going? What the hell? What the hell? How bad is your eyesight? I don't know. I have the prescription somewhere, but I don't know what it is. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're alive, and it's going to be a good one regardless. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan, Hasanabi, Piker, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. Insane lineup, King? What do you mean? You look like you're ready to go to Korea with those frames? Thank you. Folks, oh, I forgot. There's some bad news. There's some bad news. I'm going to get to it in a second, but personal news-wise, ended the broadcast last night. Didn't really do much. Just went on a TikTok TikTok journey basically last night. Woke up early in the morning, worked out. And the reason why I'm late today is because after that workout sesh, I got my new glasses. I have these in, this is gold, but I have it in silver frame as well. I have another transition lens glasses too as well. I got transition lenses. These aren't transition lenses, but anyway, I did all of that. And then afterwards, what did I do? I went to the PodJohns. Okay. I went to the PodJohns. Pod Save America. I went there to save America. And although the original conversation on the PodJohns was supposed to take a 30-minute, it was supposed to be a 30-minute conversation. It took us 2 hours. We talked about so much. So much. What's the Ta-Nehisi post? Oh, also on my way to the PodJohns, I got bad news. But unfortunately, Ta-Nehisi will not be able to make it today. He has a medical emergency. It's not super significant, but Ta-Nehisi is not going to be able to make it today. But he will be on hopefully next week before I leave for Europe, leave for the UK. Fucking hell. And there's a lot I need to figure out on that front too. Shit. But in any case, I will be going in a fucking UK for Oxford Union and Cambridge Union. But then also, I'm going to be back in America for Streamer Awards. Yeah. Fucking hell. I'm meeting Idris Elba. When's the Pod Save America episode coming out? I don't know. Hopefully they don't cut out too much of it. I see some crazy shit on there too. I talked about Hezbollah having optic fiber. But yeah, we like took a sidestep into Israel Palestine stuff. It was me and John Lovett, and we talked a lot. So we'll see where it goes. Are you gonna do a talk in the UK? I'm not gonna do one talk in the UK. I'm gonna do 2 fucking talks in the UK. Peace. That's right. Going to fucking Oxford and Cambridge, yeah. Going to fucking Oxford and Cambridge. I'm in Cambridge, but they only allow members, and it's like £200. 200 fucking quid. That's crazy. It's mental, isn't it? Oh my god, I'm gonna do this nonstop. They made this just for you. Better story with the Yakuza mini games. What? This is a better dating sim? Okay, we'll look at it later. What are we doing in place of codes? Just regular old broadcast that I was gonna do anyway. Did you call the PodJohns dumb piece of shit? No. Why the fuck would I do that? It's insane. Are you okay? No, I did not do that because I'm not a fucking freak. Did you show the PodJohns your IG thirst pose? Come on, it was John Lovett. Of course he brought up the thirst pose. But yeah, that's it. That's all I got. I'm here now. We're ready to go. Ready to let it rip. Okay. There's some Kaisen ass stuff that popped off too while I was about to go to sleep last night. It was crazy. Ken Klippenstein post. Okay, let's go. But yeah, bad news. I know. I'm cooked. Okay. I'm cooked. No more Diet Cokes. I know. Coca-Cola is now officially on the BDS list. I am fucking devastated. Actually devastated. You know, Coke is officially on the BDS list. Lebanon ex-Israel ceasefire. What does this mean? Tina reacts to your IG pose. Oh my God. Uh-oh. No, Tina, shield your eyes. Hasan, how do you make your hair curly? Do you have perm? No, dude, this is just... You know what I do to make my hair? Nothing. I just get out of the shower and I towel it and then I just leave it like this. You should do a soda tier list to find Coca-Cola replacement. In the meantime, nothing will replace it. Nothing will replace it. Coke is officially on the BDS list. Lebanon Israel ceasefire. What does this mean? What else was I gonna talk about today? There's so much to talk about. Holy shit. What about RC Cola? Okay, guys, stop. No. Okay. Coke's visual on the videos list. What else was I gonna say? What does this mean? I was a PodJohn for the day on Pod Save America. Jenks giving tomorrow. Get in now. Okay, that's good. I thought Coke wasn't on the BDS list. Yeah, it is now. It is now. We'll talk about that. Nor girl vindicated. That's so stupid. It wasn't before. Like, y'all are so dumb, dude. You can't fucking... Oh, God. I really... It's not retroactive, you fucking idiot. Like, it doesn't apply to previous incidents, okay? Please, shut the fuck up. Anyway, Thanksgiving is tomorrow. Something is ticking? What is that? What do you mean? Wasn't Coke already on the BDS list? No, it wasn't. Hey, thank you, Themasius, for the playlist. Okay, we'll get started. But before Tina saw my Instagram post, oh no.
Why? I open my Instagram and there's just Hasan. Why all that? It's too early. It's too early in the morning for that. Oh my God. Why is it the first image? Dude, I don't know what to do. You ever want to like people's pictures to be supportive, but then you also don't want anyone to think that you're like... I don't know. Okay.
No, it's okay. It doesn't mean horny. It means supportive. That's the expectation from my friends. Also, what do you mean? It's a progress pic. Why is everybody up my ass over this progress pic? It's crazy to me. It's a progress pic. People post progress pics all the time. Bro, my normie sister asked me about your cock. It's going places you never expected it to. I don't understand it. It is a progress pic, dude. People post progress pics all the time. This is crazy. Okay? We need to dial it back. The way that we are looking at this, the way that we are viewing this. This is literally a progress pic. There it is. This is like I think it's crazy. I'm getting objectified. I'm getting objectified. And I like it. Look at this shit. This has 44,000 likes. People that aren't in the gym life don't understand the progress pigs. They're horny to post them. Wait, there's a funny thing that's come out of this, by the way. Apparently, I landed on the natty or not. Apparently, I landed on the natty or not subreddit for this. Hasan progress photo shows posted on a natty or not subreddit. Look at this. Wait, why can't I click on it? Oh, here it is. Yeah, before after. And most people are saying like natty, natty, natty. Which is, I mean, it's correct. I wish they thought I wasn't natty. But I guess like I wish people thought I wasn't natty because it's like very nice. But I guess like the fact that they even posted this it means that like people think I'm juicing. But I did see some of the comments that devolved into like, oh, this guy sucks. Oh, this scumbag. Why do people hate him so much? Because socialism is when you have no money and no house, but he has a mansion and money, so he's a hypocrite. Sarcasm. And then it's like a conversation about the classic people. The classic people that are like, excuse me, socialism is when no house, no car. Like these people just can't let it go, man. They can't let it go. It's like, dude, this is the natty or not subreddit. Can you please not tarnish the integrity of the natty or not subreddit? Why do you have to fucking pollute the airwaves with your nonsensical opinions about what you think socialism is? It's dumb. Stop it. Anyway, if Sam Cedar came to your house for a stream one day, would you make him take calls? It would be a glorious disaster. What? No. Anyway, this is an insane post. Trump make America great again. America Post Project 2025. This is creepy and gross. It's starting to set in that this was a rather controversial post. But isn't instilling a thirst in those who witness your cake and bakery part of the trust the plan strategy? It is, yeah. I sent in my best friend that I just got into your content. She loved it, Lamount. Nice. Yeah, we've melted key parts of the rainforest. We've melted parts of the rainforest, and we did that so we could post like a Hitler family, an Aryan ass family. Like this image has the worst vibes, dude. First of all, no fucking American family looks like this. This looks like a German Aryan family. Okay, I don't even know why anyone would look like this in general. There's something very lifeless about this photo. What is this? Your new podcast co-host is getting cooked? This is the voice of the future of America's working class. He will lead us to glory. Michael, you don't think this guy's the voice of the working class, do you? Does he use his platform to perpetuate the ideologies of the ruling class at the expense of the interests of working people? Not to be pedantic, but a 2.7 million house in WeHo and a 4.4 million house in Hancock Park are hit very different to someone who lives here, lol. Dude, that's why I'm on the PodJohn's tip, baby. House owners unite, okay? House owners unite. That's how it works. Lol, wait, did they say your house is 10 million? No, I think the new house he bought is like 10 million or something. I don't really give a shit. Of course the PodJohns have a massive house that is very expensive. I thought he was a director, not a podcaster. No, that's a different Jon Favreau. Podcaster Jon Favreau, and the PodJohns are former Obama administration officials, like speechwriters and staffers that got together and created the somewhat more progressive than mainstream Democrat podcast circuit called Pod Save America. Mike from PA says, how is this dump $4.4 million Lamau Blue State governance? Yeah, that is pretty crazy. It's not a dump. It's a nice house, I think. It looks like a nice house. And I will say this about my own house as well. Like, my house in a normal housing market would be around, 700,000 max. You know what I mean? It is pretty fucking crazy how expensive it is. And that would still be on the expensive side, I think, maybe cheaper. It just depends on which year we're talking about. Like what, like my house, when, my house in Texas, not near Austin, is, $300,000, which is still a shitload of money, but infinitely more affordable. You know what I mean? God damn, I fucking hate the California housing market so much. Do you think your house appreciated since you bought it? Yes, I live in Los Angeles. That is a byproduct of home ownership in Los Angeles. There is no, like, regardless of my efforts to desperately try to claw back and depreciate the housing market here and ensure that we have a just, honorable, equitable, reasonable housing market, which means depressing home values, including but not limited to mine. In most markets across the country, home ownership, housing values just go up only. It only goes in one fucking direction. And that's why everything is so goddamn expensive. When you were trying to downplay the house thing and Chatters would turn around and defend it, it's not even that nice of a house. It's actually a shitty house. And you were like, hey, what the fuck is a nice house? It'd be, yeah. Did you buy it outright or did you pay a mortgage? Of course I didn't buy it outright. Dog, in 2021, I did not. Like, that's crazy. People thought I had like 2.7 in cash. The fuck's wrong with you? Ay, ay, ay. Anyway. Hasanabi comes out. Oh, you were saving to buy that media company? Yeah, I'm buying MSNBC with the quintillions of dollars that I have. Yeah, my dad's a billionaire, so he bought it. Otaku auf Deutsch. Danke für die 25? No, how do you say 25 in German? I forgot. Thank you. For the 25. 25. Okay, maybe 25. Okay, maybe I didn't get it wrong. Gifted subscriptions. IRA glasses, also with a good loan rate, your money will appreciate more in high yield savings account than it will save in interest if you were paying in full. This clip channel that you helped the other day got their issue fixed because of you. Yeah, that's fantastic. I like that this is now the rallying cry. This photo is now being used by everyone. Good news, everyone. Thanks to Hasan and his community support, YouTube looked into the removed video and fixed it, allowing the channel to keep posting again. Shout out to our amazing himbo for wasting no time and stepping in to fix this. That's what happens when you have a streamer who practices what he preaches and looks out for his community. The text placement saves it a little bit. And MP posted this on his Insta story as well. That's crazy. What did you think would happen if you posted cock? I don't know. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, as of today, the Palestinian BDS National Committee, the largest Palestinian coalition leading the global BDS movement, endorses the organic boycott campaign against Coca-Cola to pressure the company and to end its complicity in Israel's illegal occupation, apartheid, and genocide. I will no longer showcase Coca-Cola products on my stream. That means no more Diet Coke. Why boycott Coca-Cola? Because it's implicated in Israeli war crimes. According to research by Who Profits, the central beverage company known as Coca-Cola Israel, which is the exclusive franchisee of the Coca-Cola company in Israel, operates a regional distribution center and cooling houses in the Israeli Atarot settlement industrial zone. Furthermore, its subsidiary, Tabor Winery, produces wines from grapes sourced from vineyards located on occupied land and settlements in the West Bank and Syria and Golan. Why now? Human rights and health activists, among many others, have been campaigning against Coca-Cola and similarly complicit corporations for decades, including grassroots drives targeting the company for its complicity in Israel's gross violations of Palestinian human rights. During Israel's ongoing live stream genocide, Israeli soldiers have often been pictured with Coke cans donated to them by various genocide-enabling groups. This has provoked even more anger against the company, particularly given that Israel is starving 2.3 million Palestinians in occupied and besieged Gaza Strip, severely limiting their access to clean water, and as a result, inducing the mass spread of contagious diseases. Given this context, Palestinian activists in Gaza and many BDS activists in the Arab world and many Muslim-majority countries, and in some European countries as well, have called on the BDS movement to add Coke to its priority targets. Local alternatives are popping up worldwide to substitute Coca-Cola, an unnecessary and replaceable beverage. These alternatives have been gaining market share across the world, including in Palestine, China, Bangladesh, Sweden, Egypt, India, South Africa, Turkey, and Lebanon. Okay, I don't really believe that, but it's fine. You know? I guess Pepsi is fine for the time being, or Dr. Pepper. I don't know. Based on all this, giving Coke's large contribution, though, through business, as usual, in taxes to Israel's war chest during the genocide, the Palestinian BDS National Committee, BNC, the largest Palestinian coalition leading the global BDS movement, endorses the grassroots organic boycott Coke campaigns to pressure the company to end its complicity in Israel's illegal occupation, apartheid, and genocide. Dr. Pepper is a Coca-Cola subsidiary? Is it? No, it's not. The worst part about this is that these guys are like literally pretty straightforward and very openly exist to make sure that their boycott movements and movements are directed at specific targets. And yet, no matter what happens, okay? No matter what happens, motherfuckers will still go, oh, that means you can't drink whatever the fuck I've decided as well. Like, shut the fuck up. And given the nature of how a lot of these massive corporations exist, where in certain markets, please, can you guys shut the fuck up? Don't post this to me, okay? Excuse me, but you know, calm down. I'll try the Cola Gaza when I'm in England if they have it, but this is, I'm just not going to drink it, okay? Shut the fuck up. But like, there is a very clear and very deliberate reason why the BDS movement is very directed and hyper targeted, okay, towards a specific brand. It's so that dumbasses like you don't start chirping at people randomly for assuming that someone is doing something wrong. Okay? The problem is you still do it regardless. You're like, well, I've decided that like in the Venezuelan market, Coca-Cola actually owns a specific alternative, but only in the Venezuelan market. And if I catch you fucking drinking that soda, I'm going to kill you. Shut up. Just don't fucking, you know, run around with Coca-Cola. That's it. To be fair, it's very confusing. Dr. Pepper is co-owned by Coke in the UK, Japan, and in South Korea. In the US, is owned by Keurig. Canada, owned by PepsiCo. Yeah. Dr. Pepper is fine. Okay? It is not a Coke product. Please. Oh my God. Bro is yelling at 90% of Hosgard right now. I know. It's one of the most annoying aspects of like being a fucking leftist and trying to do what's right all the time is that there are a lot of fucking people who are like, nope, I've made up my mind and you will never change it. Fuck you. Shut up. This is the intersection of all of the most annoying aspects of like online commentary in general, is that the parasocial nature and the immediate feedback that like chatters can get, and also the idea that they can like finally enforce something upon their favorite content creators creates this unique space only in this specific hyper specific field where you're a political content creator who happens to live stream all the time, where people just go, oh, now my activism is about yelling at random content creators, like random political content creators, because I misunderstood the assignment given to me by the BDS movement. But yeah, it's not the end of the world, you know. It is what it is. Since you always say there's no ethical consumption under capitalism and that consumer activism doesn't work, why go through the pains of not consuming brands that support the IDF when realistically you might not affect them at all? Because pressure campaigns do work, especially when they're directed and targeted and have a very specific goal. That's the difference. It's like the Montgomery bus boycott, dude. Like, very clearly designed to reach a specific outcome. Do you understand? The Bud Light boycott is decentralized and was stupid. There was no, they didn't even know what they were angry about. They got mad at one can featuring Dylan Mulvaney's face. Yes, of course, there's a difference between that, even if it was organized and even if it was very targeted, it still would have been bad, because why the fuck? They were boycotting it for bad reasons. They were boycotting because they saw one fucking a trans influencer on one singular can. They got one canned. Okay? And also, the BDS movement has achieved some very noticeable victories. Specifically, some of these victories have been with Puma, with Intel refusing to open up a new facility, with Puma refusing to restart or continue their sponsorship of the Israeli Football Association. Sabra Hummus is another one as well. You're no different from right-wing political commentators. Hasan equals Ben Shapiro. What? Please explain to me exactly what you mean by that. That would be amazing. I'll get back to that. But yeah. Ben Sharpino. Why don't you pay attention to the ones who want you? What? I do. Yeah, there's been some pretty significant victories against Elbit Systems as well, the Israeli weapons manufacturer. There are a lot of BDS movement wins since October 7. From Canada to California, the movement to divest from Israel is slowly gaining ground. One, American cities have divested from Israel. Okay, City Council of Portland, Maine became the 4th U.S. city to vote to cut investments from companies doing business with Israel since October 7. While Portland Mayor Mark Dion said he understood Israel's desire for retribution, he added that our role collectively is to grab their shoulder and say, it's enough, it's simply enough, and then pull them away. Other U.S. cities such as Portland, Oregon, Berkeley, California, St. Louis, Missouri have passed BDS measures focused on specific companies. But this marks the first time a U.S. city council fully endorsed a pro-BDS measure against Israel, Middle Eastern Monitor reports. Scotiabank cuts shares in Elbit Systems by half. The asset manager for Scotiabank, a major bank based in Canada and the Americas, has halved his investments in Israeli arms manufacturers following the protests. This chatter immediately stopped after saying, you're no different than right-wing political content creators, by the way, and said, I'm Ben Shapiro. I asked them, what do you mean by this? No answer. Are they Googling talking points or have they died? Did they perish? Still waiting on the answer. How much you want to bet it's going to devolve into vibes? Elbit-owned company in Massachusetts shut its doors. KMC Systems, an engineering company owned by top Israeli weapon maker Elbit Systems, has quietly left its office in Cambridge, Massachusetts after months of weekly pro-Palestinian protests, according to the Boston Globe. North American Trade Union divests from Israel. The president of the International Union of Painters and Allied Trades announced the group's international pension fund will divest from companies supporting the destruction of Gaza. Canadian, Irish, and American universities have divested from Israel. San Francisco State University, Sacramento State University, Ontario Tech University, Student Union, Concordia University. Irish students forced Trinity College Dublin to divest from Israel. Puma is another one that we just mentioned. So there are some pretty solid dubs. I think like even Elbit Systems was actually denied entry into a weapons conference, which is pretty funny. You have Norway's largest private pension fund divesting from Caterpillar, which is on the boycott, divestments, and sanctions list as well. Caterpillar's on that list for the IDF-9 dozers that they have that are specifically designed for the Israeli occupying forces to use as they bulldoze over Palestinian roads and Palestinian homes. Famously, I believe they were placed on the BDS list after the murder of Rachel Corrie, an American activist from Washington that was ran over by an Israeli war dozer. So yeah, Caterpillar's D9 series bulldozer imported to Israel by Israeli tractors and equipment, part of Zoko Enterprises. In partnership with the Israeli military's technology and maintenance corps, Zoko Enterprises rebuilt these machines with vehicle-mounted weapons and armored drivers' cabins to use in the occupied Palestinian territory. The widely used Caterpillar D9R bulldozers weigh around 62 tons, are 4 meters tall and wide, and 8 meters long. So Barclays divest from Israel weapons company, activists say. That was another one. So, all of this stuff might seem insignificant, inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. You might say, why the fuck am I doing this? Palestinians are still getting slaughtered. But ultimately, it works. Slowly but surely, this pressure campaign that worked against apartheid South Africa as well, in a very meaningful way, is working against Israel as well. Yeah. And it's ironic because a big part of the process here for the BDS national campaign is to make it as easily digestible as possible. Wait, this guy got timed out because he wrote an essay. Right and left wing political commentators on social media share many similarities. Oh my God, he chat GPT'd it. Oh my God. Dude, you're a fucking bot, brother. You're a bot. You don't have any convictions of your own. You literally went to chat GPT. Do you not recognize how sad that is? You let a machine fucking write your points for you. You don't have any firmly held convictions whatsoever. I want to have a fucking conversation here. How are you not embarrassed to admit that you went to ChatGPT? I called it before I even read the full thing, and he admits it. They simplify complex issues, use emotional appeals, foster echo chambers, and emphasize polarization. Both monetize their platforms, selectively use facts, vilify opponents, and leverage memes or pop culture for engagement. Despite differing ideologies, their methods often mirror each other, driven by the dynamics of social media and audience behavior. Yes, it's ChatGPT, but it is what it is. That is the most pathetic thing I've ever seen from a human being. You literally went to an artificial intelligence chatbot, openly recognizing that you are less than an NPC. Okay? You are literally less than a video game NPC. You understand that, right? What a fucking intellectually incurious, lazy, idiotic thing to do. If you have an opinion, okay, if you have this firmly held conviction, you should be able to communicate exactly what it is. Maybe you're not going to be the best at communicating your perspective, but like, you should have some thoughts in there. You're a human being. Why the fuck would you go to ChatGPT to try to seek out answers? Like, that's insane. That blows my mind. That is incredibly disappointing. Like, you're going to let a bot speak on your perspective? Yeah, this is the guy who wants to say I'm no better than the right wingers, by the way. The type of person that has no fucking opinions of his own. Head so goddamn empty that they rely on a fucking robot. Rely on a robot to churn out a response for them. That is sad, brother. That's sad. You have lost your humanity. Holy moly. ChatGPT is right, though. Oh, my God. We're so cooked. We're so goddamn cooked. Yeah, no, I'm not going to argue against a fucking robot, okay? It's basically letting someone order and eat your shit at the restaurant for you. Yeah, I can't believe I would. I hope for the day where I have people with like actual perspectives that don't just go, I have an opinion. It's mostly vibes based, and because I have no actual convictions of my own, I'm going to resort to, when you have the brain of a dog, holiday pro tip, rely on ChatGPT AI, the Thanksgiving table to ease polarizing arguments and achieve a peaceful celebration. Guy who sucks at being a person sees huge potential in AI. We are losing sight of what makes us human when we rely on chatbots. What? Same chatter? Holy bulge, looking, is he hard? Oh my God. Ask ChatGPT to comment on this. It's a pretty tired move, honestly. Relying on someone else to back you up in a debate, especially against a figure like Hasan, who thrives on informed and dynamic arguments, screams insecurity in your own stance. Originality comes from standing on your own intellectual ground, not outsourcing the heavy lifting. If you're going to engage, do your homework, know your values, and be ready to articulate them. There you go. Bot on bot violence, dude. You do realize that the AI is just a chatbot, not like a a unique sentient being. It's just a chatbot, which means it will give you whatever you want, whatever your desire is. You prompt it, and it churns out whatever it thinks you want to hear. Ask ChatGPT how many R's are in strawberry. The answer it gives should provide some insight into how much you should trust this program for facts. It's kind of crazy though. Like it actually is crazy that it's like this is a thing that people are doing. And for the record, ChatGPT does have it maintains the political perspective of the people who created the fucking program. Like that is also true. So it pumps out what it was trained on. Yeah, there is a political perspective in there as well. It's definitely liberal, but anyway. But you can still script it in a way where it like agrees with you at the end of the day. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Matt Faustini, let me be clear. John Favs. Oh, he's a dual Canadian citizen. If you want to push people like me away from the party I joined in 2018 as a former middle-class, white, college-educated Republicans turned Democrats keep platforming people like Hasan the Hun. That wouldn't even endorse Kamala. We are going to platform people you don't like, and that's okay. We're going to push back or just listen sometimes, and that's okay. But criticism's welcome. Anyway. Some of the replies are salty. Harris campaign staff interview ran Tuesday. Hasan guest hosting the show today. Interviews with candidates like John Tester, Pat Ryan, and others ran before that. The goal is to hear a range of opinions about why the Democrats lost and how to fix things going forward. Whatever cop, terrible decision being involved at any level with Hasan, but you'll have to learn that yourselves. Are you surprised by how many people poorly reacted to the Harris campaign episode? I'm not surprised by that. I'm sorry to be the one that shares this, but bottom jail, I'd suck generations out of this man, put them in little ice cube trays and eat them like little Turkish delights. That is insane. Hey, when is that episode out? I don't know. 23,000 likes. Probably soon. But people replying are the same ones who are soy facing at the Bush Cheney endorsements. Yeah. So many libs on Blue Sky were so mad at you for the CNN thing. They can't take criticism at all. Yeah, that's why people are like, Hasan, you got to get on Blue Sky. Yeah, no thanks, man. I'm good. I'm good, I think. But I am excited to see how liberals react to me having this conversation where we did have disagreements. Like me and Lovett had disagreements at times as well. And they are hating on you on X, make it make sense. Yeah, I mean, I don't care. This is what's waiting for you on Blue Sky. Audiobooks count as reading. Audiobooks count as reading. Audiobooks count as reading. Yes, but read also. Hey, friendo, some people can't read. I don't think you meant to be ableist, but that's how the statement comes off. No, it's good, man. It's Tumblr over there. I love it. I'm a fan of radical liberalism. I'm a fan of all politics in general. As you guys know, I am a savant who is fascinated with the ways in which people operate, the ways in which people work, and how they arrive at certain conclusions. So you know, I like it. I like the Tumblr containment space that Blue Sky is becoming. So it's cool. It's still better than Twitter, you know, if that's your thing. But as long as I have a direct line of communication with journalists all around the planet, including in Gaza on Twitter, I am going to have to remain on Twitter. Anyway. Will I remain on Twitter? I missed it. Why remain on Twitter? I just explained it. I said, as long as I can talk to a global consortium of journalists, including those who are still trapped in Gaza, as long as that is my direct line of communication to many people, I will still remain on Twitter. That's it. I think people forget that there is an international audience of people that use this stupid ass fucking website. Americans are using it less and less. Having said that, however, why are we having this conversation? Man, shut the fuck up, okay? That's it. How about that? Jesus Christ. Why am I always finding myself having to address like the smarmiest, most annoying fucking silly ass comments? Like, what are we doing? How unproductive this is. I just, you know, because I like it. How about that? Is that good? Because I like the Nazis on the platform, on the Nazi platform. Is that good? Is that a good enough, you know, solution to your questions? I hope that it's, you know, I'm just like eating the bait, and it only makes it worse. So yeah, I posted it. I said hosting Pod Save America this morning on stream. I have Ta-Nehisi Costa. It's 3 p.m. Pacific. Unfortunately, Ta-Nehisi is not gonna make it today. Like I said, he had a medical emergency. Also, tomorrow's Thanksgiving. That is still out. Also, another thing I posted this morning was this was an insane thing that pro-Israel groups did, and we never really addressed why it was allowed or even remotely normal. How many Twitter tabs we got open today? A lot. Okay. Also, yeah, I tweeted about Mesor Vault as well. Two conscientious objectors, Sol Behar Zalik and Iddo Elam, refused to enlist in the Israeli military army in protest of the war and destruction in Gaza and the ongoing occupation of Palestinian lands. And they are expected to be sentenced to military prison. What? Sorry for spamming. Speaking of money, I've been talking to my friends about you, and they keep insisting you have a billionaire dad, and they show this website as proof. Dude, you're doxing my fucking dad while also claiming he's a billionaire. I've never even seen this fucking website, but that is pretty funny. Unveiling his empire? Real estate and portfolio staple? He has none of this shit. What the fuck? This is an AI written website. Are you okay? What? It says he has 5 billion. Net worth is $5 billion. I take care of my dad, like financially, and my mom. This is news to me that this entire time he was hiding $5 billion of assets. If only I had known that there are AI bot written websites out there who are claiming that his net worth is $5 billion. Incredible. Hey, King, my mom saw you last night on CNN and asked me if you were Jewish. He looks Jewish. We're Jews, so this is a compliment. I like that. That site was an IP grabber. You need a new IP address? Wait, is it? Nice. Great. Amazing. All sites are technically IP grabbers, so I don't know how that works, but I hope people understand that if you believe shit like that, I'm sorry, you're an absolute fucking dumbass, okay? That's it. If you believe in shit like that, you're just an absolute fucking dumbass. That's it. I don't know what else to say. It's literally true, though. Yeah, well, it's fucking news to me. It is funny, though, that like people will be like, nah, actually, it's true. You don't know. This fucking random AI website actually knows the truth. There's no explanation for how this occurs, and yet he's not on any like Forbes list. You know? Because I feel like at that point, if you're a billionaire, you're gonna appear on some lists of the wealthiest people, right? Yeah, that would make him the second wealthiest person in Turkey. Wow. If his net worth, well, Murat Ülker, his name is Murat. My brother's name is Murat. Maybe there's a connection there. Yeah, this would make my father the second wealthiest person in the country. Do you understand how fucking stupid people are? Why would I have gone to fucking University of Miami and then Rutgers? It doesn't make sense. Why would I have gone to a fucking state school and graduated from a state school if my father is a multi-billionaire? What makes you think that I would not have gone to fucking Harvard if that was the case? Brother, you say that like they're poor schools? Rutgers? I went to Miami with a scholarship, but Rutgers? What are we doing now? Like, are we acting like Rutgers is not a state school? What the fuck? I mean, I'm in the South, different perspective. I'm sorry. Being from the South does not change this concept at all. Okay? As far as schools go, and by the way, I literally also still, while paying in-state tuition, still had to take out student loans, for the record. But again, didn't realize that that was also something I didn't have to do because my father happens to be the second wealthiest person in Turkey, just not showing up on this list for some secret reason. Had to pay my own student loan debt, my brother's student loan debt, my mom's student loan debt, which, I was very privileged and very fortunate enough to be able to do. Wait, Rutgers is cheaper than my school? Maybe I'm a champagne socialist too? Yeah. Yeah, it's called quiet old money. Yeah. Anyway, what the fuck are we doing this morning? What a crazy way to start the day. Tyrell Lee, thank you for the 10 give this subs. If you ask ChatGPT, it says $1 billion. What approximately Mehmet Piker as of his net worth is estimated to be approximately $5 billion. His wealth comes from a combination of real estate investments, business ventures, his role in Sabancı Holding. He has made strategic investments in his properties, particularly in Istanbul and New York City, which have significantly contributed to his net worth. Yeah. He's a real estate mogul in both Istanbul and also New York City. You know what's really funny about the Sabancı Holding situation? He was the executive vice president. This is something I've talked about before, but of Sabancı, which is like a massive holding group. Other than Koç, it's like the second largest holding group in Turkey at the time. This would mean he's richer than the founder of the holding group. Okay? As in, he's wealthier than the person who is the founder and like the CEO of the holding group by massive numbers too, by billions of dollars. Make this make sense. Make this make sense. You can tell who's heard of the Piker curse. Yeah, I've talked about my family's finances before. Like, every generation of my family has made a shit ton of money and then lost it all by the time that they're like next of kin, next up gets to college. It has happened in both sides of my family as well. Not that it fucking matters, because I use that to explain to you all the time that the Republican concept around wealth is actually built on a faulty premise. Ben Shapiro will always say, actually, like only 10%. Like, do you know how much money is passed down every year from one generation to the next? It's like 10%. You are lying, okay? You are lying when you say that. Because when you're rich, even if you fucking lose all that wealth by the time someone like myself, for example, I can speak from personal experience, when you grow up affluent, as I did, right? By the time you get to fucking college, even if you go to college in America where you get a fucking slate wiped, basically, because you have no network in the same way in the United States of America, I still did not have to work to ensure that I took care of my family. That would have fucked over my schooling in the process. You know what I mean? There's a tremendous amount of different societal pressures that I did not have to withstand as a consequence of growing up affluent. Even if they had no money by the time I got to college, it still doesn't matter, right? Because I got a tremendous education. I'll give you one example, okay? Not a very good test taker. In Turkey, there's a lot of emphasis placed on tests. And you can go to some of the best public schools in the country. Some of the best schools in the country are public schools still to this day, right? But you have to be really good at taking these tests in both 8th grade and also, before you get to college. And because I, was dog shit in 8th grade in my standardized testing, okay, I was not able to get into very good high schools, very good public high schools. But because of the affluent position of my family at the time, I still went to a really good private school. Okay? That is a massive leg up. That is a massive, massive leg up. So money helps in very unique ways that are not immediately visible. Okay? A lot of people discount this and they don't understand it and they don't recognize it. And that's why people like Ben Shapiro will be able to falsely paint this narrative that like wealthy people only give their next of kin a leg up by you know, leaving them money when they pass away. That's nothing. That's marginal. If your dad had all this money, why did you have to pay off Murad's tuition? Yeah. Hasan just admitted he comes from money. Wait, what? I have never not recognized that, chatter. The problem with a lot of people is that they don't understand. They don't understand that like these are things that I have very openly talked about. I've always talked about this. I've talked about it in the same exact framework that I just described about like how Ben Shapiro lies when he says that wealth is only passed down at the point of like someone passing away. That's incorrect. There are invisible ways in which affluent individuals can ensure that their next of kin is set up to basically maintain the same social mobility. Okay. And people still fuck that up sometimes. But having said that, the idea that like the idea that this is just a direct wealth transfer at the point of the person dying is silly. And regardless, my financial circumstances went from growing up very affluent to, no longer being affluent at all and having to take out student loans and do all this shit. But it doesn't really matter. You're going to have to clarify now that the money you came from isn't. Yeah. And it was at never the point of a fucking billionaire. What do you mean? That is also completely false. There's a complete fabrication. Yeah. Also, oh yeah, the $10,000 a month gym in New York. I would love to watch that. I saw a clip of it on TikTok. Affluent in Turkey, but not in USA, correct? Yes. You've talked about your privilege, your advantages, but you never act like you are better as you want everyone to have access to good education and healthcare. Yes, that is the whole point. Also, people like lose their fucking minds over this shit, but like, yeah, my father's like circumstances do not have any bearing on my political commentary whatsoever. So that in and of itself is also so stupid. And it's just, I think, like a weird way to basically dox family members of a person that you don't like. But we've decided that like, because the enemy is ontologically evil, me being the enemy, that's actually perfectly valid. It's weird. Like, it's kind of crazy that like that kind of behavior is not considered psychopathic and scary, and instead is considered like perfectly valid and normal and good. You know? Video of you talking about it from a while ago?
Any number of different people who have not benefited from that intergenerational wealth. My father is probably not going to leave me any money by the time he dies. My grandfather, who I'm named after, he died and left virtually no money. He had tremendous wealth and almost had none left at the end of his life. But it doesn't matter because he gave my father an incredible education, incredible opportunities, just like my father before me gave me those very same opportunities. Because
Hasan, I can't believe you admitted that. On this video with 669,000 views from June 15, 2020.
that sort of privilege does not come in the direct form of financial compensation, you dumb
In reality, the best path toward wealth in this country is income mobility, not inherited wealth.
This opened up a wealth
Wait, okay. Wait, I don't even disagree with that. Income mobility. Would Ben Shapiro perhaps admit that income mobility is significantly affected by centuries of slavery and also segregation for another century after slavery was abolished? Maybe that's has something to do with the fact that black people don't have that same kind of income mobility in this country that white people do, which is the entire purpose of this fucking video.
As a result, today, for every $100 of wealth held by a white family, black families have $5.04. A 2017 study confirms that redlining is still affecting home values in major cities like Chicago.
There you go.
This explains how Kevin and Jamal inherited vastly different circumstances.
As it turns out, there are some complicating factors that don't get cited in this video with regard to this data. The Federal Reserve
The Twitter freak out this morning about you is amazing. Wait, why are people freaking out? So it's really interesting. It's really interesting that people, like I said, don't know that these are all things that I've addressed a million times over. My Bubba grew up super wealthy as a pediatrician to upper class Izmir people and also lost it over his life. And at the end of his life, my dad was supporting him. Do you think there's something in Turkish culture that makes people easily lose it like that? Haha, I don't know. Probably not. I think what a lot of people don't understand is that, like, I have made more money than my dad ever has in his entire life. Okay. And not only that, but I also take care of him now. And I'm very fortunate to be able to do so. And that still has not changed my analysis. That still has not changed the things I fucking advocate for. So I don't understand. Like, yeah, no, you can yell at me all day, every day, be like, you're rich and also socialist. What the fuck? Blah, 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 all this shit. But that's it. Yeah, $6 billion. My net worth is actually $6 billion. You guys joke about this shit, but like, honestly, people do believe it. So it's like a very weird situation. And I don't even want to talk. I don't even want to talk about my fucking family. It's like odd that people do this kind of shit. Especially when I don't like, bring them on stream deliberately and make them the centerpiece or the focus of my commentary in general. But once again, it always goes back to the same like false first principle, which is that like, are you losing viewership? No. Will there be a 2028 U.S. election under Trump administrator? Will there be a fair election in the USA? I don't know why you're. My family has 10 million euros, and this, in fact, informs my politics. It made me understand that other people should have the benefits I had. For example, I had a mental health crisis and was able to not work, stop university for a year, and go back home. Others would risk death or complete poverty in that position. Exactly. That's another thing. That is also another side of the story as well. Is like for example, my experience going from working for a company as a wage laborer to working for myself, in the process of still, making money from real estate that way would only put him behind Rick Caruso on the list of Forbes real estate billionaires from 2023, which is an insane claim to make. Yeah, people are on crack cocaine, I think. But But look, the point I was trying to make is that like all of the opportunity that I've had, all of the privilege that I've had, I want others to be able to have that as well. I want others to be able to experience the freedom of not having to fucking worry about healthcare costs. That's it. That's what I advocate for. Okay. And I've never really personally hid my beginnings or anything like that. Not that it bears any basis on my commentary in general. And I think it's really weird, and it's a very odd way to just like try to open up a new vector of attack by just like doxing my family. What the fuck? It's weird and gross. I don't know how else to describe it. Yes, Little Bear. I'm aware that Coke is officially on the BDS list. I know. But yeah, apparently people got real mad at the it all comes from Destiny followers. Yeah, probably. 2 hours in and he hasn't covered news. It's an hour and 25. Okay. But yeah, one of the weirdest aspects of this is literally when I start talking about this stuff, it's the same principle. It's the same like it's the same reasons as to why people will start talking about like, well, Coke is on the BDS list, which means that, you know, I'm going to decide all these other things are also on the BDS list and make sure that you don't consume them or something. It's that parasocial, it's that little parasocial puppeteering interest that a lot of people have that basically start changing the dynamic of the chat. And it's really interesting because like I saw people in the chat being like, what's your net worth and how do you plan on spending it? It's like, dude, what the fuck are you saying? Anyway. Excuse me, can you please give me a financial accounting of all of your expenses right now so I can make assessments on whether it's moral by my standards or not? Is not a, you know, this is a fucking ridiculous convo to have. It is. It's especially ridiculous because people will be like, ooh, he's hiding it. He's being sinister. It's like, dude, what are you talking about? I exhibit or I live under capitalism in the most ethical ways possible, okay? Within the bounds of reason. And people still fucking yell at me for leasing a goddamn dentist car like the Taycan or purchasing a house that I mortgaged so that I could live with it and welcome all of my family members and also people that from all around the world come and visit Los Angeles. And not only that, but even then people yell about that. Why the fuck would I constantly play defense on this shit? Yeah, whatever, dude. I'm caked up, okay? Focus on the argument. That's it. It's another way to just move the conversation away from that to just like attack the person saying the message and not necessarily the message itself. Oh, there must be some inconsistency here. Okay? Anyway. Yes, I will be streaming tomorrow. And Thanksgiving is tomorrow. Yeah. Every moment that you're like, oh, dude, I can't believe this house is fucking 2.7 mil is a moment where you're not asking the question, why is that house 2.7 mil? That's, I think, a much more productive conversation to be having. Now, let's get back to the real news of the world. Okay?
Least a temporary ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah is in effect this morning after more than a year of cross-border fighting. Israeli airstrikes and
gonna
Hezbollah
pee.
rockets continued until shortly before the truce began. President Biden spoke about this deal, which was brokered by the United States.
I applaud the crazy decision made by the leaders of Lebanon and Israel to end the violence. It reminds us that peace is possible. Say that again, peace is possible.
Deborah Pata is in northern Israel. Deborah, good morning.
A very good morning. Well, Lebanon is just over that hill, but here in Israel, Kiryat Shmona has been a ghost town for over a year. On our way in, we did see some shops reopening. We also heard 2 outgoing explosions, but nobody is saying the ceasefire has been breached. Israel and Hezbollah were exchanging heavy fire until the very last moments before the ceasefire began. Then, in the early hours of this morning, the guns fell silent. Now the tense 60-day wait to see if this holds. During this period, Israel must withdraw from Lebanon and Hezbollah retreat north of the Litani River while Lebanese troops and UN forces keep the peace. But if Hezbollah violates the ceasefire and tries to rearm, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said we will attack. And there is deep distrust on both sides. It's not safe to go home, said Israeli Eliyahu Maman, because Hezbollah can still harm us. I don't believe in this ceasefire, Beirut's Rima Abdelkalak said. Israel cannot be trusted. But that lack of trust has not stopped thousands of Lebanese civilians hitting the road down south, everyone desperate to go back home, despite warnings from both Israel and...
Yeah, I wonder what the difference is because death and destruction is all they fucking know at this point, and they have no other options, so they're going to go back regardless.
Lebanon, that it's still too dangerous.
I wonder if they'll actually ask the
now,
Lebanese
this deal
people.
has revived hope for a Gaza ceasefire, but a former Israeli military intelligence officer told us he's convinced Israel will not be leaving the Palestinian territory for a very long time. Nate?
Deborah Pata in northern Israel. Thank you.
The major development in the Middle East, the ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah, took effect overnight. I want you to take a look at new video coming in of people returning to their homes in southern Lebanon.
What time is Coates coming? He's not coming today. He's sick. I learned right before the PodJohn's interview. Unfortunately, we're gonna try to reschedule. I'm gonna try to reschedule it hopefully before I leave for the UK. And I don't know when the PodJohn's interview is gonna come out, or the PodJohn's show is gonna come out. Lena Khan, we're gonna have to schedule after I come back from the UK. Yeah, Channel 4 did a Lebanese people celebrate returning home in
The
a
news of a
ceasefire.
ceasefire came way past their bedtime. But this was a time to celebrate. Lebanese families, displaced by war, danced with joy. Come morning, many were already on the road heading home. More than 1 million Lebanese people have been displaced and lived in terror for months. Guess which road is heading south?
Seamus says, compare and contrast the videos of the southern Lebanese rushing to their home villages, even if they are rubble, reaching all the way to the border wall. All these interviews, American accent, the residents of Israel's north.
So my feeling, and that of many in Sfat that I'm hearing, is a lot of caution, a lot of hesitation. You know, there's a saying that ceasefire means we cease, they fire. And we saw already this morning, you know, armed terrorists at the border making trouble the very first day, the very first morning, within hours of the ceasefire going into effect. And of course, there's, you know, warning shots fired, but it's a very fragile ceasefire, and there's not a lot of hope and faith that it's going to remain.
Right. Many residents are saying that they didn't leave their homes for over a year just to have Hezbollah stay as neighbors. Do you have faith at all that this deal could set the basis for something more stable and long-standing, and that you would be able to return to some sort of normality anytime soon?
We're not seeing really a lot of hope for that, honestly. I mean, at this point, the schools have been reopened, well, but only some of them, only ones that have a protected space accessible within 30 seconds from their classroom. And so even the Homefront Command is taking the precautions necessary and keeping in mind that at any moment there could still be rockets fired our way.
What would it take for you to feel safe and for you to return to a life that you knew for so many years and suddenly was taken away from you?
Knowing that Hezbollah was completely abolished, disarmed, disbanded, destroyed, and that there was no longer an active threat on our border, only 12 kilometers away from us. That's
It's like, look at all this glass that was broken in northern Israel. And then you look at fucking southern Lebanon and it's just wiped out. Just entirely fucking wiped out. You look at Beirut and parts of Beirut are wiped out. Entire buildings reduced to rubble.
really anything short of that does not give us hope for security long term.
But would that mean continuing the war as it is right now, or could some sort of ceasefire deal, a diplomatic deal, be enough for you?
Well, you know, not so long ago in the past, we used to
She grew up in Texas?
say we don't negotiate with terrorists. And now, unfortunately, we do, but it usually...
Well, that you know, that explains the Texan attitude.
doesn't end very well for us.
As well as northern Lebanon, we sacrifice the villages in their entirety with little or no resources. I'm sure you know how classy the country is towards our people, the people of our Bekwa. Yeah. France has gone back on their position on Netanyahu. I'm going to talk about that in a little bit as well. Aren't Dahia and Hannibal orders inherently crimes against humanity? Yes, they are. Contrast that to the way that the Lebanese people are taking the ceasefire. Contrast that. Contrast the death and destruction in northern Israel to what the death and destruction has looked like in southern Lebanon all the way up to Beirut.
Nicest feeling. We're returning with our heads held high. We're returning with dignity.
Thank God. It feels great. Thank God for everyone's safety. I hope Lebanon always stays safe.
But some of the places they are returning to are still occupied by Israeli forces, who have 60 days to leave. And as people flooded back, Israel warned residents not to return to the border area. The Israeli army implemented a curfew for those moving south of the Litani River, with the IDF saying they had arrested 4 Hezbollah militants.
Like, look at this.
A pause in fighting, but a fragile peace. The Lebanese army also began deploying to the area today in accordance with the ceasefire agreement. Their role with UN peacekeepers is to monitor the territory and ensure Hezbollah does not return. Both sides are portraying this as a victory. Supporters of Hezbollah chanted the name of their former leader, Hasan Nasrallah, killed by Israel in September, and many waved the yellow and green flag of the militant group. It is that support and the continued presence of Hezbollah in Lebanon which worries Israelis displaced by the fighting. Many of them, like Amichai, fear this is not the win that Benjamin Netanyahu boasted about last night and are fearful of returning home.
A ceasefire is a big nonsense in my opinion, because nothing has changed. Tomorrow Hezbollah will go through the tunnels that haven't been found yet, and they will reach us and take us whole.
To attempt to ease their fear and limit their anger, the Israeli government has emphasized that if Hezbollah violates the new agreement, they will not hesitate in striking back inside Lebanese territory. So could we see history repeat itself? The last ceasefire occurred in 2006, following a month-long conflict during which 150 Israelis and 1,000 Lebanese were killed. The terms of that deal, UN Resolution 1701, are the basis of the present ceasefire. But back then, both sides accused the other of violating the agreement. Lebanon said Israeli jets continued to enter their airspace, while Israel said Hezbollah had rearmed and moved military infrastructure south of the Litani River. And so many today, both north and south of the border, wonder how long this present calm will last. In Lebanon, the rebuild begins. This is the nation that was already in economic freefall and beset with corruption, now ravaged by a conflict that has left cities pockmarked with rubble and the south leveled by Israeli airstrikes.
From 2006 to 2024, every 10, 15...
Would you gamble away everything you've built on Twitch? Why do you hate people who are right years before you? Are you fearing being wrong, or will you leave it all to chance? Roll the dice, brother. But let us have a wager per chance. Would you gamble away everything you've built on Twitch for the chance that you're wrong? What are you, the fucking Riddler? What is going on today, man? Everybody needs to fucking dial it back a million steps, okay?
15 years, there's a war. There are people who built homes and made investments in the south. This is the second time we suffer such damage.
Lebanon's Prime Minister said, enough wars, tragedies, and disasters. Many will echo that wish across this region.
I post fucking meat on Maine. All of a sudden, it brought out all the weirdos, dude. I feel like every time we get closer to December, we see a lot of mental illness in the chat. Yeah, I think holiday season brings out some of the craziest people. It's also the serialized, dedicated brigading coming from certain communities that are very upset that their daddy looks like you know, someone who has done really inappropriate things with minors in general, both in the past and continues to be like a fucking rapacious weirdo, and they don't like that, so they have to fight back to the best of their ability.
Region, but fear that for far too long now, such devastation.
Oh, also, they do this. It does escalate every time I get like positive coverage from mainstream media. It's very weird. Yeah, Diddy Jeers. It's a very odd phenomenon. I think it's like it's almost outside of like the control of a singular force at this point. It's like become a cult in and of itself. Yeah, a lot of it revolves around the personal envy of a singular human, and people that wish to fulfill his desires. You're getting CNN hits and PSA segments, and they can't handle it, and they don't understand why it's not him instead. Yeah, I know.
Has become synonymous with this land.
Well, joining me from Beirut is the Lebanese-Australian journalist Rania Abuzayed. Rania, thousands returning home. What are they telling you about the scale of devastation, what they're facing there?
Yes, as you saw from that report, the Lebanese did not wait long at all to head back to their towns and villages, not only in the south, but also in Baalbek and in the Bekaa Valley. The ceasefire took effect at dawn, and very soon after that, there were traffic jams on all of the southbound routes as people headed home or to whatever remained of their homes. Certainly, the destruction is widespread. There was a report recently that said that up to 100,000 homes have been damaged or destroyed. This war.
By the way, your CNN piece was just
Don't
uploaded to
also-
the official YouTube channel. Let's go. Hasan is mostly right, except about adopting good policies. We're never doing that. Yeah, go show the support. Here. Before the fucking weirdos swarm it. This dude is in like every fucking mention. I don't know how he figures it out. Everywhere. Anywhere that I'm mentioned, they swarm it. I think they're angry that the whole adpocalypse shit failed, and after a few days, an advertiser getting rich during Christmas. Yeah, that part of it is true too. He's currently claiming a Twitter guy wishing AB and Lena's death is radicalized by you. That's the most insane thing that someone could claim. I love Lena and AB. It's gross. Like wanting to win an argument so bad that, you know, you just look at random people posting schizophrenic, psychotic shit on Twitter and then saying it's my fault. It's crazy.
Killed more than 3,700 Lebanese. It wounded more than 15,000. So the devastation is vast, but so too is the ability and the desire of Lebanese to return home and to rebuild their lives.
And are they worried about that rebuilding, given the sort of prospect of new outbreaks of violence loom heavily, but also how they're going to rebuild, what help they will have to rebuild?
Well, that's the key question. Now, Hezbollah's leaders have said that they will help rebuild. They will help foot the bill for the rebuilding. But, you know, this is not like 2006. Where's the money going to come from? The country has been mired in a devastating economic collapse since 2019, actually, and it is still feeling the after effects of that collapse in 2019. Certainly, geopolitically, the Gulf states are not as friendly. Many of the Gulf states are not as friendly to Lebanon as they were in 2006. And Iran is also sanctioned and has its own economic woes to contend with. So that's the big question about where the money is going to come from.
And over it all, this nervousness hangs about how long this ceasefire will hold. What are your reflections on that?
Well, it's a very fragile truce, and the potential spoilers are many on both sides of the border. You heard in that report that Netanyahu says that he thinks that Israel reserves the right to strike Lebanese territory if it thinks that Hezbollah is rearming or that its fighters are moving south of the Litani River. Now, these are very difficult things to verify, given that Hezbollah's fighters are clandestine, and its arming, its rearming is also sort of not. It's not that you don't see Hezbollah fighters in these areas. Lebanon fears that Israel may try and exploit that and violate Lebanese sovereignty. So it's a very fragile truce at the moment. So the Lebanese are certainly taking it one day at a time.
And is there a lot of nervousness that Hezbollah will breach its side of the deal?
Well, so far, its officials are welcoming this pause, this cessation of hostilities. They view it as a victory. They have said that they have, absorbed and endured devastating blows that Israel has unleashed on the group, so devastating that the former Secretary General of State Hassan Nasrallah himself described these blows as unprecedented and painful before he himself was assassinated a month ago. But Hezbollah's officials are presenting this as a victory because Hezbollah was not destroyed. It remained steadfast. It prevented Israeli soldiers from occupying and creating a new occupation zone in the south. And it says that it will help rebuild after this devastation.
Rania Abizaid, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Well, President Biden says his administration will immediately try to secure a truce in Gaza, declaring he will make a push with regional powers to agree a deal which includes the release of all the hostages and the removal of Hamas from power. But is there any likelihood of achieving that? Jonathan Rugman reports.
It's been a year since a brief truce in Gaza. In the words of President Biden, its people have been through hell, with over 44,000 Palestinians reported killed, most of them women and children. So, in the winter of his presidency, a final push for a ceasefire to follow that agreed over Lebanon. And Mr. Biden blames the lack of one on Hamas.
And so now Hamas has a choice to make. Their only way out is to release the hostages, including American citizens, which they hold. In the process, bring an end to the fighting, which would make possible a surge of humanitarian relief.
But these Israelis protesting in Tel Aviv last night blame their own prime minister. They want a deal to release somewhere between 50...
Yeah, I wonder why. I wonder why the immediate family members of the hostages are still blaming the prime minister. Much to think about there. What's your take on the ceasefire, by the way? Is it a win for Hezbollah? I mean, I think ultimately Israel accomplished one goal, which is to decouple Hezbollah's actions from the ongoing genocide in Gaza. Okay? So I think technically, depending on how Hezbollah operates from here on out, they did accomplish that goal. But while they did that, what? My ex-husband spends Taylor's net worth daily on fucking what? He throws your network in the garbage dealer. I still love you, just disappointed. What is happening? Anyway. So here's the thing. I'm going to stop reading chat, I think. Israel's goals of decapitating the leadership of Hezbollah was successful. Israel's goals of decoupling Hezbollah, if there is no more momentum from Hezbollah in terms of like applying any sort of pressure to Israel as the Gaza genocide continues, then they were able to successfully achieve those two goals. But I think their overarching goals were to create a permanent safety barrier in southern Lebanon and destroy Hezbollah's military capabilities. However, those goals were obviously massive failures. They killed a shit ton of Lebanese civilians in the process. They destroyed major parts of southern Lebanon. They wiped out entire city blocks in Beirut. And yet, when the ground forces moved into southern Lebanon, they incurred tremendous penalties. They went in and they left in coffins. They lost a shit ton of Merkava tanks. They lost they incurred a significant amount of deaths and wounded the casualties in general. And the reality of the matter is, it was not something that they could keep up regardless of how much support they're getting from the American government. What I mean by that is, they invaded a foreign nation, and the standing military, the de facto standing military of said foreign nation, was able to, in a direct combat, boots on the ground military invasion situation, despite having air support, Israel having air support, was able to push them back significantly. They thought that, Israel at least thought that they would be able to overtake Hezbollah militarily in the process. But instead, what they got was some significant pushback. And if we have learned one thing from previous incursions into Lebanon, your dream coming true. Romania is soon going to be a Russian colony. GG, easy. Why the fuck would you ever think that I would want Russia to colonize Romania? Why are people fantasizing about a position that I do not hold at all? And then what is going on, dude? I covered the Romanian situation. What is happening with the fucking chatters today? Anyway, the point I was making is that Israel has time and time again shown everyone in the region that the only people that the only groups that they respond to are those that they cannot defeat militarily. They're showing that they only respond to violence. Look at the dynamic between Iran and Israel and the way that Israel retaliates towards Iran or even escalates against Iran. Look at the dynamic between Israel and Hezbollah. The way Israel has retaliated to Hezbollah and the way that they have backed away from fighting Hezbollah. Now look at the way that they are operating in Gaza. Out of the three different groups, one is a state actor, the other one is a militia in a movement that is aligned with the state, and the last is basically a captive group, a spontaneous militia that arose from existing under Israeli occupation. Out of these three groups, of course, Hamas has the least amount of support, the least amount of military power, and is simply just a starving population fighting back against their brutal occupiers. And lo and behold, the Palestinians in Gaza are the ones that are getting killed the hardest. That's the modus operandi of Israel's warfare. Anytime they get hit by anyone else, really, from the axis of resistance against Israel and American imperialism in the region, they literally turn around and make the civilian population of Gaza suffer the penalties. They get mad, they strike against those who they have the capability of striking at. That's it. That's it. And that is where we're at. This is a reality that that also dictated the evolution of the Palestinian resistance in general. While Palestinian political movements were trying to negotiate with Israel to the best of their ability, those negotiations in the so-called peace process only basically created political cover for Israel to continue its settlement operations and the partitioning of occupied West Bank, Palestinian territory that Israel is illegally occupying. In that process, in that same exact time frame, the similar initiatives were made, military campaigns were conducted against Hezbollah in Lebanon. And Hezbollah was able to militarily purge Israel from its national boundaries and reinforce its sovereignty. Hezbollah gained a lot of momentum and popularity in the process time and time again. This taught everyone only one lesson. If you don't fight back and if you don't make Israel's military escalations costly, they just won't stand down. What are people supposed to do? What lessons are they supposed to learn? When this is the only thing that Israel shows everyone in the region, this is what they do. Why are you allowing hateful symbols in your chat? What are you saying? Man, shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up. Yeah, hateful symbols like the Palestinian flag and people saying free Palestine. I got it. God damn. Sub only mode? That guy was a sub. I'm hearing from Israeli sources we have diminished Hezbollah greatly, and I'm curious to know. I think it's mostly propaganda because the number of like armed combatants that did not diminish. Like they thought that they would be able to, you know, trot through southern Lebanon with ease once the leadership of Hezbollah was decapitated in the terror attacks that Israel conducted with the pager bombings. But it didn't happen. It didn't work that way at all. It was a demonstrable failure. So, you know, there is what Israel is saying, and then there is the reality on the ground. So, in this campaign that they where they moved in the Israeli campaign towards Lebanon, Hezbollah literally drone striked Benjamin Netanyahu's house, blew up a military base, and also continued its bombing campaign into Israel, and simultaneously destroyed a whole bunch of battalions in southern Lebanon. How is that in any way, shape, or form a successful military incursion? The only W's that Israel can always fucking mark up are W's from above. They obviously have superior military power in the air. But ultimately, I don't place a lot of emphasis on reporting like this. Still counting as dead, Hezbollah faces a long road to recover from war. Beirut, with the bodies of his fighters still strewn on the battlefield, Hezbollah must bury his dead and provide succor for its supporters who bore the brunt of Israel's offensive. Hezbollah believes the number of its fighters killed during the 14 months of hostilities could reach several thousands, with the vast majority killed since Israel went on the offensive in September. 3 sources familiar with the operation say. One source said the Iran-backed group may have lost up to 4,000 people. What is the source? Well over 10 times the number killed in its month in the 2006 war with Israel. You know? So far, Lebanese authorities have said some 3,800 people were killed in the current hostilities without distinguishing fighters from civilians. Yeah. Lebanese authorities have said 3,800 people were killed in the current hostilities. Do you think that they were Hezbollah fighters? And if they were Hezbollah fighters, how the fuck were they able to mount a decent defense in southern Lebanon if that was the case? Now, right now it's 1,700 Hezbollah fighters confirmed killed based on funeral notices. That part I believe for sure. If it comes from Hezbollah as a source, they always will, they always will recognize that if their fighters are killed, they'll say it. That seems like a much more reasonable number. And even then, yeah, Hezbollah does not hide their dead. They don't hide the number. Elite News says, but it's important to remember they have 50,000 fighters. Yeah, but that's my point. Like, Israel killed, just like they did in Gaza, a majority civilian population, and they're trying to lick their wounds and say, no, this is a dub. Part of the reason why they're trying to do that is because there's a lot of internal pressure from Israeli society and even members that are in the opposition in the Knesset against Benjamin Netanyahu's war cabinet and Benjamin Netanyahu's governing coalition that want more escalations in Lebanon. That's the problem here. That's it. With the ceasefire taking hold on Wednesday, Hezbollah's agenda includes working to reestablish its organizational structure fully, probing security breaches that helped Israel land so many painful blows, and a full review of the last year, including its mistakes in underestimating Israel's technological capabilities, 3 other sources familiar with the group's thinking said. For this story, Reuters spoke to a dozen people who together provided details of some of the challenges facing Hezbollah as it seeks to pick itself up after the war. Most people asked not to be named to speak about sensitive matters. Hassan Fadallah, a senior Hezbollah politician, told Reuters, the priority will be the people. To shelter them, to remove the rubble, to bid farewell to the martyrs, and, in the next phase, to rebuild. Israel's campaign is focused largely on Hezbollah's Shiite Muslim heartlands, where its supporters were badly hit. They include people still nursing casualties from Israel's attack on its mobile communications devices in September. I have a brother who was martyred, a brother-in-law who was wounded in the pager attacks, and my neighbors and relatives are still all either martyrs, wounded, or missing, said Havra, a woman from South Lebanon with family members who fight for Hezbollah. We want to collect our martyrs and bury them. We want to rebuild our homes, said Havra, who stayed in her village until she was forced to flee by the Israeli assault in September. She declined to use her full name, citing safety fears. The Israeli offensive displaced more than 1 million people. The bulk of them are from areas where Hezbollah has sway. Wow, Reuters interviewed a terrorist? First of all, that person is not a fucking terrorist, okay? I know what you're trying to say. You're trying to defend me to be like, oh, dude, someone is someone who lives in southern Lebanon who is a Hezbollah supporter who has family members who are in Hezbollah as like militants is a terrorist. That designation doesn't hold in this circumstance. That person is not a terrorist, and neither is like the Yemeni teen that I interviewed. Don't say shit like that. It's just racist. A senior Lebanese official familiar with Hezbollah thinking said the group's focus would be squarely on securing their return and rebuilding their homes. Hezbollah is like a wounded man. Does a wounded man get up and fight? A wounded man needs to tend his wounds. The official expected Hezbollah to carry out a wide-ranging policy review after the war, dealing with all major issues. I don't like the phrase Hezbollah supporters. They might be, but it is as if that gives a clear reason for Israel to bomb them. You're absolutely right, by the way. That is why the article is presenting them as that. The notion that people like that support the regional party that is offering civil governance to them, that is from their own sect, their own background, is worthy of death and destruction is a really stupid one. And the reality of the matter is, I don't agree that American Republicans also, I don't believe that American Republicans in like right-wing enclaves in the South or anywhere around the country for that matter deserve to be fucking bombed into oblivion. Just because I disagree with the right wing and the American Republican Party and its supporters does not mean that I think it is valid for them to be destroyed militarily and have their children be slaughtered and have their homes be bombed into oblivion. If you can make that distinction, then you can understand that there is no difference here with Hezbollah and support for Hezbollah as well. The problem is people don't see that. no matter how much you communicate, no matter how much I communicate this reality, most people will never actually look at it in the same way. You know, they will never see it in the same way. These are brown people far away that Americans have only seen on television screens as, either some avoidable consequences, collateral damage, or, evil villains that deserve to be militarily defeated. Just remember that. Thoughts on Sinah's analysis? Some reflections on the Hezbollah-Israel war from Sinah Tusi, senior fellow at CI Policy, Center for International Policy, tweets mostly on Iran. He writes for Foreign Affairs, Foreign Policy Magazine, and The Guardian. Israel entered the conflict with a clear and ambitious objective to advance the Litani River through the relentless aerial and ground assaults, seize control from Hezbollah, and secure the area to facilitate the return of displaced Israelis. Yeah, they wanted to create a security barrier like they did in the Gaza envelope past the point of the Gaza barrier inside of the Gaza Strip. I think that's what they wanted to do, at least like a mile in or so, to ensure that there was some semblance of like permanent military occupation there. So that Hezbollah would not have, missile systems aimed directly in northern Israel, for example. This move was intended not only to reclaim territory, but to establish a long-term security against Hezbollah threat. However, the strategy faltered. Instead of achieving its goals, intensified missile strikes by Hezbollah forced the evacuation of even more Israeli areas. Escalating Hezbollah attacks since October also severely disrupted Haifa, a strategic economic hub. The escalation reached its peak last Sunday, just 3 days before the ceasefire was announced, with Hezbollah setting a new record for daily attacks. The volume of missiles and rockets fired, many targeting Tel Aviv and striking deep into Israel, surpassed all previous levels. Israel's acceptance of the ceasefire despite unachieved objectives in part highlights Netanyahu's constrained position. Had Netanyahu believed continued fighting would yield better outcomes, he likely would have not agreed to the truce. Just like he is not agreeing to any sort of ceasefire proposal in Gaza, because he believes that he can continue dominating and genociding and ethnically cleansing at least northern Gaza. Hezbollah, meanwhile, may have been pressured into accepting the ceasefire due to internal and international dynamics, raising questions about its satisfaction with the agreement. Hezbollah Secretary General Naim Qassem is expected to address these issues soon, but the ceasefire's implications will take some time to become clear. That's where we're at. Yes, this map by the IDF shows this Gaza-style security zone where they're telling locals not to enter currently. Yeah, see? So they did this exact same thing in Gaza as well, where they just like blew up every building. They blew up every building that was, I forget what the exact distance is, but I suspect it's a similar distance. And completely wiped it clean. IDF spokesman, Rear Admiral, this is from Emmanuel Manny Fabian, Times of Israel's military correspondent. Just so you know, I'm not like looking at some random people on Twitter. IDF, he writes for the Times of Israel. IDF spokesman, Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari, in a press conference says any Hezbollah violation of the ceasefire agreement will be answered with fire. The IDF's mission is to enforce the agreement. The IDF is determined, and any violation will be answered with fire, he says. 1 kilometer from the border. Thank you, Elent News. Hagari says IDF troops are still positioned in southern Lebanon in the villages and areas from which there will be gradual withdrawal in accordance with the agreement. I believe it's going to take 60 days, they said. Air Force planes continue to fly over Lebanon skies, collecting intelligence, and are prepared to operate whenever necessary. Hagari says that in the coming weeks, the IDF will shape its defenses on the northern border and implement lessons from the past. Today, he says IDF troops work to enforce the agreement. The soldiers identified suspects who approached no-go zones, detained them, and fired warning shots. We also killed terrorists today, Hagari says. Hagari also shows a map of areas in southern Lebanon that are currently off limits for Lebanese civilians amid the gradual handover to the Lebanese armed forces. We are stationed and operating in this area. Armed operatives in the area marked on the map is a violation of the ceasefire, and any armed operative will be eliminated or detained, he says. Addressing Lebanese civilians, Hagari says, as you saw throughout the war, we are doing what we say. For your safety, we call on you to not approach the area where our forces are. The ceasefire agreement is built in a gradual way, and we will update you when you can return. It's pretty fucking crazy that they're like, yeah, even if you're trying to get back to your homes that we blew up, we will kill you. Israel gets to do that sort of thing, and America will defend it every step of the way. Biden administration is advancing $680 million of arms sales to Israel. This is by my Turkish goat, Hümeyra Pamuk, over at Reuters. That's the way that the Biden administration is brokering peace for Israel. Channel 12, quoting an Israeli minister who reviewed the documents, we have effectively brought Washington into Lebanon as a senior official, and this is a great achievement. This map is bullshit, Lamau. I have family who returned to their homes beyond that map. He says that during the entire conflict, over 12,500 Hezbollah sites in Lebanon were struck, including 360 in Beirut's southern suburbs. Hezbollah is a strategic Iranian asset, which the Iranian leadership invested many resources in, money, weapons, and personnel over the years. Iran's leadership has lost a strategic asset adjacent to our border, Hagari adds. And for the record, they carpet bombed until the very last moment. If you already agreed to a ceasefire and you're carpet bombing civilian areas because there are a few hours until the ceasefire kicks in, you are so far gone around the moral bend, it's hard to see how you come back. This is just killing for sport. It's true. Moral nation, most moral nation. You know how it is. So yeah, Lebanon's economy is already in the pooper. This was part of the reason. What? Ethan is mad and saying shit about you being pro-terror because the Pod Save America guys are talking to you. Yeah, dude, I don't care, okay? And you shouldn't either. Please stop informing me on every little thing that Ethan does. I let him chirp into the fucking void, okay? An increasingly smaller audience of his core fans that leave because he can't just like stop his obsession. I'm sure he will love the new audience that he cultivates on this fuck Hasan train, okay? This is beyond drama. He is trying to like actively make me into a toxic person in the eyes of many of the people that I know. Especially because it's, he just, I guess, misunderstands my position. I don't know what it is. It doesn't matter, okay? He will always do this going forward. Let's continue.
50 and 100 hostages still thought to be alive inside Gaza. And they claim Benjamin Netanyahu won't compromise with Hamas in case his coalition government then collapses.
You know he's probably making an H3 video on you eventually, right? Yeah, I think if he utilizes his nascent channel that he hasn't used for anything, specifically to like present me to this massive audience as like some terror supporter, I think that will probably backfire on him. Yeah. That's it. That's all I have. There's not much I can do about it. Destiny will never not defend white people saying the N-word. People who say they don't hate watch are like white people who pretend they don't say the N-word. Not trustworthy people. From November 17th, 2024. Wow.
Last night, Israel's Prime Minister talked about releasing the hostages, but not about a possible ceasefire. His political allies can barely stomach yesterday's truce with Hezbollah, and they want Hamas completely defeated before any hostage deal. But despite Gaza's growing humanitarian crisis, this crowd is waiting for bread, and the yearning of Palestinians for peace. Hamas may have little incentive to stop fighting, if the alternative, a ceasefire, means giving up power. So perhaps it's no wonder Keir Starmer and others are cautious about any optimism over Gaza.
We must seize this opportunity to build trust, de-escalate tensions, and push for a wider ceasefire.
Those against?
At the UN Security Council last week, the Americans themselves voted alone against a resolution demanding a ceasefire, claiming that it suggested that a hostage release might not happen until after the truce. It was the fourth time the US had sided.
Do you think Hamas has the rush to negotiate with Biden now that Hezbollah can't interfere and before a Trump presidency? Brother, what are you talking about? Hezbollah has offered like 39 deals that America has actually voted in favor of and have claimed was Israel's ceasefire negotiations time and time again. This is not up to, Hamas has done that, not Hezbollah. This is entirely in the hands of America forcing Israel to actually concede on the ceasefire deals. Hamas on October 10th already had a condition set for voluntary transfer of all the prisoners that Israel has. No, like there seems to be even more pressure on Hamas. Dude, what are you talking about? Wake the fuck up. What do you mean pressure on Hamas? What are you saying? What are you saying? What more pressure can exist? It's a fucking genocide. What are you saying? Stop, I'm banning you. I'm done. I can't do this. No, I'm not. I'm done. He's permanent. It's over. No, his stupidity reached a new boundary that I cannot fucking allow. Oh my God. It's like, that's it. No, the troll is finally gone. It's taken me a fucking year, but I finally had it. It's a bit. There's no way he's a 15-year-old. Yeah, I don't think so. There's no way. I'm done. It's been a year. I've been so charitable to Charitable Chinchilla, formerly known as Neek Skit, in the chat. They legitimately say the dumbest shit. What more pressure can you fucking put? You're making it seem like this is you're making it, one, seem like Israel actually genuinely is interested in a fucking ceasefire when they've shown that they're not. And two, that the military campaign that is a genocide is actually some way of implementing pressure on Hamas to concede to the negotiations when Hamas has already said yes to the fucking ceasefire negotiations. They wrote the ceasefire negotiations. The entire world voted on the ceasefire negotiations. The only party that is not interested in the ceasefire negotiations is the party that fucking executed the principal negotiator, Ismail Haniyeh, in fucking Iran. Yeah, I wonder why I wonder why they drew Claudia Scheinbaum like this. Are people still unaware that Gaza is systematically leveled? No. No. Charitable Chinchilla, formerly known as Neek Skit, knows what is happening in Gaza. He's in the chat long enough to know. He's seen it. I don't think they're being stupid. I think they're just like voluntarily trolling. And usually I don't ban people for doing that as long as they don't like piss me off. But it's gotten to a point where, you know, this is it. You know, I can't repeat myself over and over again that many times.
With Israel in this chamber. And Mr. Biden has given Israel pretty much all it's asked for in military as well as diplomatic support. In the meantime, many in Gaza feel forgotten, fearing that a ceasefire in Lebanon will enable the Israelis to escalate their bombardment here.
I mean, I don't know how much more they can escalate. That's another thing that I don't know. How are they going to escalate further? They've already wiped out everything.
Our chief global affairs correspondent, Martha Raddatz, is tracking the very latest for us. Good morning to you, Martha.
Good morning, Robin.
I'm relatively new here. Can you please explain why you don't support a two-state solution? What you think the better alternative would be? I'm a believer that there is already a singular solitary state there. It's just a state that exercises sovereignty over 5 million Palestinians. Is the state of Israel, and it's conducting an apartheid state. It's maintaining an apartheid state, and that there is no real world in which 750,000 Israelis that live illegally in occupied West Bank and East Jerusalem would be forcibly removed from their homes in order for there to be a real two-state solution where the Palestinians have sovereignty. So I am in favor of ending the apartheid. What you are looking at is what the two-state solution is.
Cars returning home, certainly a welcome sign. In fact, this morning across Lebanon and Israel's northern border, the fighting is paused. Just hours ago, that U.S. brokered ceasefire taking effect with...
Chomsky disagrees. It's okay. We can have reasonable discussions on this conversation, but I doubt that Noam Chomsky's current calculation is that no two-state solution will exist. Many people who are long committed anti-Zionists, myself included, believed in a two-state commitment, and that calculation changed. I would urge you to listen to Israeli historian Avi Shlaim and his analysis that also speaks to the impossible reality of 750,000 people who are currently sitting illegally on stolen land that is illegally occupied by the Israeli government. This has made it impossible to have a real two-state. What are you going to do? You're going to fucking forcibly remove militarily 800,000 people from occupied West Bank and occupied East Jerusalem? You're not. No one is going to do that. That's just never going to happen. And I don't think Noam Chomsky is a two-stater anyway. Avi Shlaim is the name of the Israeli historian, the famous Israeli historian. The reason why I bring him up is because him and Ilan Pappé, I believe, were originally two-staters, myself included. And throughout time, they have changed their perspective into recognizing that there is currently a one state.
Hopes it will be permanent.
The West Bank settlers are living in someone else's home, not their homes. They should be returned to living Palestinians who were displaced. What you're saying is mostly true for occupied East Jerusalem and somewhat true for the West Bank, but no, It's not entirely true. The overwhelming majority of the West Bank settlements are actually newly formed settlements that they built on top of Palestinian homes and farms that they destroyed many years prior. And while that is the morally correct way to implement a two-state solution, that would never happen in a million years, and it is infinitely more likely for there to be a one-state solution where the apartheid is dissolved forcibly and abolished, and the 5 million Palestinians are able to participate in the democracy of a singular, solitary, secular state that no longer has an ethno-statist project. I think that that is not as unreasonable as the demands being made about a one-state. How Avi Shlaim moved from two-state solution to one-state solution. Yeah, you can read about this. There are many articles written on this as well. But Chomsky has addressed the UN calling for a one-state solution. That address to the UN is also published on Palestine, Chomsky and Pape. Yeah. Yeah. The method is South Africa. This is morally true in general, but as you say, the settlers in the West Bank are unhinged and would likely fight and kill IDF soldiers to try to evict them. Oh, for sure. I never say that this will be without conflict. It will be akin to the Reconstruction era in the South. It will be exactly like that. For sure. It has happened before with much smaller numbers in Gaza as the settlers refuse to leave, but the overwhelming majority of the violence will come from the settlers that want to restore the ethnic and sectarian pecking order, and not actually from the Palestinians who want bloody vengeance and revenge. That's usually not how it works throughout history. Reconstruction in the South failed. You're right. I agree. I know. Having said that, however, the current situation, or even the Jim Crow South situation in the United States of America, is still better than the conditions that are the conditions that Palestinians are subjected to as it stands. Now, that doesn't mean that that's where it ends, and that's not the final mode of existence for Palestinians, but it is objectively better than genocide. There's also a good bit of people that will just simply leave. That's the other thing. There will be a lot of people who say, I don't want to fucking live around Palestinians. They're gross. They're disgusting. So there will be a good bit of voluntary immigration into other enclaves, I suspect, or, somewhere else. This happened in apartheid South Africa as well. I can't believe that in the year 2024, I'm over here advocating for no ethno state, and people still say, "Nah, dog, you're fucking stupid." Hey, can we not have a religious ethno supremacist ethno state? That seems like a remnant, a relic of the past, and people are like, "Nope." Actually, that is a controversial position. You are anti-Semitic. How dare you say such things? Can we not have like a country bouldering toward, country that is firmly in the grips of fascism at this point, not even bouldering towards fascism, let's be real, that wants to maintain a demographic, ethno-supremacist, religious state? That seems kind of crazy. Brother, why do we always get compared to South Africa instead of the Algerian model? Our situation is way more similar to Algeria and not South Africa. Because you're wrong. Because your situation is not similar to Algeria. It is similar to South Africa. That's why you're wrong. What do you think? The fucking South Africans are, the white South Africans are indigenous? Are you stupid? That's why. You can fantasize about purging all Jewish people from that area as much as you want, but it's never going to fucking happen. And not only is it never going to happen, but it's not even just to begin with. Like, that's ridiculous. The solution to this violence, this subjugation is not more fucking violence directed at random people. It's also never going to happen. So you're just fucking yelling you're yelling into the void. The reality of the matter is, the French colonialists could just, hop on a ship and escape. There are plenty of people who just have lived there, and that's the only thing that they've known their whole lives. I don't get it either. Not trying to be antagonistic, but aren't Nazis Germany and Algerian outcomes equally as likely to happen as the South African outcome? No, I don't think the South African apartheid abolition outcome is that unlikely. I think that it is very likely. It is more likely to happen in my lifetime than I ever thought it would be. The FLN tried everything to keep the French from leaving after the war. The Algeria state in 1962 did everything in its power to avoid the Pied Noir fleeing. They were necessary to the economy. Yeah. Yeah, during the South African apartheid, people did advocate. Did people advocate for a multi-state solution with the Bantustans in the same way? Yes. On one state is much more likely, as you say, the former Mossad head said the settlers literally killed the idea of a Jewish state when they set up in the West Bank. There was no other way of bringing that land into Israel in the 21st century without full annexation and international pressure in the long term to accept all the Palestinians there as full citizens, thus making it a 50-50 Arab-Jewish population. Yup. That's the other side of the irony of the Miriam Adelson push for Donald Trump to permanently annex the West Bank. You permanently annex the West Bank, all of a sudden, there's no more illusion to what Israel is doing, okay? It is now officially, firmly an apartheid state. These people are so fucking hungry for more land acquisition that they do not realize that either you do a permanent Holocaust on the 5 million Palestinians and maybe even the 2.5 million that are living in Israel proper right now, or you are forced through international pressure to basically make them second-class citizens under Israeli rule. There's just no other way out of it. That's it. And if people think that they can maintain an apartheid over 5 million people that they enforce sovereignty over in the same way that they're doing in the West Bank right now in a holding pattern, they're fucking wrong.
The deal was struck after a day of withering Israeli airstrikes in and around.
A singular state in Israel destroys the ethno-state project. That is the thing that Israel fears the most. Okay? Because all of a sudden now you have 7.5 million Palestinians that can vote, technically should be able to vote. What do? I see a lot of people say Hamas is unpopular in Gaza. They want them gone. Is that true or propaganda? I'm sure that there are plenty of people who don't like Hamas in Gaza. It doesn't really matter in this situation. They are more popular than they've ever been, and they're incredibly popular in the West Bank. I was asking a genuine question. I don't understand why I'm getting shouted at. What? No, I don't think so, but we can't frame the Palestinian issues as apartheid only. No, the reason why I frame the Palestinian issues as apartheid is specifically because, well, first of all, there's a genocide going on, okay? It's not just apartheid. But the reason why I frame it in that is because I'm talking to a Western audience that understands the concept and the immorality of apartheid. Let me do my thing, okay? Can I just do my thing without people chiming in? It is exactly what it is. And it's also a word that is illegal. And I mean, it's a word that people understand is illegal and inhumane and unjust.
Beirut, flattening this apartment building, causing panic in residential streets. But hours later, President Biden confirming that after weeks of intensive negotiations, a deal had been struck between Israel and Hezbollah to end the fighting.
This is designed to be a
I have a question about counterpoints. I've heard and love your thoughts. I would know that ANC and Hamas are compared often, but the ANC only killed 71 civilians when it was around. Obviously, a number much lower than Hamas. Obviously, both causes are just, but is there a more apt comparison? October 7 can be compared to the Nat Turner rebellion. And the reason for why the ANC killed less civilians, is because the apartheid structure and the violence is set. The standard of violence is set by the occupying entity, the colonizing force, and Israel's violence has only increased throughout time. That is why the Intifada has evolved as well. The first Intifada was fought with stones. The second Intifada was fought with bus bombings and shit. That's the reason for why that's the reason why we're not even talking about the PLO right now. You know what I mean? Like throughout this process, as the occupation has become more and more violent, so has the retaliation. That's why the numbers are far larger, especially because the numbers of the dead on the Palestinian side are far greater as well. Does that make sense? Like, if you look at the asymmetry of cruelty that the Israeli government is subjecting Palestinians to, you will understand exactly what I mean. Like, the numbers are almost proportional.
a permanent cessation of hostilities. What is left of Hezbollah and other terrorist organizations will not be allowed.
Under the agreement, Hezbollah and Israel will observe a 60-day truce. During that period, Hezbollah fighters will move north away from Israel's border, and Israeli troops will gradually withdraw from Lebanon. In the last few months, the exchange of fire has left more than 3,000 dead in Lebanon and at least 70 Israelis killed. In addition to relentless aerial and ground assaults, Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah was assassinated, and exploding pagers took out hundreds of its fighters. But the return fire from Hezbollah left some 80,000 Israelis in the north displaced, leaving Benjamin Netanyahu under extreme pressure to make it safe for them to return. In a late-night address, Netanyahu thanking President Biden for brokering the ceasefire and yet vowing to strike Lebanon again if Hezbollah breaks its part of the deal. Secretary of State Antony Blinken says the ceasefire in Lebanon could help end the conflict in Gaza, since Hamas will no longer have Hezbollah's war to distract the Israeli forces. Michael?
We sure hope that's the case. Martha, thank you so much for that.
For more on the U.S. brokered ceasefire deal, we spoke earlier with White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan.
Great to see you, Gail.
This deal has been in the works for months now. What made the timing perfect for right now?
Well, first, Gail, Israel achieved its military objectives. Hezbollah, the terrorist group, has been badly degraded. And so after weeks and months of relentless American diplomacy led by President Biden, driven by our envoy Amos Hochstein, coordinated out of this building behind me, we were able to broker this ceasefire. And it means the tens of thousands of Israeli citizens and hundreds of thousands of Lebanese civilians will be able to return to their home. And it's designed to be a permanent end to this war.
But are you concerned about the longevity of this ceasefire?
Well, one thing that this deal does is it ensures that Hezbollah cannot rebuild the terrorist infrastructure in the south that threatens Israel. Now,
yeah, Israel's already trying to deport the Palestinian citizens of Israel. I don't believe Israel will be ever interested in ending the apartheid without interference. Yeah, I never said that there won't be interference. There needs to be interference, and there needs to be a tremendous amount of international pressure, and it's getting there. So the pressure keeps mounting, and that's why I always repeat that you must never stop. You must never cave to nihilism. You must never cave to pessimistic thoughts and think, oh, all of my effort and all of my support is for nothing. Palestinians still keep dying. They want you to stop. It would be great if you just went back to business as usual. Okay? Oh, wow, optimism from Hasan. This is one of the things that I've always maintained a healthy dose of optimism on, because I understand the dynamics a lot better than many people who only after October 7 learned about the process, learned about the truth. If you've been at this for a very long time, even in a sea of death and destruction, what? By the way, Ethan had Boner Box on and he talked about how it's American leftists, or as he said, commies and tankies such as yourself in this community use free speech as a loophole to try and erode and destroy the country from within. That is hilarious because it's literally Nazi shit. That's what the Nazis said about the Judeo Bolsheviks eroding their the beautiful, bountiful Western civilization. Enemies from within. That's great. Yeah, that's what Donald Trump said too. Anyway, let's continue.
Of course, we're going to have to monitor it and implement it day by day, and the United States and France, along with our other allies, are committed to help doing that. And of course, at the end of the day, as the deal states, Israel retains the right to self-defense if Hezbollah or any other terrorist group violates the deal.
Jake, I'd like to talk for a bit about the relationship between the Biden administration and the incoming Trump.
One of my favorite subs was did the mods run from the grid? Unlock it, you bums. Mods when it comes to banning jerk on the jerk sub. What is this? APAC gave the two mods 2 tendies. Half these motherfuckers ain't even anti-Semites. I can't tell if he's disappointed. That's funny. Some Hasbara jerkers flew too close to the sun and burnt their little peepees. Mod has had to go bum mode and run from the grid. Danny Avdija stands modding out here while simping for Zionism is a tough juggle. What is this? Bailing a dozen incarcerated people out of prison industrial complex and taking them on party bus for TikTok views, the content creation I can get behind. Wait, what? All right, let's continue.
Administration, fans of incoming
Bassem Youssef? No, they didn't say Bassem Youssef is an anti-Semite. They said Bassem Youssef is literally a Semite, a Semitic person. Because he's Arab.
President-elect Donald Trump would say that the only reason this is happening is because he is the incoming president. His national security advisor, incoming, your replacement, Mike Walls, said exactly that, in fact. So what is the coordination like behind the scenes? And is
he is not beating the paid Hasbara's allegations?
Trust the Israeli government's claims so much. Why are you a Zionist? I don't even get it.
You are a mark. Like, how are you believing this stuff from them?
If a foreign entity has identified you as being easy to use for their own propaganda, you should stop and think that, like, Matt, what, you know, maybe I'm the bad guy.
Well, you see, it's different when I go to Israel and do this because Israel is our ally.
Right now, or maybe my talking points, maybe my media, whatever I'm trying to send out to the world, right? However I'm reporting on things, whatever messages I'm pushing, the the statements that I'm making, maybe it's not a good thing if they happen to wholly and completely align, right? Like maybe that should be cause for concern, no? If it came out that me and 5 other
Okay, to be fair, some of the people that he's talking to in this video are literally much better voices than others. Like you can't fucking put Yosef Haddad on there with like who's awful with like some of the other people.
commentators were getting paid by people who were taking money from
Oh God, Benny
Israel
Morris.
to promote Jewish interests in the United States. You know, there would be like a mass extermination.
Wait, what?
Getting paid by people who were taking money from Israel to promote Jewish interests in the United States. You know, there would be like a mass extermination event for Jews in this country.
Like any culture at all. Like, you should go party more. Yeah, we'll think about it. I'll think about it.
Bro, this dude literally went to... This dude went on a fucking Nazi government sponsored trip to the fucking occupied Polish territories, like basically. I don't know if they actually paid him or not, for the record. I'm just saying, like, it would be equivalent to that and being like, hey, man, well, I met some naysayers and also a lot of people who are paid propagandists. Like, Elon Levy is like the fucking Joseph Goebbels for Israel. What the fuck? How is this any different than Jackson Hinkle going to fucking occupied Ukrainian territory? That's what's so stupid about this. Is like, I shit on Jackson Hinkle for doing that, and I shit on Destiny for doing this. Kind of explains why his audience is so rabid about you. I mean, I think these are newcomers to the cause. They probably saw him as like a guy who is unconditionally defending Israel, and I mean, he's like probably a little bit more. If you're a young dude living in Israel, you know, who are you gonna go to? Fucking Alan Dershowitz? No, Destiny's a little bit better, even if they are very aligned on a lot of things. You know?
Being a spy is at least kind of cool.
You say this like you're not sponsored by the Qatari oil barons? Hell yeah, baby. Yeah. What? IC prosecutor Karim Khan announced an application warrant for the arrest of Senior General and Acting President Ming Aung Hlaing, Commander-in-Chief of the Myanmar Defense Services. Oh, I didn't know the President of Myanmar was Jewish. Yeah, these guys, man. What? Finish the D clip?
Being a useful idiot is like the most embarrassing.
Why do you try? Yeah. Is why he started defending Israel. He originally was a defender of Palestine, but triangulated towards Israel because of your position. Is very transparent, and he doesn't give a fuck about Israel, Palestine. Yeah, I know. Damn. Conservatives are so dumb. Yeah, I saw this earlier today. It is just straight up Nazi propaganda. All right, where the fuck were we? Let's get back to this.
Is there any truth to the fact that these deals are happening because of our election results here?
Well, first, we've had good communication with the incoming Trump team, including my own communication with incoming National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, and we've kept them apprised of the negotiations as they've unfolded. And I'm glad to see that they've come out to support it. Second, I'm not here to report on credit. I'm here to report that today, early this morning, Israel time, this ceasefire went into effect. And I'm here to explain that it went into effect because of relentless diplomacy carried out by the Biden administration, led by President Biden himself. And of course, what we're looking to do is to hand off a situation where our enemies are degraded, where the United States is not dragged into a war in the Middle East, and where Israel's security is assured. And we believe we'll be able to make that handoff to the new Trump team on January 20th.
I hear you, Jake, but how do you feel about the incoming Trump administration saying, back to Tony's point, this is only happening because Donald Trump is a president-elect? I'm curious how you feel about that, knowing all that you know and how this game is played.
Well, for a lot of days, Gail, you know, we were told by very smart people in the region, in the media, this deal couldn't happen until after January 20th. It just couldn't once the election had happened. Well, the deal has happened. And it's happened because President Biden directed his team to roll up their sleeves and do the work. And it happened also because the United States over the last many months at critical moments has positioned U.S. military assets and capabilities to help deter and shape the decisions of our adversaries. And so we're proud of what we've done. I really don't want to get into a back and forth with the incoming team because my job as National Security Advisor is first and foremost defend the country, and then second, ensure a smooth transition to the new team. I intend to do just that.
All right, Jake Sullivan, thank you.
Don't you know American foreign policy is uniparty, please?
Several
numerous bomb threats made against Donald Trump cabinet nominees. FBI says, damn. Anyway, like I said, the top line approach to this is that like Israel didn't accomplish any political goals. They didn't accomplish most of their military goals. They did, however, it seems for the time being, successfully decouple Hezbollah from the bombing campaigns that were tied to Israel's consistent genocide in Gaza. Did you see the Haaretz articles of the Prime Minister's office saying that they were forced into the Lebanon ceasefire by the Biden admin, claiming they threatened them with an arms embargo if they don't? I did not see that, but shocking. Overall, Lee Zeldin, a pipe bomb targeting me and my family at our home today was sent in a pro-Palestinian themed message. Oh, God. Oh, here we go. Oh, dude, they're going to 9/11ify this shit. Or not even 9/11. They're going to do the fucking... Oh, brother. It's the anthrax attacks. Oh, God. Oh, here we go. Yeah, that's 100% why they're saying they achieved their goals, because the main goal is to decouple Hezbollah and Gaza. No, that wasn't the main goal. Oh, brother. Oh, by the way, Lady G is in Israel. At the King David Hotel, as a matter of fact, in Israel. Let's see what he had to say in Israel. This is his 8th trip to Israel since the 7th of October, 2023. Let's take a look at what Lady G had to say about Israel. Am Israel high?
Somebody has to take over Gaza. Somebody has to rebuild it. It's not going to be the United States. We're not going to rebuild Gaza, and we're not going to take it over because we would fail. I love staying here. Well, I am back. I was here like 10 days ago. Since I was last here, some good things have happened.
It's also wild to say this at the King David Hotel, by the way. Oh, the historical significance of talking about Israel in the King David Hotel. is not lost on me. You know. For those of you who don't know, King David Hotel was I think an unofficial headquarters of the British Empire for some time, and it's one of the most famous terror attacks that before Israel existed. One of the first very famous terror attacks that Zionist militias engaged in, Zionist terror cells engaged in, where they killed, what was it, like 60, 70 people in British Mandatory Palestine. Yeah. 91. Yeah. British administrative headquarters for Mandatory Palestine, housed in the southern wing of the King David Hotel, Jerusalem, was bombed in a terrorist attack on the 22nd of July, 1946 by militant right-wing Zionist underground organization Irgun during the Jewish insurgency. 91 people of various nationalities were killed, including Arabs, Britons, and Jews, and 46 were injured. Yeah. Irgun committed the attack on response to Operation Agatha, known in Israel's Black Saturday. British troops had searched the Jewish agency on 29th of June and confiscated large quantities of documents directly implicating the Haganah in the Jewish insurgency against Britain. The intelligence information was taken to the King David Hotel, where it was initially kept in the offices of the Secretariat in the southern wing. The Irgun was determined to destroy that wing of the hotel in order to destroy the incriminating documents. That's why Bain was not allowed into the UK in the 50s. They saw him as a terrorist. Pete Hegseth has also given a conference at King David Hotel before.
The ceasefire in Lebanon is a good thing, in my view. It will give the people in Lebanon some breathing room, and it will ensure that there will be no October 7th generated from that border against Israel. Compromise is always difficult, but I think the ceasefire was the right decision. And for this region to move forward, we have to find a way to end the fighting and start the peace. So I was just in Saudi Arabia. This is my 8th trip since October the 7th. I am hopeful, but I'm not naive. These military operations have not only made Israel safer, but I think it's created a pathway to peace that did not exist before. So whether or not we can get there or not, regarding normalizing between Saudi Arabia and Israel, is yet to be determined. There are a lot of hard decisions to be made on both sides, but I believe trying is worth it. My belief, and this is just me, I'm not speaking for my government, I'm certainly not speaking for Israel, that the only way to defeat Hamas permanently is to transform the Palestinian society that led to Hamas. Military conquest, I don't think, will be the answer. The military destruction of Hamas is real and was necessary. But what happens in the future is going to be determined what we do, the region and the United States, what we do in the short term. Somebody has to take over Gaza. Somebody has to rebuild it. It's not going to be the United States. We're not going to rebuild Gaza, and we're not going to take it over because we would fail. I think the idea of a long-term military solution for Israel is going to be difficult. Eventually, somebody is going to have to come and rebuild Gaza and create an entity in the Palestinian world that would live in peace with Israel. The only group that I think has a chance of doing that is the Arab world, led by the Crown Prince and the UAE.
Good stuff, man. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, this seems like a great idea, man. Good job. Hey, God forbid it's the Palestinians that have any sort of sovereignty or autonomy, by the way. Yeah, we gotta give Gaza to the Saudis. What an insane way to speak about 5 million people, 2.5 of them in Gaza right now. Like, can you imagine talking about anyone else like this? No, that's how white supremacy works. There are no punishments for this. There are no consequences for this. As a matter of fact, this is American foreign policy, and Lindsey Graham will be celebrated for elevating it, for having the courage to say it out loud. In a just world, he'd be locked away in prison, okay? What a crock of shit, dude. Oh my God. Anyway, let's move on to the bomb threats.
Nominees for Donald Trump's incoming administration have received threats, including bomb threats. According to a spokesperson for the president-elect, the FBI said it has been made aware of the threats and is working with its law enforcement partners. Let's find out more from our senior North America correspondent, Gary O'Donoghue. What are we hearing about this, Gary?
Well, Jane, the FBI are telling us that there have been numerous, what they call numerous bomb threats and swatting incidents at a number of addresses connected to incoming nominees and appointees to the Trump administration that will take hold of the administration in January. We're hearing that Elise Stefanik, she's a senior member of Congress who's going to be the nominee for the UN ambassador's job. There was a bomb threat at her home in New York, which they learnt about while they were driving back for Thanksgiving, which is tomorrow. We're understanding from some other media sources that Pete Hegseth, the incoming nominee for Secretary of Defense, could have been one of those threatened, and also Howard Lutnick, who's the nominee for the Commerce Secretary. Now, bomb threats, swatting incidents. Swatting is where police call, or people call the police and send them round to someone's house, usually armed to the teeth, because they say there's some...
This is so funny. Having a British man explain how violent of a military force the American police is on any given Sunday is such a funny thing for me. It's like, this is a normal part of American process. In the United States of America, people that don't like you can just call the cops on you to go to your house and try and get you killed. Like, how do you explain that to the fucking Brits, dude?
kind of threat or incident going on there. And they have proved deadly in the past when police turn up. So these are incredibly serious incidents which the FBI is investigating. And bear in mind, there seems to have been a whole bunch of these over one particular night. And that would be particularly concerning because that suggests some kind of conspiracy.
Gary, thank you. Gary O'Donoghue with the latest there in Washington.
Kamala Harris and Tim Walz urging their supporters to keep up the fight on a call with grassroots organizers yesterday.
I know this is an uncertain time.
Yeah, Lee Zeldin is saying it's like pro-Palestine themed messages. We'll see more.
I'm clear-eyed about that.
We'll learn more about it soon.
And it feels heavy. And I just have to remind you, don't you ever let anybody take your power from you. You have the same power that you did before November 5th.
3 weeks after losing the election, Harris's team is speaking out for the first time. In a wide-ranging interview with Pod Save America's Dan Pfeiffer, former senior advisor to Barack Obama, 4 senior members of the Harris campaign discussed what they think went wrong. One major hurdle, they say, they only had 107 days, and they say that impacted decisions like the number of interviews she could do. Trump, on the other hand, of course, made it part of his campaign to appear across several popular podcasts.
one of the things I like about doing a show like this. Can you imagine Kamala doing this show?
I could imagine her doing this show.
She'd be laying on the floor.
She was supposed to do it, and she might
She
still do
wasn't
it,
gonna
and
do
I
it.
hope she does.
She's not going to do
I
it.
will talk to her like a human being. I would
If
try
she
to have a
did this
conversation
kind of an
with her.
interview with you, I hope she does, because it would be a mess. She'd be laying on the floor comatose. You'd be saying, call in the medics.
Harris's team addressed whether she should have gone on Joe Rogan's podcast and tried to explain why it never happened.
Yeah, there's a lot of intrigue around
Yes.
this, a lot of theory.
I'm sorry. While I do think it would have improved their chances, I don't think that it would have fucking changed the outcome. Having said that, however, this level of emphasis on a singular fucking podcast is yet another resounding example that we have devolved as a society. Okay, we have devolved spectacularly.
It's pretty simple. We wanted to do it. We had discussions with Joe Rogan's team. They were great. They wanted us to come on. We wanted to come on. We tried to get a date to make it work, and ultimately we just weren't able to find a date. But it didn't ultimately impact the outcome one way or the other.
They say they just couldn't find a date there, and that they don't think it would have impacted the outcome one way or the other. James Carville weighed in on this question in recent days. Let's watch what he had to say.
The vice president was thinking about going on Joe Rogan's show, and a lot of the younger progressive staffers pitched a hissy fit. If I were running a 2028 campaign,
Dude, this argument is so dumb. Oh, really? Oh, so you listened to your younger staffers about Joe Rogan, but you didn't listen to your younger staffers about Israel-Palestine? I wonder what was more consequential for the election. I don't believe this even for a second, okay? Fuck this lizard. That's a From Software common enemy? Yes, that is James Carville, a From Software common enemy. You are right. Yeah, get the fuck out of here, dude. Oh, they didn't they listen to their staffers. They're so scared of their staffers. No, the fuck they're not. You're just lying. I hate this nonsense.
and I had some little snot-nosed 23-year-old saying, I'm going to resign if you don't do this. Not only would I fire that on the spot, I would find out who hired them and fire that person on the spot. I'm really not interested in your uninformed, stupid opinion as to whether you go on Joe Rogan or not.
Okay, so Jaime, you have the unfortunate.
This is the classic Reddit conundrum of just like operating on a false premise and then, fantasizing about what you would do under that false premise. Like, just, that's it. Like, it's not real. This is not a real thing, okay? The idea that like the Kamala Harris campaign was too scared of a bunch of the fucking low-level staffers who were like, no, don't do it. Joe Rogan is not woke. It's just trying to reframe a very similar narrative that it's the young wokes that are ruining the party. Wow. The Kamala Harris staffers were only focused on Joe Rogan. They had to listen to their youthful staffers on whether or not they should go on the Joe Rogan podcast, but had no problems not listening to them on any number of different things, like fucking, changing trajectory on the ongoing genocide in Gaza. Feelings on Coca-Cola now being BDS. I've already covered this in the morning. I'm heartbroken, but hey, I will, if this is a successful pressure campaign against Coca-Cola, then I'm all for it, I will abide by it. I have talked about my opinions on boycotting and consumer-based activism, and the Palestinian National Council boycott, divestment, and sanctions is like a perfect example of a hyper-targeted, very specific, very deliberate pressure campaign. It's exactly what is good. It's great.
Position as being for the person who has to explain and answer for all of this for us today. What did go wrong?
Yeah. Look, I hate these postmortems, and Mike and I have been talking about this, and this is going to go on for weeks and weeks and weeks. There were myriad of things that happened over the course of the last 4 years, and even 8 years that led to what happened on November 5th. Look, two things that stand out to me. I think my friends on the Kamala campaign are correct. 107 days is not enough time to run for president. That's just a fact. And on the other side, Donald Trump has now run 3 times. This is the 3rd Democratic nominee that he's run against. And so Donald Trump has run for president 3 times. And so he's been able to seed his messaging a lot more strongly than any of our candidates have been, because we've switched over each of the 3 times. And so I do believe that Vice President Harris ran a tremendous campaign, and I think she was as good of a candidate as she could have been. Now, granted, let's pull back to the layers a little bit. Should she have done Joe Rogan? Yes, she should have. Would it have changed the election? Probably not. And so I think, and look, I'm going to steal something that Mike and I were talking about in Mario during the green room. I think here's the overarching thing. You've got to meet voters where they are. You can't try to lead them to where you want them to go. And I think time and time again, Democrats, and particularly this past campaign, we were trying to lead a high-minded campaign and talk about issues that we thought were important to people, but come to find out, that's not what people wanted to talk about. People wanted to talk about immigration. They wanted to feel safe. They wanted to talk about inflation. And look, all these numbers that, these indicators that we're talking about today seem to be doing better right now. And I think if we had a couple more days or weeks, I do believe Kamala Harris and Joe Biden could have got that message out a little bit more saliently. And then, of course, Governor Walz did a great job, too.
And just to Haima's point, I mean, there's a couple of things, right? We talked about immigration earlier.
Dude, everyone is so bad at their jobs. It's
In
crazy.
this segment, we saw Governor Abbott. He was arguably the unsung hero of this political campaign, right, by bringing immigration to the fore. When you look at Donald Trump's, what he's arguing is a mandate for a second term based off of the margin of victory that he had over Vice President Harris. I mean, you look at some of those blue states, that's what's emboldening him. And that's also the warning sign, I think, for the Democrats, right, because it is immigration, it is inflation. She was quite defensive, as was Biden. When Haima mentioned some of the indicators, right, President Biden, before Harris assumed the mantle, would just come out and talk about all of these statistics from the Economic Council, excuse me, et cetera. And Americans aren't feeling that when they go to the grocery store and pay for eggs and bread and all of those other things. And Vice President Harris, I think the campaign fell a little bit short of understanding and being able to articulate Americans' pain.
Yeah, so let's dig in a little bit more on Stephen in particular there. Of course, we've spent a lot of time on, and it was an ad that was framed around trans issues, right? That the Trump campaign put a lot of money behind, and it was, Kamala Harris is for they, them, Trump is for you. Here was how...
They love that ad. I swear to Christ, the media, especially the liberal side of media, likes that ad more than anyone else. They love pointing to that ad to be like, it was brilliant, it was amazing. And I think it's because it just goes back to the same thing that I always talk about, which is that everyone is like a little transphobic to a lot transphobic. And so for that reason, especially when paired with the fearful nature of liberals, especially when paired with the fearful nature of liberals, they like, it creates a sense of panic where they're like, no, the ad was so good. It was so good. They got us. They got us. We're so pro-trans. They got us. No, when you're not someone who is well defined, then people can make a mockery out of you. When you have no fucking genuinely held convictions, and no universal programs that you're advocating for, people could just like so easily turn around and be like, yeah, you only care about giving trans prisoners bottom surgery. It's so stupid.
Quentin Folks, who was on the campaign, as well as David Plouffe, explained that in this postmortem. Let's watch.
Obviously, it was a very effective ad at the end. I ultimately don't believe that it was about the issue of trans. I think that it made her seem out of touch. And it was sort of a pseudo-economic ad underneath it.
At the end of the day, we were spending a lot of time with voters in these battleground states, both quantitatively and qualitatively. And this trans ad was not driving vote.
So he says the ad's not driving votes, but when you listen to what Quentin said there, I mean, I'm sure that they were testing the trans issue in a straightforward way, but if the ad's about way more than that, it doesn't necessarily line up.
Right, and it's amazing how after an election, it's like one or two things that, oh, we lost because of that. But go back to the Virginia governor's race in 2021. The issues in that race were inflation, trans kids in sports, and immigration. Even
Dude, that's crazy. My man is pointing to a special elections in a governor's race. Like, it is perhaps the worst example. You might as well be talking about an election in fucking Zimbabwe to try and derive any sort of data that you can extrapolate from this conversation as like prescient is so childish. Brother, what happened after 2021? There was a fucking midterm election. You went back to 2021 to a gubernatorial special race? Are you fucking stupid? How are you a paid commentator? Red states have blue governors. Blue states have red governors. People have a much closer relationship with their governors. Okay? It bears no basis on a broader political conversation in general. Mark Robinson, for many different reasons, lost the gubernatorial race on the same ticket where Kamala Harris lost. Okay? Andy Bashar is a Democrat and one of the most popular governors in the nation state. And Andy Bashar is a pro-trans Democrat in Kentucky. Yeah, Vermont reelected a Republican governor by a landslide. This is just how it is. You can't extrapolate. You can't use governor races as a serious metric for anything, especially a special election. That is just the gubernatorial race. Oh my God, you're so fucking stupid.
even in Virginia was an issue. That completely prefigured this election. I think because the Democrats did better than everyone thought they would in the midterm elections, that people kind of forgot that. But I think
and that's why we ended up with a 170-day campaign, by the way.
Right, but I think the election was probably lost 3 years ago when the White House was saying inflation was transitory when everyone knew it wasn't, and they were saying there wasn't a border crisis when there was.
Do you agree?
I mean, oh yeah, I agree. I also think there were parental issues in that gubernatorial race in 2021. I mean, it was a. Let me put it to you that there's so many places I could go with this, but let me just put it in this context. When you have the they them was the important line in that ad. It had less to do with the transgender issue and more with the they, them, the wokeness. When you juxtapose Vice President Harris and Beyonce against Donald Trump at either McDonald's or wearing an orange vest in a garbage truck,
Donald Trump's a billionaire, brother. What the fuck are you talking about? So, like, I know for a fact that he would be ripping into Kamala Harris if she also did the same dumbass thing that Donald Trump did by, cosplaying as a regular layman. Everyone would rip into her. It's so dumb.
That was the difference in the election. It had everything to do with the economy, but it also had to do with who is speaking directly to the voters. And you had Donald Trump doing what Democrats have done for decades, speaking directly to working class voters. And the Harris campaign either ignored them, didn't think they needed them. I don't know what their idea was there, but they made a vibe election bet. He made a base election, unvoted, low propensity voter bet, and he won.
For sure. All right. Stephen Collinson, Mario Parker, Jaime Moore, Mike Dubke, thank you all very much for joining me this morning. I appreciate it. Happy Thanksgiving.
So when you want to give like an interview after, give a postmortem, you think you would go to a traditional media outlet? That way they can ask some,
Kamala campaign blames bad question for interview snafus. Okay. Dude, it's crazy how hard the Republicans are just cooking. They are absolutely fucking dominating the Democratic media, the Democratic Party apparatus. They've just been nonstop. It's been an endless faucet of fucking ownage. God damn, it must feel good to be a Republican right around now. You're like, we want everything, brother. Where was I? Oh, Adam McKay, this timidity, lack of situational understanding, and deference to power is the reason why people like this are hired in advance in the DNC ecosystem, legacy news, corporations, etc. Select schools, communities, and mentors cultivate this nibble around the edges approach. And in the face of an active genocide, climate collapse, and widespread economic predation / corruption is absolutely killing us. Also, I just found out that Adam McKay actually follows me on Twitter. Watch this space. Got to get him on the broadcast, I think. It's so funny that I use his movies so much. Hold on. He saw your Schmeat yesterday. Have some shame. Maybe that's why he started following me. He was like, man, he's like, look, ultimately, I don't really care about a man's Schmeat, but like he has a respectable one, which is worthy of a follow. Like he's like, it doesn't tickle my fancy in like a gay way, but I respect it in like a manly way.
tough questions. Instead, the Obama crew that ran Kamala Harris' campaign went to the Obama Bros, which were the speechwriters, the comms team.
Pod Save America.
Pod Save America, and this is what they had to say.
Dude, Pod Save America's they're eating it from every side, by the way. That's so funny. The left hates them because they're like, oh, you guys are establishment shills. And the right obviously hate them also because they're like, you're Democratic Party establishment shills. And the Democratic Party establishment hates them because they're like, oh, you're not loyal enough. even though they have been, and they haven't really gotten enough in return for that loyalty either. That's what's hilarious about it, is that like, it's not like the fucking, fuck you mean them, you're a PodJohn? Okay, that's true. I am a PodJohn. I'm a PodJohn now. Okay, so put some respect on it. Yes. The CNN video's out
Hasan,
now.
Piker.
The CNN video's out and Kaya's on it. That's right. Kaya is on the main stage. Oh, by the way, you know who was really mad at them? The fucking Kennedy guy, Jack Schlossberg. Who he's like somewhat unwell, I think. And he's always like popping off on TikTok. He sometimes shows up on my For You page too. But he said podcast was a comedy, not a tragedy. Absolutely no grace or humility, no accountability, no clue. Truly insulting. But there's a happy ending. Never have to listen to the person below again, and neither do any of you. Crank T. Nelson says, Jack, I'm afraid you are very mistaken about the nature of the Democratic Party if you think we won't hear from election losers again. Yeah. The IRS just said it wants $20 billion more money. Do you think this budget should be increased, same, decreased, deleted? What? Flat tax for all, no loopholes. I suspect when they say flat tax, they don't mean like, you know, a flat percentage. They mean like a finite amount. They mean like, you know, everybody pays like $1,000. I don't know. We are so cooked. America as a nation is so cooked. I will always keep repeating this. Oh, Kamala Harris was refused by Sean Evans, by the way, which I thought was pretty funny.
We would do an interview, and the questions were small and processy and about like
dumb. Just
they were not informing a voter who was trying to listen to learn more or to understand. That does a disservice to voters, and being up against a narrative that we weren't doing anything or we were afraid to have interviews is complete, and also like took hold a little bit, and we just gave us another thing we had to fight back for that Trump never had to worry about.
Well, I mean, look, everyone could look back. This is the time to be honest. This is the only time.
You have nothing to lose.
That mode of midterms. But when she says she blames the people for asking small questions, that is the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life. I blame the friendly questions that we got from friendly journalists.
Layups.
Where 77% of all the your coverage was positive. Where something like 85% of all Trump's was negative. And you blame the questions.
Dude, you want to know something crazy? Fox News is 100% right. Like, I hate that I have to give it to Brian fucking Kill Myself of all people. Okay? It makes me want to say, I'm Brian Kill Me. But they are 100% right with this analysis. Like, he's on the money. He's like, what are you now complaining that they were too nice to you? What the fuck? The media very rarely actually ask like adversarial questions. And I think it's partially because, you know, they paid the piper. They were fucking so unimaginably pro-corporate donors and pro-Israel that, like, I think that's part of the process. The media was like, all right, you're playing ball. We got you. The problem is mainstream news, especially on the left, no longer has the same motion that it once did. The online content sphere is far too diversified and far too vast and far too successful. The audiences that are watching mainstream television are so fucking old. They're dying. And what is she going to do? Come on my show? I would have asked some big questions. No small ones. You know?
If you get a question of what is it going to take to win, that's all I need. Yeah. Because if I know what it takes to win and what my vision is, thank you for the easy question. I will take advantage of it. You know it with your book interviews. If someone says, tell me about Under His Wings, you can't be like, what a bad question.
Right.
I'm going to tell you books. You say, okay, I'm going to tell you about the content of it. It is an opportunity.
Oh my God. He's actually cooking. What the fuck is going on? I mean, he's literally right. He's like, you're complaining about the fucking stupid questions? No. Wait, what the fuck? Peter Griffin bears it all while eating spicy wings. Popular YouTube show host Hot Ones turned down Kamala Harris pre-election interview request. I wonder if any of them, the team guesting on PSA, made the call to have you removed from the DNC. No, Kamala's campaign was actually in favor of me being at the DNC to begin with. It was the actual DNC that did not like it. It was Jamie Harrison's side that was very agitated about it. And as far as I understand from the people that I talked to and the people that I heard from, it was the straw that broke the camel's back was my anger towards not having a Palestinian speaker. Would you go on Hot Ones? Yes, dude, of course. Sean Evans is my mortal enemy, okay? But I would go on Hot Ones for sure. Why wouldn't I? I'd love to go on Hot Ones. Yeah, I said it was some real Israel behavior by the DNC. Sean is your fragile op? Yeah, he is. Although I'm a bald chaser, Sean Evans, who doesn't know I exist, is my op. And old heads of the show know why, okay? There's a good reason for it. He beat me many years ago. He bested me in the battle in an award show that doesn't even fucking exist anymore, and I will never live it down.
Opportunity to show yourself. And what she missed is an opportunity to hop on the podcast and keep on debating the Joe Rogan podcast. It's the format. The format is, I'm not really going to ask you about what you did or Joe Biden. I'm going to ask you about you. And are you comfortable talking besides recipes? What else makes you up? Yeah. Why did you get married late? What went into those decisions? Yeah. What was it like growing up in San Francisco, with a single parent? So that's when you have an opportunity over the course of 3 hours to show your personality. Trump did it, but the format worked for Trump. Andrew Schultz and these guys, they were funny.
That's when he's his best.
He's self-effacing. Yeah. So if you are self-effacing and you have a degree of humility, That's why you love the format.
No. Donald Trump is not self-effacing at all. He is funny. He's telegenic. But no, he's not self-effacing. What are you talking about, dude? I feel like these guys genuinely, like, saying Trump experiences or exhibits humility is so mind-boggling to me. Like, we are living on an alternative plane of existence, dude. You are not living on planet Earth. I'm sorry. You are fucking out of your mind. What are you talking about? He's never demonstrated humility at all. The only difference is Trump is honestly dishonest, okay? He comes across as earnest in his dishonesty. He's like, yeah, I'm a scumbag, but I'm your scumbag. That's it. Whereas Democrats, even if they're being honest, come across as fucking dishonest. They're so scared. They're meek. They're insincere. They come across as technocratic elitists.
And then you hop in with 60 Minutes, you answer some questions circuitously, and they make you seem smart.
Yeah.
They edit your answers, and you're still complaining, and then you were scared to do an interview. Don't lie about it. You didn't put her in front of the cameras till after the DNC. Yeah.
So true. Emily, they blamed Trump, actually, when it came to the... They said, look, they were actually trying to do the interview that same day that Trump did it in Houston, but they just really couldn't make it work. It's to Brian's point, though, they really didn't want to do the interview. There were people within the campaign staff that didn't think that she was shine, A. And number two, as James Carville made it very clear, the young people on the campaign, you know, the crazy, blue hair, purple hair.
Don't do Rogan.
They said, don't do Rogan.
That's right. And the thing is that
The handshake coming from the fucking liberal mainstream media outlets and the stupid ass Fox News and the rest of the right-wing circuit is so frustrating. They're all in unison saying the same shit. Every single one of your parents, you're going to see them. If you haven't seen them already, you're going to see them in the upcoming days. They are going to repeat the exact same dumbass talking points to you because both the Republican side and the liberal side, if you're over the age of 45, if you're over the age of 50, you're watching television, and Television Man is saying the exact same shit. I like that the liberals, instead of licking their wounds and doing an autopsy, have decided, you know what? There's a far greater enemy out here, trans people, undocumented immigrants, and the left. Okay, how are you any different than the Republican right then? I hate it.
for someone that effectively attempted to have us believe in her as a leader, and by the way, she was the current vice president this entire time, and yet remains unchallenged. To your point about all of these interviews, everything she said was never challenged. She never had a follow-up question. Contrast that with President Trump during a debate where everyone said it was 3-on-1. Everything he said was challenged, twisted, manipulated, and pushed back. She had every softball, every option, every opportunity, every time. And yet she wants us to believe that she's the victim, that the scheduling didn't work out, that she can't make something work. And yet you want me to put my faith in you as a commander-in-chief? You think I can trust you with the nuclear codes, with diplomacy, with representing me on the national and global stage, and you can't even articulate the answer to a softball question as to economic policy or why you flip-flop.
She should have never did the rally in Houston. There was no shot in winning Texas. There was absolutely no shot. It would have been more beneficial to the campaign to do the interview than do that rally in Texas. They had this, just like the poll that was released days before Iowa. There was no shot in winning Iowa. Everyone knew it. It was an outlier. Instead, they wanted the voters. They said the same thing about Florida. There's a shot. We're seeing some movement. Ron DeSantis has dominated in Florida for the last election cycle, okay? Midterms and his governor's race. So there was no data to suggest.
What about who the Dems put in charge versus who the Republicans put in charge? Like Trump picks are insane. No Dem president's ever had picks like that. Yeah, no. Democrats put more competent pieces of shit in positions of power, whereas the Republicans put direct monsters in positions of power. But I don't know why you're even bringing that up. I mean, there's no argument here. Yes, Democrats will bring about a more moderate, a managed fascism as opposed to the Republican Party that wants this volatility of full tilt fascism. Democrats are there to always there to either normalize Republican positions or restructure the government, maybe pick up some of the pieces that the Republicans destroyed, but never fully actually clawing back all of the gross power transfers that the Republicans engaged in, or the exchange of resources or deregulation that the Republican Party put in place. But here's the thing. If you don't want the Republicans to put fucking assholes into positions of power, and I certainly don't want that, then you have to run a good race. You have to be a competent a competent politician even before the race. This is what is frustrating about this process. Okay? I don't want Donald Trump to win. I didn't want Donald Trump to win. I made that very clear. But the reality is, I was frustrated with the Democrats because they were going to lose to Donald Trump. They were making a very dangerous gamble. And it turns out I was right. Even though towards the end, I was like, maybe there's an opportunity here, slight opportunity, even though I favor Trump winning the popular vote. You're a fucking loser, baby. Trump 2024, baby. You're a fucking loser, man. Yeah, I mean, it already happened. Trump is already going to be president. And I'm willing to bet that your life is not going to change in a meaningful fashion, in a positive direction. It's going to get worse. And we'll check back with you in a couple of years. I mean, it's 2019 that you've been following me since. And, wait, what? You have a good head on your shoulders. Keep it up. I really want to hear what you have to say about building the wall. But she really doesn't have to pay for the place they're building or the electricity or tools you said back in 2019. My opinion on building the wall has not changed. Just so you understand. And I suspect that your life did not improve meaningfully under the first Trump administration, despite the fact that you supported him. Yeah, my man went dead silent for the 4 years of Biden. The Biden dub. Only to come back. A glorious return. For a lot of people, they just think like, oh yeah, we're going to dominate trans people. We're going to dominate gay people. We're going to dominate the undocumented migrants, thinking that that is going to make rent better. You know, it's not. Is your landlord trans? Is your landlord undocumented? Okay. Is your landlord ruining the fucking housing market? Or not your landlord. Your landlord is doing that. Is an undocumented migrant ruining the housing market? I didn't realize they were a fucking BlackRock, you know? It's all comprised of undocumented migrants. Undocumented migrants are at Sweet Baby Inc., ruining video games. My dad is currently watching you for the first time on CNN. He doesn't know that I watch you. Oh, shit. Tell me what he thinks about... Tell me what he thinks about the piece.
Yes, that they had a path there, but they were telling people this to try to excite. Just like at the convention, Brian, they said there was so much joy. There was no joy. No one liked her. And we saw it at every swing state when she lost every single swing state.
Right. So I think there's a lot there. I just think that finally, the question that destroyed her campaign, and everyone agrees, was, how are you different than Joe Biden?
Oh, yeah.
Yes. So you
by Sonny Austin.
So in retrospect, the questions were too simple. You can't get simpler than that. Yeah. If you can't hit an underhand pitch,
it's a layup.
Why should I give you a fastball?
Exactly. God,
this is true.
Nailing it.
Wow.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch
Wow, here we go. The president-elect isn't letting the shortened holiday week slow him down, announcing a flurry of new picks for his incoming administration.
The new appointments made last night give us a better idea of what Trump's second presidency will look like.
Doug Glazader has a story on that in Washington. Hey, Doug.
Hey, good morning, guys. It was one after another last night. The organizational chart is really beginning to fill in now for the incoming Trump administration, and many of these picks are consistent with...
What are your predictions? What? For what? My parents love your evolution from that kid on TYT. They are 70. Good work reaching out to them old heads. All right, let's move on.
Now to the reaction to President Trump's threat to hit Canada and Mexico with tariffs on day one of his new administration. Two countries are pushing back. Mexico's president is warning that her country could retaliate against the U.S. with tariffs of its own. Chief Business Correspondent Rebecca Jarvis here with the story. Good morning, Rebecca.
Good morning to you, George. Nice to see you guys. And he is threatening Mexico and Canada with those tariffs unless they crack down on the flow of migrants and drugs. They are pushing back, but it is American consumers who could end up paying the biggest price. This morning, President-elect Trump's threat to impose tariffs on America's neighbors already prompting a growing fight with Mexico and Canada. Mexico's new president threatening to retaliate with tariffs of their own if Trump follows through on his pledge to impose 25% across-the-board tariffs on both countries, potentially sparking a devastating trade war. No es aceptable. Mexico's president says tariffs are not acceptable and it would cause inflation and job losses in the U.S. and Mexico. Adding later, Mexico respects Trump, but we also ask respect for ourselves. To the north, in Canada, an emergency session of Parliament where Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, who's had a rocky relationship with Trump, is trying to calm nerves, speaking to Trump within hours of him posting his threat Monday night.
What we will do is stand up for Canadian jobs, as we have before, as we will continue to. Stand up for the prosperity we create when we work together.
But analysts believe the damage wouldn't be limited to overseas. Several major companies have already made clear American consumers would pay much of the cost of any tariffs. With inflation still cooling, Americans could be hit with higher prices for electronics, cars, hardware, groceries, and even gasoline. Best Buy CEO, for example, telling investors during an earnings call Tuesday, the vast majority of that tariff will probably be passed on to the consumer as a price increase. Trump has long favored tariffs to achieve his goals, this time accusing America's two largest trading partners of letting drugs and migrants cross the border, promising pain if something doesn't change. And the question now is how much of that tough talk actually becomes action when you look at President-elect Trump's cabinet, his economic cabinet. Many of them are seen by Wall Street as more moderate on tariffs. The perception is, George, that this is a negotiating tactic at this point.
And that's one of the reasons that the stock market keeps rising.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking all of this in stride.
Yeah. When is Ta-Nehisi Coates' interview now? We're going to reschedule the next week when he's feeling better.
Right at this point, Wall Street was up 20% going into the election. The S&P 500 now up 27% for the year, and that's what's reflected in most 401ks and retirement accounts. And I can tell you, while you're hearing from a lot of world leaders on this topic, behind the scenes, it's the CEOs talking to the president-elect about what this would do to their business and their consumer.
Okay, Rebecca, thanks very much.
Let's start off with some what the hell news. It was the most requested story on the text line for the past 12 hours. Let's talk about this Kai Cenat situation.
Dude, this is an insane situation, by the way. It's like not even a meme. If you guys are unfamiliar or unaware with what happened, it is a totally insane situation. And I'm going to issue a trigger warning because, no, it's not Sexy Red. Sexy Red is not like the craziest thing that occurred. Kai Cenat, he'll get to it, but there's a trigger warning for like hanging, suicide.
For those who don't know, Kai Cenat
It's not
is
real,
arguably
of course. Like, it didn't actually happen, but it's like a wild thing that occurred, like a simulated version of it.
one of the biggest streamers in the world right now. And he's in the middle of this marathon stream, subathon, where he became the most subscribed streamer in the world. But now we're seeing people yell, "What the hell? That was messed up," or ban Kai Cenat. And the reason they're saying that right now is because there was a stunt aired on his stream where it appeared that Kai pulled a rope that then hung someone. Because like I said, Kai's been doing this subathon, and last night he was joined by a magician by the name of Max Major, who seemingly had a surprise trick for him. Because when Kai walked outside to find Max, Max was already on a platform accompanied by 3 nooses, which resulted in this reaction.
Yo, what? Bro, what is wrong? Max, what the are you doing up there, Max?
And then, as they got closer to Max, he explained the stunt, noting that there were 3 nooses up there with him and 3 cords with handles down by Kai. And in this setup, the way it's shown is that even though Kai couldn't see what cord belonged to which noose, he was going to pull.
This is disgusting, and Kai deserves accountability for continuing to stream it. I think I have a more nuanced position on this, but it's like what he tried to do in this situation was to mitigate it, and was like, don't show this. So he literally pushed the camera down. And in normal circumstances, for the record, especially when you're like a very large content creator, obviously, and doing like this almost Hollywood level production, Twitch is going to be more understanding because it's real. Like it's live broadcasting. It's live broadcasting like a television show. So in an uncontrolled environment, there are going to be some issues, but it's the same principle behind for example, if I'm watching like news coverage or something, and then there's like or if I'm watching something in real time and unexpectedly there is like a blip of violence or pornography or some kind of material like that, and I quickly scroll away. Twitch is inconsistent in issuing bans on that, but usually they're very charitable and will let you slide. Because while this was a pre-planned event, I think the entire nature of the pre-planned event was him not knowing what the fuck was going to happen. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's the same as a sniper shouting slurs. Exactly. If a stream sniper runs up to you while you're live streaming and this has happened many times over, and they like shout slurs, then it's not entirely your fault. Or if you're live streaming and then there's like a car crash that occurs, it's not entirely your fault. And I suspect that he knew 100%, in my opinion. I watched the video and it didn't seem like he knew what was going to happen. Like he didn't think that like the dude was going to be hanged. Do you know what I mean? Because very clearly, you can see the way he behaves after the dude is like simulated as hanging.
Pull one when Max told him to. Notably, Max attached to one of the nooses, but first, he also warned the audience.
I have to say that I'm a professional. This is my decision to do this. I'm supervised by professionals. We have emergency personnel standing by, and that absolutely no one should try anything like this or anything dangerous at home.
Then,
I think he was looking for, I also personally think that he's like the magician might have been looking for clout. You know what I mean? And he did get it. I don't personally care, but don't you think the examples you gave are unpredictable and sudden? While this is a pretty long situation, yeah, I don't think that this was going to be the outcome. Like, I don't think he thought that he would be, hanging someone.
Do a pull test where Kai pulled one of the cords to see what would happen, and sure enough, one of the nooses goes up. But then after that test, Max putting his head through one of the nooses, and with only 2 cords left to pull, it seemingly meant there was a 50-50 shot that Kai was going to pull the one that Max was attached to. And initially with this, you have Kai seemingly getting worried.
If I kill you, I go to jail, right? Bro, what the No!
Everyone in Kai's group also appears to start getting uneasy with the whole thing, but Kai did as Max instructed and pulled one of the handles. And as it turned out, he pulled the one that Max had put his head in. So Max goes up into the air for a few seconds, but his crew then quickly dropped him down and got him out. Now with that, the reason I'm describing it rather than showing you is I do not think I can or would want to show you someone getting hung by a noose. But in the aftermath, what we saw and what I can show you is Kai's reaction.
What the
Need you guys to go back to the house.
Wait, no.
I think the important part about this is that the immediate, because I watched not the full thing, but I did watch the part where like he's literally hanging and they show him hanging and it looks like, you know, it looks like a person hanging, right? And you can tell that he thinks he's just like caused this person a tremendous amount of pain. And not only that, but he also immediately tries to fucking move the camera away. Like it's not, I feel like I don't think that his expectation was that he was going to literally hang a dude. Hasan, please, Kai knew. Yeah, I don't. Hold on. Doors open. Sorry. Wait, so there wasn't actually a magic trick at all? It was just a stunt? Yeah. But also, you got to realize, like, he's probably going to lose a lot of sponsorship deals because of this. Like, why the fuck would he voluntarily be like, yeah, no, he most likely lost his Nike deal from this. You know what I mean? Like, there's no fucking shot that he was like, yeah, great, I would love to lose my Nike deal. Kai Cenat, you guys are forgetting, is not a normal Twitch streamer. He is literally in between a Twitch streamer and a Hollywood entertainer. The content that he's creating is television level production. And on top of that, I mean, he's got fucking McDonald's sponsorships and shit, okay? Nike, McDonald's, all these massive brands that sponsor him, they're not going to fuck around with this kind of thing at all. So, you know, a dude appearing in like fucking T-Mobile ads and shit is not going to place himself in a place where, oh shit. Nice. Yeah, it's for Thanksgiving. Just leave it on the kitchen counter. Why would the magician not run it past them? He doesn't need to know. I think for this bit to work from the mindset, if I put myself in the mindset of the magician, you don't want the fucking person to know what you're gonna do. I'm on the he knew train, watch the full VOD. It's on his property and there was like 10-minute lead up to the final pull. They might have thought it wouldn't actually happen, but he knew the possibility for sure. I could see that. He's not going to lose his sponsors. Why are you overreacting so hard? No, there's definitely a likelihood that he could lose sponsors. People are going to say, you have a massive audience of children and you simulated a hanging. What are you talking about? There's an entire reason why there is a fucking massive controversy surrounding the incident. The fuck are you talking about? There's hella people in this chat who are like, oh no, he still pulled off the stunt, knowing full well that it could have been a simulated hanging. So yeah, I think that ultimately this is like a incident that absolutely would invoke a lot of controversy, and I don't think that he it's not even his reaction is so immediate that I don't think it's like people are gonna get mad at me for this and now I fucked up. Like that's the type of attitude that people would have if they did something, they thought it was chill, and then they faced repercussions, and then they changed their perspective. Okay? His attitude was immediate. Where like he was like, oh fuck, what the fuck is going on? Okay, but like what's the trick there that he didn't die? Yeah, I don't really know what like the magician's goals were, aside from I think like just, you know, trying to create some controversy. It's also a performance song. We watch actors in musicals and movies with violence, otherwise seen as atrocious in real life context. This feels like kind of shit. Yeah, that's why, because Twitch streaming blurs the lines of like something that is really happening and a television production. That's the other side of the story. That's the other reason why people are like understandably more distraught by what they saw, and also understandably more aggressively being like, no, this is real. He said, the real magic trick is let me make Kai's sponsors disappear. Yeah.
Oh my God. No. I might get banned.
I need you guys to go.
Oh, my heart hurts.
We need to clear the way so that they can get in line.
Oh my God. Yo, what? I get banned. Is he good? It's gotta be a prank. It has to be a prank. Max still laying in the box. Bro, I just pulled a... All my life, I didn't mean to pull the wrong code. All my life.
Kai's team then's instructed to go back inside. Kai continues to wonder if he was pranked, asking, is Max okay? And then he finds a note from Max instructing him to watch a video where he essentially explains that the whole thing was pre-planned.
If you're watching this, that means that something has gone terribly wrong. But what you don't know is that was all according to my plan. You see, at the start of my performance, I said that tonight was all about choices.
I took a clip. He was hanging for 7 seconds. Yeah, he hung for a minute, dude. He was, I mean, it was fucking gruesome. I'm not gonna lie. It shocked me.
But not just the choices that you made tonight.
This dude is insane, okay? Straight up. Like, an actually insane. It was all a part of my master plan. My goal was for you to hang me and therefore get you banned. Like, what the fuck? I think like in order for this reaction to be sincere, why are you standing in the corner? There's a fucking seat right there. Right there. There's also seats over there. You can pull a seat from over there and bring it in here. You can if you want to. Bro, Austin literally pulled a chair outside of the studio. He's sitting on the corner of the studio, like outside of the room of the studio. It's just like, and he's just like sitting there, this meek little man, okay? He's like, oh, I don't know. Should I come in? I don't know. Get the fuck over here, dude. What's wrong with you? What the fuck is...
Somebody called me a fucking idiot in the chat. It's
what the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
I don't know. I haven't been socialized in a few days. I don't remember what it's like.
Yeah, what happened? Why are you...
I don't know.
Still, this stomach virus is like cooked you. I feel like you're still pale.
What?
What's happening?
I don't know.
You still
Do I look
sick.
pale?
You still look sick.
I'm not sick at all. Oh, shit. Did I get it again?
I don't know. I hope.
Fuck.
Better stay the fuck away
No,
from
I
me.
feel great. I feel great. I just haven't slept in like 3 days.
Wait,
But
why not?
I don't know. I can't sleep. I've been taking these vitamins and I don't know what the fuck's in them, but like I'm like I get to bed and I'm just like I cannot sleep. I think I was
Do you
reading.
masturbate?
Yeah, multiple times. Over and over again.
I had the fire off twice last night.
Yeah, to go to sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
no.
sometimes you got to hit it twice.
No, and then sometimes like I'll even try to like go to sleep and like put a porno on in my head. You know what I'm talking about? You ever like dream of like a fantasy and just like play it and then go to sleep to it? It didn't work. Nothing worked. Y'all know that nobody else does that? Is that just me? TMI. We just come on. He showed his whole cock on his timeline yesterday. What are you talking about, TMI?
Dude. I'm sorry that I
Jesus Christ. Fucking,
I'm sorry that I'm dominating the spaces that you're...
Bro, I couldn't even post a thirst trap yesterday without people calling me that I was saying I was copying you, like you invented the thirst trap. I'm blowing podcast content, god damn it.
It's like you know, LeBron James invented basketball. Like, did he actually invent it? No, but he redefined it.
Okay.
Damn.
The LeBron James of thirst.
How does this make you feel?
But dude, I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I didn't realize. I looked at the before photo.
Yeah, you didn't realize how fat I was?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of fucked up of me to say, but I mean,
Yeah.
look, you were a little, look.
I was a little chubster,
You're a little
dude.
chub.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, look, I mean, hey, look, congratulations. I was proud of you. I was proud of you. No, this is good for my business.
Put your cock away.
Look, I mean, it
Yeah,
was.
I don't like
you
that
like my
being
comment?
objectified, but we'll save this for the broadcast.
You don't like being objectified?
Like to this degree, it's like the cock wasn't supposed to be the main fixture of this entire thing.
All right, we're talking about no more conversation. No more conversation. You guys
Okay,
got to. We're going to
we'll
talk
save
about
it
this
for the
on
pod.
the
Save it for the
podcast.
pod. All right, let's continue with this.
The choices that you've made since the day that we met. Well, all along, who is this? I planned to influence you to make the wrong choice.
Wait, did
and
he
I
make
knew
a
you'd pick
video
the red
behind
handle.
the
You then see Kai
scenes
seemingly worried he was going to face a ton of
him
backlash.
basically trolling Kai and
Yeah,
not
he was
telling
like,
them.
yeah, he was like, yeah, I got you, you little bitch. You fucking almost killed me. That's what his video was about.
Why would he do this?
Yeah.
He definitely did. With people generally thinking prank or not, whether Kai knew or not, he shouldn't have let this whole thing happen. With people writing things like, it doesn't take a genius to know once a man was on a stage with a noose around his neck, you probably shouldn't continue with the stunt. No matter if the magician tricked him or not, there comes a point.
Like, I don't know what he hashtag accountability matters. People are so funny.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what he thought was going to happen, but I'm certain that he didn't think that he was going to do a live simulated hanging of a person. You know what I mean? Like,
I mean, did
hashtag accountability matters.
Look, you would think that he's a magician, so he knows what he's doing.
What the fuck is magical about hanging yourself? No, magicians do that shit all the time. They do like crazy self-harm shit.
Yeah.
Like the David Blaine stuff, like all the escape stuff. Like that's normal. Like that happens. It's just, this is one of those.
It's the most liberal ass hashtag I've ever seen.
Yeah. This is, dude, right wingers love doing that liberal shit though. They're like,
Oh, really?
I'm doing accountability on Hasanabi Piker.
Yeah.
He said America deserved 9/11. Stop crying, bitch. Anyway,
he's like, and I'll say it again.
Yeah, that's what Fox News did to me the other week. They're like, it seems
I
here
know.
you're joking about a second 9/11.
Yeah.
Like, okay, well, you understand that I'm being sarcastic, so why the fuck are you asking me
Yeah.
if I meant it sincerely, dumbass? All right.
Yeah, Jesus.
The magic is supposed to be escaping the news. Exactly. Like, it's supposed to be like, oh, see, like, you tried to hang me, but I succeeded in escaping. Like, that type of shit. That's an illusionist. This guy lied to Kai. Wow. Some real Magic Castle shit going on in the chat
I
right
don't
now.
understand.
That's an illusionist.
So I'm sorry I'm late to the party here, but I saw the video of him hanging himself. At what point, where's the magic?
No, I didn't. Like,
I'm genuinely like, where's the
no,
trick?
I think it was like a weird. You know what it is? It's like comedy. Okay.
Yeah.
You can be a very edgy comedian, but if you teeter along this fine line,
Yeah.
as an edgy comic, like and craft a really funny joke, it's a banger.
Shock magic.
But if you actually fail to be funny in the process of being edgy, then you come across like a racist piece of shit.
Yeah.
And I think what he was trying to do was basically that, where he was like, oh, this is an excellent prank.
Yeah.
And then because he didn't have like a real, it seemed like there was no real like payoff, right? The
Yeah.
payoff is just what?
Everybody-
Traumatizing
yeah.
everyone that watched you be hanged.
Everybody panics and you get out of the noose because everybody helps you down.
Yeah. So like,
Right? He didn't even escape.
so I think that because there was no payoff, there was no like real punchline, there was no twist. It was just like a very what you see is what you get type situation. People were like, what the fuck where's the magic?
He was released by somebody else. But like,
Yeah, chat. There are like, there's a reason why all these like escape artists and shit, like they put themselves in deadly situations, but under no circumstances are they like stuck there and almost die.
he could he could have broken his neck, right?
Like, the prestige is not where you're like fucking dying. Yeah.
Didn't Houdini die of?
I don't know how he died.
I don't know.
It was mind manipulation. That was the magic. He never said he was gonna survive. What? The magic is that he got Kai to assist him in his suicide. Yeah. I guess that was supposed to be the mind read. I knew you were going to go pull the red rope. That's why they told Kai to leave and go upstairs. Kai went upstairs, found a note from Max to click on the YouTube video. The YouTube video was about how he knew. Okay, but that's like, there's probably a better way to do that. Your PSA episode is out. Wait, already? Damn, they released it the night of? That's crazy. Normally, the payoff is you appear somewhere else and magically you're not actually harmed. Yeah, not just by hanging there by the neck and the emergency crew has to get you out. Oh, this is funny. Kai Cenat hung a white man on stream. He's the greatest of all time. How would you feel if a white person hung a black person? Brother, sit down. Let me tell you about the 1800s. That's okay. Okay. It's still traumatic, by the way. That's crazy.
Dude, what the fuck?
Damn.
Damn, it's only got 39 likes. You fell off, bro.
I know. It's over. It's over.
Dude, it's so fucking over. 200
so
views.
over.
Fucking
I'm done.
L.
I'm done. It's over. My career is over. I'm washed. I'm washed. I'm washed. I'm washed. L. History teacher looking ass. I like your fit. Thank you. Oh, there's a Seth Moulton interview too, which is funny because they gave Seth Moulton what? Like 20 minutes.
Who said Moulton?
Seth Moulton's that Democrat who was like, my daughter is a transphobe.
Wait, what?
Remember after the election, he was like, my daughter hates trans people.
Wait, why would he?
She's afraid of trans people in college. That's what he said.
Wait, was this like one of them pandering to the right or something like that?
Yeah. He's one of those Democrats who was like, yeah, I called him a coward, a charlatan, and a hack in the interview.
On this episode?
Yeah, knowing that he was going to be interviewed after. Yeah.
That's awesome. Was he interviewed live?
Oh, he called him a dick?
20-minute interview with the New York Times and talked about a lot of places where I think the Democrats are out of touch or just not trusted on issues. And they picked out this quote about trans women in sports. But I do think it was a problem that Harris really just didn't even have a response to this vicious, hateful ad that honestly, Republicans clearly had data to say it was successful because they put $200 million.
Okay, we'll get to this in a second. This is some crazy primo react content.
I bet his response was that he thinks Democrats should have said we're gonna ban more trans people in sports.
Yeah, no, it's great.
We're gonna invent
his
sports
solution
to ban trans people from.
His solution was like the thing that the Democrats didn't do, they should have done even less of, and also they should have actively been undermining trans people. Like they should have just been running around being like, I hate trans people, I hate them.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's keep going.
You need to use logic in your brain and call things off. I'm not saying Kai is a bad guy, but he needs to be held accountable.
What do you
and
mean?
Kai Cenat
What does anyone ever mean when they say he needs to be held accountable? I hate this. I hate this so much. And someone will clip this and go, Hasan hates accountability. Okay. Explain what you mean. What do you mean? People say this all the time. It was the most annoying shit that liberals used to say in like the 2016 social justice era. Okay. And like, and now the right wingers say it all the time too. And I guess like Gamergate, like right wingers would also say this all the time too. It's like accountability for what? Accountability for what? Okay. It's not just how someone must be held accountable. You have to also respond to the why. Like what is the wrongdoing here? Does there need to be some level of deterrence? Like, oh yeah, Kai Cenat, you can't hang white people on your stream anymore. Is that the fucking accountability? Like, what do you mean? He was like, damn, I really like this. I was gonna do this over and over again, actually. Anyway, it's just, I don't know. People just say it. It really fucking annoys me. I'm sure that there's a valid thing out there for in terms of like accountability for Kai Cenat. But magicians should be arrested for attempted self-harm, illegal in most states. I don't even think that should happen. Okay. What the fuck? Why do people, like,
maybe I'm getting old. I just don't care as much.
Yeah, I don't either. I
know. Is it this what getting older like? I just don't have time.
Yeah, no, the woke.
Like I woke up.
The woke children. The woke children.
Dude, like I woke up and my hip hurt, and I was like, oh, I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
I just don't give a shit.
Yeah. accidentally muted the fucking video because I got so mad. I'm not saying Kai's a bad guy, but he needs to be held accountable. And the glazing I see on my timeline of people saying I feel bad for him, etc., is sad. He's a grown man.
Like how much energy? Like,
with a full crew behind him, no excuses. Stop the glazing. Yeah, the people glazing Kai also need to be held accountable. Accountability matters,
dude. But like, how much energy do you have to fucking have? Is this person's job?
Like,
or
like I understand.
I mean, I can't really talk about
the
working.
Thing, the
but,
thing that I do
you know.
understand is like Kai does have a massive audience. A lot of them are kids. Like that is a traumatic thing for children to see. 100%. You're correct. Okay. But, you know, you don't think the production team knew a part of this for the fact that it was streamed to teens? Yeah, I just like, I definitely think he should have pulled out when he saw the gallows. I'm sure if given the opportunity, if he had the hindsight, he probably would. It's just that, like, in the mindset, I try to put myself in the shoes of the person who is the responsible party here, or seemingly the responsible party here. And in that circumstance, I'm like, there are a lot of, like, in an effort to, like, make the most engaging and entertaining content, you probably are like, I am going to leave this in the hands of the responsible parties, right? And in that process, you're supposed to not know what the fuck is going on, okay? You're supposed to not know what the fuck is going on. And I suspect that he probably didn't think that the dude would straight up hang himself. I can't believe he did that. Like there had to have been a payoff. You know what I mean?
Sometimes things like this happen in live entertainment.
Yeah. Yeah. We here in the live entertainment business know.
Yeah, we know certain things have happened.
Time, guys, you don't even understand. Last time he tried to hang me.
Yeah. That was crazy.
Yeah, he was like,
Hasan
name your price.
Yeah.
Name your price here. We're gonna do a simulated. We're gonna do a simulated live hanging.
Yeah, the first ever live hanging. I mean, we do need to up the ante. We had live childbirth this year.
Yeah.
At TwitchCon.
Yeah.
Live wedding, live childbirth. Next year is
they have tons of thousands of kids, young adults, and more watching these streams. Lots of
he needs to be held.
Lots of them probably suffering from some sort of mental health.
Hasan had someone almost break their neck for his enjoyment, and his first words are, "I might get banned." And this is people saying
this homophobic pig deserves everything bad to happen.
And this is people saying that because of this and other recent controversial elements of the stream, he should be banned. With other creators like XQC even chiming in.
It's just weird. Imagine inducing like mental torment on people. Like, oh, dude. You pulled the wire and you just killed somebody. Oh, it's a sticky note. It's just a prank.
And with this, understand you do have people defending Kai, saying, you know, he didn't know it was gonna.
Wait, excuse me, saying this is so funny because he just literally gambles the children on a regular basis. But hey, I mean, he's not wrong when he says that. It's just kind of funny that, you know, it doesn't transcend to. I guess it doesn't cross over to other stuff that you're doing. Kai took gambling sponsors too. He did. Oh my God, everyone is the worst. He took a DraftKings sponsor when half his community is below 18. Yeah, that sucks. Okay, yeah, that is not appropriate at all. And I don't even like that Twitch also has DraftKings sponsorships. For the record,
is that a bad? So I shouldn't take that. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
This guy's a fucking magician. How is anyone making it seem like he's some kind of victim in this? Yeah, that's the other part of this process that like I don't understand, because when they fucking make it when they're like yelling at Kai Cenat over it, which you know, when they're yelling at Kai Cenat over it, it's like, okay, you're making it seem like this dude was like, oh, you almost killed me. I didn't think you would do that. You know? To be fair, all magicians are victims of life. First of all, I love the people correcting me and saying, illusionist! If you watch the full thing, Kai and his team did not know that Max was doing this prank. Kai Cenat was set up. A black man is being successful in an industry that is dominated by white males, and they hate that. Ever since he's been breaking records, y'all want to cancel him. I mean,
look, y'all.
I don't think the guy was like a secret white supremacist he wasn't like, yeah, I'm gonna, like, I think he's just a clout shark. Like, I think he's just a cloud
An
shark.
undercover white supremacist is crazy.
Yeah, he's just a guy who wanted to make a big name for himself, I think, and
A Nazi
he took it too far, you know. Like, I feel like everyone analyzing this situation is looking at it in a very weird way. Yeah, he was a wizard, a grand wizard. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Saying, he didn't know it was going to happen. He got set up.
What happened is not Kai Cenat's fault. Let me see what this says. He had no idea what Max's plan. His team got told different that was going to happen. He doesn't even think the situation is funny. He tried checking in on Max. It's not on Kai.
He got set up. Some think that Max was intentionally.
Yeah, surprising a black man with a noose in his backyard is crazy. I understand it. Like I get the crazy the crazy racialized dynamics here at play. It's like, that is wild. I feel like the magician dude, Max Major, knew exactly what he was doing. He had an ulterior motive. Shaking my head. They're trying to sabotage Kai Cenat. Bro. I know the CIA fell off, okay? But I doubt that, like, the institutions that formerly assassinated Fred Hampton, like the FBI, are actually, trying to run these new tricks on people with McDonald's and Nike sponsorships. Okay? Like I get where people are coming from. Like, and I'm sure there's plenty of people who hate that Kai Cenat is at the top of this industry as a black person, and I'm sure that upsets a lot of racists and hurts their feelings. But I just don't think that, this is not like a deep state activity. They're trying to take down Kai Cenat by triggering Twitch's terms of service, like the revolutionary Maoist vanguard that was supposed to be built by Kai Cenat. Illusions, not tricks. Are you guys joking, or are there this many card-carrying members of the fucking Magic Castle in the chat who keep repeating this take over and over again? I can't tell.
Sabotaging him. Though there, we've seen some pushing back, speculating that every element was staged. With this, others are more mad at Max, calling him out in his YouTube comments, saying that he owes Kai and his viewers an apology for this prank.
Sorry.
As far as my opinion, I'm not inside Kai Cenat's brain. I don't know if he was in on it or not. It seems crazy that he would do it, but I also do not.
I know it's an Arrested Development bit. That's where I'm fucking making a joke about. That's why I'm saying Magic Castle, which is a real place. I know
him as a person, but I do find myself agreeing with the argument that even just seeing the setup for this would have been enough to kill this, right? I mean that either way you look at it. One, purely on Max's side, right? I think just as a concept, fake accidental hanging prank, fucking loser of a concept, as well as then on the other end, the 50-50 will he get hung challenge, insane concept. Like I cannot imagine how hard it is to come up with new.
I'm not gonna lie. I feel like Philly is sitting on the fence on this, but like I kind of get where he's coming from. Because on the one hand, like I do not find myself on either side of this like firmly. Okay? Yeah, no, this is one of those things where it's like I don't think that Kai Cenat personally was like, yeah, it'll be sick. He's going to fucking be hanged or anything. But the very likelihood that that it was still there and it did end up happening is like it's still pretty bad. But overall, I assume that there's a number of different ways that plays out. And I suspect that he did not think that it would end up with him being like this magician guy being fucking hanged.
New interesting ideas for 30 days straight of nonstop streaming. But I mean, just like, holy shit, what a spectacular disaster. With that, I gotta ask, what are your thoughts?
Hasanabi being normal, calling black people savage and shit? Wait, what? What are you saying?
Here, and also let me know if you're familiar with Kai or not. What are your thoughts on the people alleging that Kai was in on it or not? Also, if you didn't know, what are your thoughts about him even participating once he saw the setup? Or with the situation, do you end up falling in the camp of seeing Kai as the victim here? He trusted someone that did something fucked up. Let me know what you're thinking and why.
They may be hearing things.
Oh, Asman also defended Kai from Asman Gold defended him.
Sensitive? People not.
Thank God Monica Huld is in here saying, whose side are you on? I don't know. Her titties are saying both sides, but she seemingly is also wondering, we got to pick a side.
Insensitive. They just want to see somebody get banned because they don't like him. Like LSF has hated Kai forever. Like they've always hated Kai.
That
like
image
every
is
time
crazy,
there's a
bro.
positive Kai
That
post,
image is
everybody's-
crazy. That's a crazy image.
It's like begrudgingly, like, yeah, I guess you.
The one thing is that he did look fucking shredded.
I did notice that first.
Yeah, I noticed that as well. I was like, damn, this
Immediately,
magician is fucking
I was like, who's this
shredded.
ripped guy? Oh my god, he's hanging from a rope.
Yeah.
that was the
Works really
first.
hard.
That's the first.
You know,
thing.
like, yeah, they fucking
like,
hate
wow,
him.
look at those
And-
abs. Oh my god, holy shit, he's hanging. What happened?
Illusionist.
So like they're always waiting. They're like, oh my god, please do something wrong so we can try to get you banned.
It is kind of crazy for Asman to have this take, though. Like, I would not have expected it. I feel like he would have gone against the wishes of his Reddit, and he didn't. It seems like I feel like his Reddit probably didn't appreciate that. So respect to Asman. He will pop off sometimes like this. Anyway. What about them literally taking a dude hostage after? Like, talk about insane preferential treatment if he doesn't get banned. He took a dude hostage? What? The fuck?
Wait, who?
Who took a dude hostage? The magician he's still causing chaos. Turns out the magician also took a dude hostage on stream.
Wait, who did he take hostage?
What did he do? This guy's a menace.
Who took who hostage?
Oh, Kai did? Kai's out now gotten the magician's
Okay,
friend and
listen.
not allowing him to leave till the magician comes back who pretend to hang himself on stream.
Okay, wait, hold on. You know, that's stop playing. I'm not.
Okay, we have a very different opinion on being held hostage. I think, like,
Dumb.
Is that a joke?
Hold on.
So how do you want me to do this?
You laughing too. I see you laughing.
I'm
But
not
look,
laughing.
But look, just call him back because it's not a joke.
How
I'm dead
can I
ass.
call him?
Gang, so he's not. Gang, you can't leave until you know, because you're his right hand man, correct? You was coming in and out the room every time he told you to. You set this whole shit up with him, gang. Just please, I'm asking you from human to human. I gave y'all a chance last year to come on my shit.
Sure.
And I brought y'all back. And the fact that he can't show me respect enough to come back to the house and explain to the people what happened.
they dragged him in? That's crazy.
But I said, Kai said, yeah, come said, they said, we can't be on camera. Right in front.
Who can't be on camera?
They can't.
I think there is something incredibly funny about Sexy Red and her crew being a part of this entire process that actually hits it cinema, okay? It's because like whenever I saw other clips, and I don't know if it was like before or after, and I feel like you know, Kai Cenat was like upset or something, and then Sexy Red would just like twerk. Couldn't have happened with a better person as a guest on the show that night, okay? And like I said, I don't know if she was twerking after the traumatic incident or before the traumatic incident. I just it was after. She was twerking after. What the fuck? Wait, I need to show you the video to lighten the mood.
Also,
Yeah.
camera pushing us out. Now y'all can't be on camera.
They lying.
So what's going on?
Let's jump. Come on, y'all.
I'm trying to jump.
Let's
Jack, we gonna jump back.
Twerking is my panic response.
Wait.
I love the crew. Like the dedication the production staff has to this is like they're following everybody around as this is going on and filming everything.
I mean, that's good. That's good content.
Yeah,
right there.
you keep it rolling.
The fucking cameras
You keep
rolling.
it fucking rolling while
You keep
he's
the
hanging.
yeah, you keep
Well,
the
yeah.
you keep the fucking cameras.
No,
on.
that was the thing
This
though.
Is like fucking reality
the cameraman
TV
was
shit,
filming
man.
it, and like I did see that part. That's why I'm saying like I don't think he was like I don't think he was fully on board with what was happening because his first reaction was like, "Dude, put the camera down. What the fuck are you doing?" Like he literally did try to move the camera away as soon as he, you know.
I mean, the cameraman's just doing his job.
Came to terms with what was going on. Yeah, no, I understand. I'm not blaming the cameraman at all.
Oh shit. Is he running?
I don't know what's happening.
That's what he want. I'm saying that's what he want, though. D-Verse with the tank, appreciate it. He finessed. He finessed.
Watch a clip of him being
He got him some little followers. Chat!
pulled by his jacket.
No more magic on this motherfucker, chat.
And then why you didn't have his team clean up that glass?
Exactly. The only thing is like
what?
What a broom, at Kai? What a broom? What a broom? What broom? So we can sweep the glass. That's good. The cleaners will clean it.
No, but cop
Wait, I went too far? No, I didn't. This is the time code. No, here. Hasan and his security team run to find someone from Max Major's team while he was trying to escape. Bro, I guess he wasn't the best illusionist after all. Escape artist, get it?
Yeah, I get
like
it.
he couldn't escape.
I get it.
Dude, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Wait, hold up. Oh shit.
That's okay, dude. You can't do that. That's dude, why do security guys always do this shit?
They think that because they're security they can just do everything.
You can't do that. You have
just do everything.
You literally have you have more legal liability, okay? You can't do this.
And a cop couldn't even do that.
Well, okay. Come on. I wouldn't go that far. No, that's what I think, though.
I mean, they at least have to read something,
No,
right?
security guards always fucking act like they're cops. That's what I'm saying. Like, they have, like, bouncers literally fucking behave like they could just, like, bounce someone off the fucking pavement. Like, you can't do that, man. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Let's go. Sit right here, Bookie. Sit right here. Sit. Sit down.
Yeah, you can't.
Stop. Hold on. Be serious, dog.
You can't do that shit.
Was he there last year?
Yo, he's an ass at escaping. Like, actually, not me. I would have booked it. I would have been out of there.
Yeah, I don't know.
Timestamp of them catching him. Dude, you can't do that. You can't do. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Oh, that's funny. You looked away when he slammed him in the seat. No, I saw it.
Sit in the middle. Me?
Yes.
I was with you guys down there.
Was you and me last year?
With you last year, yeah.
He was?
Yeah.
So you know how I let him have a chance on my shit.
And he said that's his phone. Yeah.
You know that's his
And he got
phone?
Mac's phone.
He can't come back until... You can't leave until he come back, bro. I'm dead ass.
I'm trying to
human and human.
I understand.
I'm not playing.
I understand.
Let me speak.
Just like Kai told.
I'm dead ass, bro. Stop doing that.
I understand.
You tried to leave just now.
No, I'm just getting.
Word of my mother, you tried to leave.
You tried to leave.
The fuck are you talking about?
Word of my mother, you running
car is parked in front of your house.
We said, yo, can you speak to Maxie back? You got Max phone. We said, don't leave. You started.
Okay, chat. Stop being fucking legal eagles up in this bitch. Okay. Not every interaction. I mean, yes, some things are crimes, but they can be managed without it, involving law enforcement. Why the fuck is everyone a goddamn prosecutor in the chat all of a sudden? Okay, this is turning into the fucking Will Smith slap equation once again. This community immediately just like loses sight of normal analysis and like normal human interaction. Yes, what that security guard did was fucked up and inappropriate and unacceptable. Just because something actually fits the legal definition of a fucking kidnapping doesn't mean that this is like, it should be prosecuted as such. Okay, calm down. Lamau is your community though? Yeah, Lamau, I'm also, trying to course correct a little bit, all right? I do think it's annoying, especially because the manhandling shit is really fucking whack. Chat has prosecuted transnational gangs. You don't understand. I know.
Run down the hill. And you
Yeah, chat's pulling this shit. He could have killed him. That's pure out of control rage and violence. They've heard a million jokes about them in the last 3 decades. They are not freshmen in the world of Hollywood and comedy. He lost his mind.
Hold on. Listen. No, don't.
Yeah, that's no, it is really fucked up that the security guard like detained him. Okay, you have no You have no legal jurisdiction there, okay? What the fuck? Stop blaming everyone for what a few rad libs say.
Yeah, Hasan. Getting 3-guyed.
I am. Sexy Red also snorted coke on camera. Listen.
So did Trump Jr.
Absolutely allergic to critiquing anyone with a substantial audience. This is why no one takes you seriously. Yes, you're right. I think you should you should reach out to CNN and tell them that I am not offering a substantive critique on the Kai Cenat situation, and therefore they should not have taken me seriously on the primetime news slot that they afforded to my political commentary. Please remove yourself from the horse blinders that you have over some utterly inconsequential bullshit that you feel is directly the most important thing in your life.
Oh, yeah. Let's analyze everything he's fucking said in here. Forever. Huh?
Look, so settlers are allowed to live on stolen land? What are you trying to restart leftovers, or just want to appear more lib? These are lukewarm libco takes
Fucking
to get him
his fucking
on
ass.
shit pod save. Personally, I would have fluffed up a bit. That one friend who's too woke, I know, dude, don't take everything super seriously, okay? I'm hoping that you can be a little bit more normal, all right? Bro, this guy's making me rethink I need to improve my bait. He's not baiting. This person is like, okay, you know what? Hold on. You, my friend, have been awarded the wokest of the day. Congratulations. This is a new award I have where sometimes people will be like,
the wokest?
Yeah. You've done it. You've hit it. You've hit the angle. Not like utterly unserious Twitch drama being represented as something so significant that like nobody takes you seriously. First of all, I have criticized Kai Cenat plenty of times, as a matter of fact, on criticism-worthy instances. That is part of the reason why he, doesn't really fuck with me all that much. Okay? So that's number one. Number two, the notion that I don't criticize people with massive followings is the funniest fucking thing of all time, especially considering that virtually every single top content creator on Twitch and their audiences despise me, specifically because I have criticized them in righteous moments, as a matter of fact, like XQC, or even Asmongold's audience who despises me for criticizing him, Dr. Disrespect, Nick Merckx. Okay?
Is he still chirping about trans people in
You know what was
sports?
funny? Yeah, he is. You know what was funny?
That's like his.
I was talking
he's
to
a
Dean about
one-issue
this.
voter.
I was talking to Dean about this in Texas, where he was like, "Dude, you have a very different situation where you have government ops." That's what's funny about this, where motherfuckers think I'm afraid of like a large content creator when I have fucking congresspersons as my ops. What the fuck are you saying? Wake up, dumbass! Like, I can't go back to Turkey. Stupid.
That's kind of funny how I can go there. Do you think they'd let me in?
Yes, especially if you want to get hairline reconstruction surgery.
Well, hold on now. Why are you airing?
I'm just saying, like,
why are
if
you
that's
airing out
like-
my
if
drama
that's
like
like-
that?
if that's a thing that you
why
would
you
wanna-
airing, why are you putting me out like that in front of everybody?
You know.
Look. Yes, I am open. I will probably reconstruct my hairline at some point.
Yeah, dude. This is the funniest thing that has ever happened, by the way, as a consequence of this. After magician Major Max pranked Kai Cenat with a dangerous magic trick tonight, Kai Cenat has decided to ban all magicians from his future
That's
stream.
a very bold.
He put a ban on magic. No more magic. Harry Potter, no shot.
Wait, hold on. Show that. What's that picture? Wait, I mean, I don't know if that's against the rules to show the
Yeah,
photo
I don't
again.
want to, hyper focus on that.
I wasn't
Yeah,
allowed to watch Harry Potter as a kid.
Wait, really? I saw a Connor tweet that was really funny about it. Hold on, where? Let me see if I can find it real quick. Connor eats pants once again. The dark arts have no place on Twitch. Thank you, Kai Cenat, for stepping up.
Oh Oh, the dark.
Oh. Oh, Jesus Christ. Anyway. This was after, by the way, Kai trying to be serious. Oh, this was what I was talking about. This was what I was talking about.
I wouldn't even joke like that.
Damn, man. Fuck my red house. Fuck my C.
On Twitch.
Oh, my God. Let me go need
He's like, thank you for the 5 gifted. Meanwhile, Sexy Red is just showing her ass. Oh, dude. This is what I needed to do. I needed to do a subathon in the month leading up to the election.
You probably could do a subathon. That's your life anyway.
Yeah. And
you know how you do a subathon, Hasan?
What?
You literally do what you do now, except you just put a camera in your room.
Yeah, that's what it
You
would.
literally you could do a subathon.
That's what I'm saying. I
You
should have
could
done a
do a year
subathon. And I'm talking about fucking. I'm talking about Israel bombing Gaza, and then you have to like show your abs and just like dance in the corner while I'm doing that, and also simultaneously saying thank you for the gifted.
Oh man!
Oh Jesus Christ! It's pretty funny. I mean, the juxtaposition is hilarious.
Oh, y'all doing too much. You got fair. Yes. Yeah. Don't worry.
Anyway, so yeah, a lot of stuff happened. I don't think it's that serious overall, but it is a fucked up situation. Okay. Show Arrested Development clip. No,
I didn't get super involved in this because
Kai's sad face surrounded by ass is so funny. That's what I'm saying. Like,
it didn't spike. I don't know. It just didn't get me. I don't know. Is anybody else? It just didn't interest me enough to care one way or another. I don't know.
No. It was interesting, like a car crash. It was.
I don't even know. I didn't even know. I couldn't care that much about it. I don't know why. I just couldn't bring myself to have an opinion at all.
They traumatized Sexy Red. It's serious.
But I do feel like that's a reflection of my age, because I have noticed, like, now that I'm 31, I feel like something has changed and I just don't care as much anymore. Maybe I'm depressed, or it's just getting older.
Mr. Beast, Asmongold, now Kai, third bigwig streamer that gets a pass from me in the last 2 months. When has Mr. Beast ever gotten a pass? Especially in the last, what are you, dude, why do I do commentary? You know what? I'm gonna shut it off. Okay. There you go, guys. Now you can fantasize about what my position is. There's no reason for me to do commentary on anything, honestly, because you've already decided you've already hallucinated what my position is on any number of different things. Fuck it.
Oh my God. You know what I realized?
What?
Why I'm like, don't care anymore
What?
about many things.
What? Because Trump is president?
There's that, but like I was so obsessed with the election for like a year. Like, I need to refine my life's purpose again.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing. I had like an entire regimen routine. I would get in, I would consume the news, I'd read about stories, I'd track the polls. You know what I mean? And now there's no polls to track and everything is lost and we're all going to die. And I just feel very doomer. I need to like find life's purpose again now that the election's over.
I like that. I also, in that chatter's mind, I actually did not have a 2-hour conversation with Asmongold where I tried to gently walk him through the steps of why it was like, gently walk him through this. Oh, Donnie just texted me. Gently walk him through the steps of why what he said was like super racist.
Well, yeah, but these people choose like little things.
But nah,
yeah, you're getting one guide or 3 guide.
Anyway. Okay. Let's move on from the Kai Cenat incident. I did my Kai Cenat situation is crazy. video. You know what I mean? There you go. There you have it. What else? Oh, the sexy red. The sexy red aspect of the story was also really funny because apparently she was caught on candid camera, maybe doing something, which she said was not the thing you think she's doing, you know? Yeah, here it is. Here's this.
Come on, more knots. Make it. Hold on. Give me one. Give me one. Let me go through right here. All right, mom. Make that shit tight. You supposed to been going through. Come on. You gotta make it tight. Nah, you should make it. Listen, you make the knot. Come on, come tight.
Come on. Come on.
I mean, I don't give a shit. I don't fucking care. Wow, I can't believe it.
Wait, did she just admit to it?
No, she said she was rolling wood. Like she was marijuana.
Wait, there was nothing. What are you talking about?
No, you don't understand. Is a different type of. A woman would never lie. Are you saying? It's called believe women.
You know what? Sexy red, I believe you.
Yeah, exactly.
I believe you.
I mean, maybe
marijuana is legal, and that's exactly what you were doing. That's how I smoke my marijuana through my nose too.
Dude, what the fuck's the production team doing? By the way, they're like tracking her too. They're like they should have zoomed in. Oh yeah, the compression on the video does make it look weird. Yeah, it's the compression on the video.
Yeah. You know what? Honestly, if Donald Trump Jr. can do it, so can she. That's all I can say.
It's funny because it was 20 minutes before the guy hanged himself, and the main cam had them tying him up.
Oh, man. It's an illusionist.
She licked the paper. She rolled a blunt, man. Yes, I agree with you. She's definitely licking a paper, and that's what she's doing. That's not a baggie. That's not.
No, I believe her.
That's not a bag. I believe her. That's not a baggie.
I believe her too.
Yeah. She's an illusionist.
I believe her.
Yeah, believe all women. Okay. Come on. Yeah, this is the last
Job,
part.
Michael's oldest brother.
So, this is the magic trick, huh?
Illusion, Michael. Trick is something a whore does for money. Or it can be.
Job recently started the Alliance of Magicians, an organization that blackballs any performer who reveals a magician's secret.
Yeah. And now Kai Cenat is a part of that organization. He's blackballing all magic. Did you see the China Arcane edit? I suspect that the straight up girl on girl sexual intercourse does not exist.
Are you still in this fight, Violet?
I am the dirt under your nails, Cupcake.
Wait, hold on. Go back to that part. Can you go back to the part where does she lean?
She's like leaning into nothing. She's just going, hey.
Okay, here, keep playing it.
Are you still in this fight, Violet?
I am the dirt under your nails, Cupcake.
Look at what she fall over.
Nothing's gonna clean me out.
Ginema. Dude, don't show this to Republicans. They're going to love this shit. They're going to be like, we need Chinese style censorship right now. They're taking homosexuality out of video games. Yeah. Isn't this what the anti-wokes want? Isn't this what they want? Wait, why are they showing this last part? There's nothing different in this last part. Yeah, this is the amount of like girl on girl action that is excellent.
How do they edit this?
They just didn't show any of the gay stuff, I think. I assume that they just like they just completely took that part out because there's like she eats her out.
What?
Yeah, straight up.
What? That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I don't watch it. Is this anime?
Arcane, yeah, it's really good.
I don't really
it's
watch
so
anime.
fucking good.
I just there's a
yeah,
new-
I heard that they also were gonna do like way more like unrestricted gay sex. No, I'm not even kidding. Like they were
as opposed to what?
As opposed to like her just eating her pussy. I think they were gonna show like
Unrestricted
I
gay
assume
sex.
like they would have shown like nipples and shit, maybe like sucking on them a little bit, you know? But they just like kind of show her going down and like
were you
know,
hoping for more?
I mean, it would have been. I would
Were you
have
hoping
hated
for a little
it.
nipple
What, you
action?
think I'm homophobic? I love that shit.
No,
dude.
I know, I know.
Inject it into my veins. You know,
No, I
don't
know.
give a fuck.
I know. Do you think it would have helped the story a little bit more?
No, I think the amount of like it is gratuitous. I
Yeah.
will say that much. It is definitely gratuitous. The amount that they've shown thus far.
Like I don't know. Like, do you think that China cutting out the scene of her eating her pussy did that? Do you think that it impacted?
No, it didn't.
Like,
It
Do you
didn't.
walk away with a different story, or do you feel something different when you walk away from that story?
The
if
creator
you
said
missed
that
the
they-
eating your pussy part.
The creator said that they let the studio make the scene without riot input, and what they got back was
I don't know
French
why
people.
I'm advocating for them to cut out the. I don't know why I'm
No,
being homophobic.
no, it doesn't.
I'm just curious.
It like definitely narratively doesn't do anything else. Even though they are in a like gay relationship.
Next time when
And
they do,
Caitlyn has sex with like another girl as well. She betrays
Yeah.
Vi for a little bit. Like she's on some rebound shit. So
Okay.
like, she does get some rebound pussy. Which
no,
you know,
this is what needs to happen. Okay, the next time they make this show, okay, they need to deliver a very critical part of the story while she's eating her pussy.
it is a bit
So
fan
she needs to
service.
be like going down on her and then like say
Yeah.
I love you for the first time in the middle of eating her pussy. So like China can't cut that out.
Yeah. Also, the real homosexuality featured was the
Right?
relationship between
That's
Victor
not a
and
spoiler.
Jace.
I don't know. I haven't fucking watched this
He
shit.
doesn't. He doesn't know what the
I don't
fuck's
fucking
talking
know.
about.
If that happened, then I'm sorry. But that's exactly
the real
what should
real
happen.
gay love that was occurring was actually happening behind the scenes where they didn't show it because they're fucking cowards. But it was Jason and Victor. They were gay as hell, dude. Holy shit, they were
Like-
so gay.
Like man gay?
yeah, yeah, no, yeah. Victor and Jace, yeah, they're both men.
Nice. What were they doing? Specifically.
Yeah, they just had a bromance that was definitely beyond. They also embraced each other a little bit, you know?
Dude, I cannot exist in like very like I went to a last Christmas break, I went to a what are those line dancing bars?
Like cowboy bars? or something?
Yeah, dude. And the amount of like fragile masculinity in one room is so, I just can't handle it anymore. I just can't do it. It's so, everybody's so just afraid to look gay. The entire group of people, like they're trying, everybody is putting every piece of like every ounce of effort not to look gay or not to be perceived as gay. It's so painful to be around these people. Everybody's got the same fucking black, blacked out American flag with the fucking like light army green with the tight acid wash jeans and the fucking stupid cowboy boots. Like I so badly want to call these people the F slur so bad. I think we need to bring it back. I know I've been saying this for a long time. We need to bring it back and we need to call those people the F slur. Wait, oh shit, I'm on Twitch. I can't be saying this on Twitch. I'm a homosexual. And I forgot that we're on Twitch and we're not on the podcast.
I know.
I'm
You're
so sorry.
spitting, dude. You're
But-
spitting. Savor the pod.
I'm so sorry.
Savor the pod.
So
all right, all right. Speaking of the Dems and homophobia, here it is. My appearance on Pod Save America. I can't believe they posted this in full, by the way. That's crazy.
Welcome to Pod Save America. I'm John Lovett, and guest hosting with me today is the massively popular streamer Leftist Dumbass himself. You just self-described.
That's okay, sure, fair. I say himbo, but damn.
Okay. Hasan Piker, welcome back.
It's good to be back.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me.
After my conversation with
Whoa, you're being.
No, I saw the
you
ankles.
clocked him. You clocked him immediately.
Hasan, you'll hear my conversation with Seth Moulton. We talked about the Democratic Party. We talked about the controversy over his comments around trans athletes.
Nothing wrong with being
also
gay.
on the feed right
Okay.
now, you can
Just
hear
wanna be-
Dan's conversation with Jen O'Malley Dillon, Quentin Folks, David Plouffe, and Stephanie Cutter about what went wrong in the Harris campaign. We're having a bunch of conversations about what we learned from the election, where we go from here, with a bunch of different voices, one of which is here today. People are mad that we talked to the Harris campaign. People are mad we're talking to you. People are mad, and that's okay.
Yeah.
But let's start with this.
It was Big Tent.
It's a big
Is it
tent.
the
It's a
Coke
big tent.
boycott?
All right.
No, I was drinking
It's got
coffee,
Dick Cheney in
dummies.
it. It's got Hassan Piker in it.
Yeah.
It's got Dan Osborne in it. It's got Seth Moulton in it.
Yeah. Tent shouldn't maybe feature Dick Cheney in it, but everybody else I can have a conversation with.
Great. All right. Now, look, the main pastime on the left, other than being mad for the last few weeks, is everyone saying how right they were all along about Democrats being out of touch and bound to lose.
We don't have subtitles readily
Welcome to
available
Pod Save America.
yet.
I'm John
wait,
Lovett, and guest
it is.
hosting with me.
Okay, never mind. I was wrong. I think the bit of it is
Rogan because of.
I think a month before.
All right. Now, look.
Dick Cheney.
This time on the left, other than being mad for the last few weeks, is everyone saying how right they were all along about Democrats being out of touch and bound to lose.
Arrest me. Sorry. So I sat at this chair. Well, maybe not at this chair, but I had the offline interview with John. I think a month before the election, and a lot of the concerns that I brought up to him, it seemingly came across as somewhat prescient, where people went back to the footage, and I've been seeing comments that were rather positive about okay, he said a lot of stuff there that was objectively correct seeming.
Yeah, I want to talk about one aspect of that, which is that you were saying, others were saying that, hey, Trump going on Rogan, Trump going on Theo Von, like something is happening here, and we need to understand it. We need to address it. It's real. And I remember my experience, it's seared in my mind of Trump being on Joe Rogan because of how, my path of understanding it. Because what I saw first were a bunch of people taking clips and saying, wow, Rogan really didn't like Trump. Trump is a mess on this show. He comes across terribly. Rogan was giving Trump space to hang himself rhetorically. And then I watch it and Trump did fucking great in this interview.
Yeah, he's very telegenic. That's the thing that a lot of people, I guess, refuse to factor in for some weird reason, is that, yeah, he definitely rambles on. He likes to call it the weave. And even Joe Rogan made fun of him for that a little bit in the process. But there is something to be said about a relatively telegenic person who is able to portray himself as, I like to call it honestly dishonest, where everybody knows he's a bit of a scumbag, but he's your scumbag. And he's able to get that across to a lot of people. And I don't think that there is really anyone with that level of television presence on the Democratic Party front. I think the most skilled orator in the Democratic Party's ranks in the last couple of decades was obviously Barack Obama. And outside of that, I think in a lot of instances, purely from an optics point of view, Democrats track as technocratic, elitist, too serious about everything that they talk about. And there's certainly a lot of that on the Republican Party side as well. I'm just asking.
Mm-hmm.
And we've seen failed initiatives
Are you bored
from
of it?
establishment Republicans that tried to
I'd love to
recreate
hear
the
myself.
Trump phenomenon with the likes of Ron DeSantis, and that was a massive failure. But ultimately, I think this goes beyond podcasts. This is something that I've been talking about quite frequently. I know the podcast thing is the most, that's the one that got everyone's attention. But I said this on CNN last night that you can't really podcast your way out of this problem. Having, there was that one tweet saying oh, we just got to have 100 Pod Save Americas, but they all have to look like Hasan. That's not how this works.
Oh, you think that one tweet might have been wrong? But the I guess so. I agree with that. It became this couple kind of I don't know,
Why are we wearing the same shirt? I don't know, dumbass. Think about it. Maybe it's because I filmed this fucking morning before I started the stream. Stop asking stupid questions, Chad. Jesus Christ.
Devastating loss to Trump, and everybody's looking for these sort of little explanations that all feel they just feel silly. Oh, we need a Joe Rogan of the left. And even saying, I don't even want to talk about how stupid that is anymore, because even that has become stupid. But I do agree that people are oh, well, she should have gone on Rogan. All right, yeah, sure. I think so too.
That would not have changed the outcome of this election.
There's a larger problem to what you're getting at, which is why don't we have figures and where we think they would do great on that show? And why is someone like Joe Rogan now, who was 4 years ago open to Bernie, now suddenly open to Trump. Like that's the deeper problem. Like you look at like successful Democratic messengers or progressive messengers over the last like decades, and you think, all right, well, Bill Clinton obviously was successful and he like ran against the Democratic Party in some way. Barack Obama did the same thing. Bernie does the same thing. AOC does the same thing. I'm not talking about on policy.
You don't mean it like also in the same direction of running against?
No, but running against the establishment in some way. And just saying, and the reason I connect them is because they all did something which is demonstrated that they were not part of the Democratic establishment, both like on policy and rhetorically, right? Like
Tim Pool's hairline, thank you for the 25, get this up.
That's what they all
Level
did.
2 hype train.
And I'm just wondering like what, like the one place where like, I know you like find, you know, there's a place where there's like kind of an alignment of like the Seth Moulton critique of the Democratic Party and the lefty critique of the Democratic Party, which is just like, it's fucking annoying and like kind of, I don't know, like pedantic in some way.
It's an incorrect interpretation, an incorrect autopsy to look back at a thing that the Democratic Party did not do at all and then say it's actually that reason. It's not anything that we did so far. It's not that we tack to the right over and over again, despite people like myself and many others saying like, don't do this. You're going to hemorrhage the base. You're going to hemorrhage the base of support. You are going to cut away at your turnout. You're going to cut across many different constituencies that you rely on to create an effective coalition. And it's a very dangerous gamble to assume that you can decouple a lot of these people in the suburbs, a lot of like white women specifically, away from the Republican Party and vote for you instead. I know that they're high propensity voters, but it doesn't matter. There's still plenty of low propensity voters that you have to rely on to win. And that's precisely what the Democratic Party did. They hyper-focused on these key constituencies, despite the fact that polls were seemingly deadlocked after $30 million of ad spend in key suburbs, right? Like it showed... At least, I said this time and time again, it showed someone from the outside looking in that the message was not working. And you can have the best ground game possible. You can have, you know, hundreds of thousands of people all across the country door knocking. But if the top-down message that you're communicating is not resonating with people, then you're not going to be able to win an election. You're not going to have the effective turnout necessary to win this election. And that is precisely what happened. Now, does that mean that Trump's messaging was good? Of course not. It wasn't. It was actually pretty bad. And I would even go so far as to say the anti-trans ads were actually a distraction and not good. It was only effective in the DC bubble, I think, and the consultant bubble and the media class that saw those ads and were like, oh my God, this is an incredible ad. Like, they really ruined Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris had a silly answer to an ACLU questionnaire, okay? That just shows that she is not the most experienced politician. This was all the way back in, I believe, 2020, right? She literally had to drop out of the primary anyway at that time. That's one thing, okay? But that should not be a campaign killer. If you personally think that that's a campaign killer, then your campaign is weak. This message across the board should never be able to end a single campaign. Then Teflon Don is real. I mean, the man had the grab him by the pussy tape come out as the October surprise in 2016, and he still won. And since then, there's been a litany of different controversies, including but not limited to straight up undermining American democracy by doing January 6th. And yet people are still voting for him. And one must ask the question, why? And I think overall, the same exact problems that persisted in 2016 when the economy was seemingly very good, right? Especially as opposed to like the post-COVID economy and its recovery. People were still very frustrated with what was going on. The notion that in the wealthiest nation on earth, we have 600,000 people sleeping outside every night. The idea that I think we should send every single person in the work camps and every single person in my chat, which I assume is coming from Discord. Sorry, every single person in Discord and every single person in my chat right now that is coming from Discord that's like, I bet you're drinking Coke right now in that glass and not iced coffee, to work camps. We should do that. You guys need to, you need to get to work. Okay, you're done. You're done. We need to purge the freaks. Discord right now? What the fuck is this? We have the concept of medical bankruptcy is an insane phenomenon that doesn't exist in any other OECD nation. Like the fact that 40% of the American public don't, or 60% of the American public doesn't have $400 in emergency spending. Like these are all very real economic anxieties. I'm using that term specifically because it's one thing that people like to hyper focus on that creates volatility, that creates instability, and it creates a base of angry people. And if the Democratic Party is not addressing that anger and addressing their material problems and earnestly telling them, like, we're going to fix that shit, okay? And the other side is looking at that anger and saying, we're going to channel your anger. You have every right to be angry. And you know who you should be angry at? Those who have less than you. You know who you should be angry at? The working poor, the homeless people that are doing crimes left and right, black and brown people, undocumented migrants that are doing incredible amounts of crimes. They're killing hundreds of thousands of Americans, and trans people. And the Democratic Party only cares about those people and they don't care about you. And that message resonates with a base of support, not because they are intrinsically evil. That message resonates with a base of support because they're angry. And one of the two major parties is not even remotely interested in addressing that anger and trying to tell them what the solution to that anger actually is and what the real problem is.
So I want to like break that into kind of how we like the Democratic brand, how we message and all. But also like on the policy front. So Joe Biden wins. He tries to kind of build consensus with Bernie. He brings in AOC. He goes to the left on antitrust. He does the Inflation Reduction Act. He does a post-COVID relief bill. He cancels as much debt as he can legally, even though the court is trying to stop him. Mm-hmm. Like before the last year, like what my view of this is Joe Biden, this consensus Democrat, right? Actually to the right of the consensus for most of his career, kind of somebody that had to be kind of pulled to where the party was going, did something extraordinary, which is he adapted, he changed, he governed in a much more progressive way than I think probably than I expected. I hope that you expected.
Oh, absolutely.
And it seems as though whether it's because people didn't feel it or people didn't believe it or the way Democrats talk about policy is ineffective, like it didn't seem to matter in terms of how people viewed like the Democratic response to the economy, right? They were so angry about inflation. They were angry about a bunch of other issues, and it really didn't matter what Joe Biden said, what Kamala Harris said. They were held responsible. And I'm just wondering how you explain that, right? Like, it seems as though Joe Biden tried to listen to this exact critique, and it didn't matter.
So yes and no. I do agree. There are plenty of things that Joe Biden did, like beefing up the NLRB and letting the FTC rain hell upon these monopolies. There's two issues there, though. One is, I think, something that you will agree with as well, that the Democrats don't campaign year-round in the same way that Republicans do on key issues, and they do have a massive communication problem. That could potentially be solved by having a more robust ecosystem and more collaboration with even the likes of yourself and maybe even someone like myself as well. And they need to always be on. They need to always be counter-messaging against the anti-immigration sentiment. I went back and looked at my commentary from February of 2021 when the story of the Customs and Border Patrol Haitian migrants getting whipped by horseback Customs and Border Patrol people, officers was in the news. And I remember talking about how the Republicans are going to keep hitting the immigrants are doing crime note over and over again because that's the one thing that they have. And it's built around a complete falsehood that undocumented migrants are responsible for incredible amounts of crime. It's not correct. There is no data to suggest this. The data actually shows the exact opposite. Undocumented migrants are your neighbors. They contribute to the economy in very meaningful ways, and they very rarely take anything in return. Why is the Democratic Party not pushing this counter narrative? And they never did. Instead of pushing that counter narrative, which is based in truth, and talk about how undocumented migrants are responsible for less crime per capita than natural born I was on Fox.
U.S. citizens are.
For what? For CNN having me on, talking about the Joe Rogan of the left?
Or that fentanyl being trafficked across the U.S. borders are actually not coming in the knapsack of a otherwise law-abiding abuela, but instead it's coming from regular points of entry trafficked by American citizens. 90% of the people that are being apprehended for chemical compounds necessary for fentanyl or direct drugs that they're trafficking across the border are American citizens. Like this does not track with the narrative that people believe because the narrative is dominated by the right on this issue. They should have been counter-messaging against that, and they should have been putting bills forward in defense of the moves that, for example, Governor Greg Abbott was engaging in Ron DeSantis. I said this even back then, that this is actually a fantastic opportunity for the federal government to show that there is a more tolerant approach, that one, they should have immediately pursued Governor Greg Abbott legally, and arrested him for human trafficking and tried to prosecute him for human trafficking. I don't care if it's a constitutional crisis or not. All of this stuff was insanely messed up, and the federal government dropped the ball. I think the Biden administration dropped the ball by not adding additional funds immediately, sending additional funds immediately to places like Chicago and New York, and to figure out a better way to transition a lot of these people and integrate them into the American labor force. And instead, they just got stuck in this like legal limbo for no reason. So why is it that Okay, so Republicans say they sort of lay all these problems at the feet of undocumented immigrants. They say they're responsible for crime. No, they're not. But there are obviously undocumented people. They're people, and some are committing terrible crimes, which they then exploit. But for the most part, these are people that not only are committing crimes at a low rate, but actually are unable to go to the police when they're victims of crimes. Whether that's a domestic violence, they can't go to the police, or whether that's just sort of the quotidian mayhem of living in America, or a boss taking advantage of you. They can't go to the police, right?
Yeah.
Then they say, oh, well, they don't pay taxes. Actually, that's not true. They pay into Medicare, they pay into Social Security, and they don't get the benefits of it back. And then they say, well, they're driving up the cost of housing. I do not believe that undocumented people are the reason a house costs $450,000 where it used to cost $350,000.
Yeah, I didn't realize there were executives at BlackRock. The Guatemalan migrants are mass purchasing houses and making sure that everyone's a permanent renter. That's the point, though. It's not a trans person that's your landlord. It's not an undocumented immigrant that's your landlord that's raising the cost of rent. It's not, your manager is not an undocumented immigrant.
There are two big problems, though. One is there are a lot of people saying this, and it doesn't break through because there is this right-wing media system.
Is that man drinking Starbucks right now? Hey, notice how I'm not an antisocial weirdo and didn't actually yell at him over that and then nuke the entire conversation? You should probably also follow suit. Here's a lesson for many of you in the chat, many young, like-minded individuals who want to be activists. Okay? It's called Be Normal. That's how it works.
That puts out this one story. And the second problem is, like, Democrats really don't have trust on this issue with the people that they're trying to persuade to see it our way, which I think goes to the point you made before, right? Which is, why is it that Donald Trump can meander around the country rambling, committing what in any other era would be, if not like campaign ending, like
This argument that a lot of people are defending immigrants and it's just the right wing making this narrative is such cope. Wait, what do you mean? No one is defending immigrants. That's the problem.
Campaign harming, ridiculous statement.
Pick your battles is probably a better way to put it. No, be normal and pick your battles. You're right. Pick your battles, but also be normal. Be normal is very important.
And gaffes, sure. That he can basically be in like a strategic mess. But Kamala Harris has to hit every point exactly right. She says the wrong thing on The View, or there's a bad interview from 2020. Those things can be campaign ending. And I think, to your point, it goes to something deeper, a lack of a core vision or motivating mission for the current Democratic Party.
Yeah, something that is an understandable, easy to communicate, simple policy that you can put your campaign around. So we agree on the messaging front a little bit, at least, or the asymmetry of how much right-wing media dominates the ecosystem, the media ecosystem in general, all the way from independent outlets down to traditional media, where, as far as I understand it, 73% now, I think, of all news watchers are watching Fox News. 73%. That's an insane percentage. That's an insane number, right? So outside of that, though, I think here is the disagreement that we will have. That while Joe Biden did a bunch of stuff that I agree was positive, it was simply not enough. And that was something that I was always very critical on as well. If you see a homeless person and you chuck them 2 pennies and they're sitting on the corner of the street, like, yeah, technically their material wealth improved by a decent percentage, but he's still going to be mad at you because you just gave him 2 pennies. Why doesn't the homeless person understand that their situation is much better? That is not an effective way to communicate to Americans that, like, no, you don't understand. Inflation is actually under control, that the economy is rebounding, even if it's objective truth, because most Americans don't understand what inflation is, and they don't understand that prices are not going to go down in that circumstance. And besides that, and I factor this is not just the vibe session communications, but I'm also talking about specifically like even the IRA or many of these other like parts of the legislative agenda that Biden put forth that was more progressive than I expected, more progressive than even the Obama administration in many respects. Mm-hmm. But one, they didn't do a good job of communicating any of those victories, in my opinion. They did not actually like go to the media regularly to show these victories and to showboat and gloat a little bit. Two, a lot of that was also held up in gridlock because we didn't whip votes well enough within our own party. And I think that there was a lot of punishments that should have been dished out to the likes of Joe Manchin and the likes of Kyrsten Sinema, rather than offering a Green senator an opportunity to be a prominent fixture of the Democratic Party. I think that a lot more punishments should have been issued towards these people that use the moment in the spotlight to specifically play the role of a rotating villain in the Democratic Party, which has happened time and time again, all the way from Joe Lieberman to the Maggie Hassans of the world, the Kyrsten Sinemas, the Joe Manchins of the world, and the problem solvers caucuses within Congress in general. These guys need to get whipped into shape.
Yeah, I just like I wish I believed that. I just wish I believed that. Like,
no, but think about it.
But I just like I don't know how much more you could have gotten out of Joe Manchin or Kyrsten Sinema. Like Joe Manchin basically was telegraphing the whole time, like I'll walk away. And Joe Biden kept him in the tent. That got judges through. That got
Austin, I'll fight you if you order food from a BDS listed place. Why are you trying to trigger people in the fucking Discord sitting over there within striking distance? This motherfucker, bro. He like literally sat his ass down over there.
Act 3. Like I do not believe, like I think we agree on a lot. I just don't believe that there is a version of the Joe Biden presidency that could have been more successful on legislative policy. I don't see that.
You're not gonna appreciate what I'm about to say then.
Hit me.
Use the IRS and also the SEC and maybe even the FTC to investigate as to why Joe Manchin's brother owns a coal mine and whether there's a conflict of interest there. Investigate why Joe Manchin's daughter is selling pharmaceutical products to the state of West Virginia when Joe Manchin is directly at odds with any sort of bill that passes that would lower the cost of pharmaceuticals.
So you want the president
yes.
to politicize these agencies
yes.
and use them to go after people?
Because you want to know why?
Tell me why. Hey, tell me why.
Because they're doing it at the behest of not only the American people, their interests, but they're also, and this is probably going to frustrate everyone in this audience, but here's the thing that I get very frustrated about.
Wide range of listeners across a broad ideological spectrum.
Here's what really frustrates me.
What frustrates you?
The way the Democratic Party operates. They love norms. They love institutions. They love civility. They care about bipartisanship for the sake of bipartisanship, as though that is something that
some do, some don't.
Yeah, sure. But for the most part, the broad communication coming out of the Democratic Party is that these are the things that they care about. These are the top line issues. We got to protect democracy. We got to preserve our institutions. The problem is the other side doesn't give a shit about that. So I think I want a Democratic Party that fights for me and others who are marginalized, other people that like desperately need help. And I know that the Republican Party is never going to do that. I'm not one of those guys who's like, oh, well, at least the Republicans are kind of listening to what I have to say or are communicating, channeling the anger that I feel. Like, I don't care. They're charlatans. They're significantly worse than the Democratic Party. I don't like the Democratic Party for their closeness to the Republican Party. I want them to be a party that actually fights for the working class, for all Americans unconditionally, regardless of ideology. And you can't do that through bipartisanship with an otherwise like hostile entity that is the Republican Party. And I think there is a lot of hypocrisy there, and and hypocrisy that people can see. Hypocrisy is the easiest thing that they can understand. You can't say that these guys are fascists, these guys are racist for 8 years for wanting to build a wall and then turn around and straight up tell Anderson Cooper in that town hall, well, maybe the wall is a good idea and I want to build it myself. I'm going to be the border czar. I'm going to be the border party. You can't do that. Americans look at that and go, so you're admitting that you were just lying for the past 8 years.
Well, it's like, again, though, it's like, I think actually, like you look at somebody like Dan Osborne, right, who ran so far ahead of the Democratic Party, ran as this economic populist, but one of the things he had to do to get there was kind of be tough on immigration. And actually, like, I think part of it goes back to like, if people felt like they knew, like in their bones, like Bernie Sanders being to me like the signal example, like, you know what Bernie's about. You know what he's for. You know what motivates him. You know what he cares about. Same thing for Trump. You know when there are issues he doesn't give a fuck about, and there's issues he really, really cares about. Immigration is one. Trade, right? Like, you know the things that like that have been anti-crime, whatever. That there are things that have been in Donald Trump's like kind of brain slowly losing plasticity that are like kind of solid in there. And for Bernie, we know why he's in politics, and that gives a politician the space to kind of challenge orthodoxies in the party or kind of run counter to it to signal to the people you need to signal to. Now, like, you say, oh, you can't call them fascist and then also work with them. Like, yeah, but at the same time, Joe, like, again, like, it's like, I just don't know what to do with this nuance. Joe Biden, like, I am glad Joe Biden did the Inflation Reduction Act and an infrastructure bill and a gun bill and the CHIPS Act and a bunch of other stuff. I'm glad he was able to do all of those things. I'm glad that he was able to use his kind of like moderate brand, whatever, to kind of bring people in and get some stuff done. Like, I don't think the country is better off if he didn't do those things. So, like, you describe it as hypocrisy. Like, it's compromise. Like, politics requires compromise.
The Republican Party rarely ever compromises. They're uncompromising. You only have to beat them.
But that's not
And the
true,
only
though, right?
time-
Like I
the only-
agree with that on Trump, but that's just not true. Like they did compromise, right? They like there are plenty of people on the Republican side that were furious at Republican senators for going along with some of these Biden bills, right? Like those are people that did compromise.
Yeah, there is a million examples, however, of Republicans that are obstructionists that I'm sure you
Yeah, of
also
course.
love presenting, that go back to their town halls and lie about all the money that they brought back home
Absolutely.
from the bills that they voted against. So ultimately, we now know that political polarization is set in a way that never really existed in American history until the last couple of decades, right? I think that parties originally were more geopolitically focused on their immediate needs, like statewide needs. So you saw this dramatic shift, and now the Republican Party, especially with Mitch McConnell under the Obama administration, showcased that like permanent obstructionism is not punishable, and that gridlock is always considered the administrative party's problem. If there's any sort of gridlock, it's the fault of the leadership, and Americans hate gridlock.
Yeah.
That's kind of the reason why I was talking about Kyrsten Sinema and Joe Manchin, because there was a massive moment where like they actually ended up protecting the Republican Party because they were never going to vote for these bills anyway. Pod Save America has a negative impact on our polity. Prove me wrong. Okay, dude. Again, going back to pick your battles and be normal. I know we're supposed to be civil, but he's so casual about immigration and anti-crime, i.e. killing innocent civilians, innocent people. Like, first and foremost, okay, I don't think it's appropriate to assume that the PodJohns are in favor of, killing migrants. Okay, that's not correct. Number two, okay, I talk to people who are infinitely more disagreeable than the PodJohns on a regular basis. Okay? And I offer them the same charity when I have a normal conversation with them, a normal discussion with them. There are polite disagreements in this conversation that spanned over 2 hours. Okay? You need to calm the fuck down. The job here is not to own my interlocutor in the marketplace of ideas. Like, I do not consider the PodJohns to be my enemy. Okay? Especially when they are offering a platform to someone such as myself and being rather kind, allowing me to talk my shit. Okay? Calm down. Anyway, and now the entire conversation was about like, madness within the Democratic Party's caucuses. Like, oh, they can't get their ducks in a row, right? Like that was genuinely frustrating to me because it's like, if you would whip your votes immediately, then you could showcase that the Republican Party is standing in the way of progress. But that's just like, that is legislative minutia. What is more important to talk about is broad, sweeping legislative changes or a agenda that might even come across as bold and radical in the interest of the American working class. Joe Biden said he wanted to do the public option. Everybody knew that wasn't real. He never talked about it after. He used the public option. He slotted that in the primaries when the party was primed to the Bernie left, and everyone was like, trying to communicate their own populist version of what Bernie was doing, and Joe Biden won the primaries and effectively tabled the discussion about healthcare. This is still a major problem, regardless. Like, yes, negotiating pharmaceutical prices and ensuring that insulin prices are capped at $35, which is now going to be looking like a Trump victory when he's in office. It doesn't matter. It's still good for the American people. So that's great. But like, that is good, but that's not enough.
Yeah.
And I think that when you don't do that, when you have this very technocratic, third-way neoliberal approach, but you sprinkle in a little bit of like anti-corporate, anti-billionaire populism that Joe Biden certainly did, it's not, you're a rudderless ship. You're not communicating effectively like what you are about. And when you don't have a North Star that every single person can point to and say, this is what the party is about, your enemies can portray you as whatever they want. And that's why the anti-trans ads are even remotely effective, because you can make the Democratic Party look clownish and inconsistent and even silly and hyper-focused on whatever key issues there are, because one, they rarely ever focus on universality in programs. Everything has to be means tested, which I think is both on the policy front and on the politics front, garbage. Focus on universal programs, because that way you can cut across every single group, and you can disproportionately target marginalized populations, black populations, brown populations, and trans people. These people do not exist in a vacuum. They're not magical, mystical beings that are not experiencing the shocks of the market, or they still have to pay rent. They still need workplace protections. They still need, they still need the cost of medicine to go down, right? So universal programs capture the attention of all Americans, including this majority white, angry population that is finding themselves in the throes of the Republican reactionary movement. And so they need to do that. And if they don't do that, then the subtle populism of the right is always going to be the only game in town, and they're going to be able to present themselves as anti-establishment while they have billionaires parading around all the campaign stops, like Elon Musk trying to do that X logo every time he jumps, like a child.
God,
I hate Elon Musk.
That is the trick, though, man. They're like, it does speak to just how far, one place where. So if you listen to the Harris campaign's advisors talking to Dan Pfeiffer, I know you did, and you had problems with it. But one place where they agreed is that, hey, everyone's saying, this trans ad, it actually might not have been their most effective ad. And they were trying to, and what Quentin Folk said was that, they were actually really trying to target it to get at black men. And it looks like maybe that didn't work, right? That's sort of, we'll see, we're going to get more data. But the point that the ad makes is just that, Democrats are weird. Democrats are strange, right? And they use trans people as a cudgel to do that. But to the larger point, you have billionaires, just literally the wealthiest man in the world.
The top seven donors this election cycle all donated to the Republican Party, and they were donating $100 million, $200 million. It was crazy.
How do you think about the fact that in right-wing media right now, and right-wing adjacent media, they are managing to be both the party of the wealthiest oligarchs in the world and the kind of traditional moral set trying to impose a specific way of living on people, and anti-establishment, kind of rebellious politics?
It's Nazi Germany, straight up. It's just pure fascism. That's all this is. It worked. It worked 100 years ago. And it's seemingly working right now. And it's not just the United States of America. It's all across Western Europe. The only country that bucked the trend of the incumbency disadvantage seemingly was Mexico. Mm-hmm. One must ask the question why an old doddering man who was still, relatively telegenic, even though he believed in wood elves, duendes, was able to get a tremendous amount of popularity and then become the transition candidate that actually passed the torch to a younger woman. Claudia Sheinbaum. I'm of course talking about Mexico. I'm talking about AMLO is the old man. Claudia Sheinbaum was his spiritual and ideological successor in the Morena Party. Why did that happen? Why was AMLO so popular? And why is Claudia Sheinbaum also incredibly popular? Why did Claudia Sheinbaum win the election with even larger margins of victory than AMLO did? It's because they expanded the welfare state, they increased minimum wage, and they made a whole bunch of decisions that genuinely improve the material conditions of a lot of people in Mexico. And that's something that people will never forget. We talked about the black vote for a second. As far as voter patterns goes, older black populations, older black voters as a voting bloc, is a more reliable voting bloc for the Democratic Party than younger black voters are. One must ask the question why. That is because people remember the last time the Democratic Party did something for black people, did something bold, expended social and political capital for black people. And that is something that people do not forget. If you give people things, they will not forget that. That's why there was a lot of dummies who thought, oh, Trump's back, we're going to get some stimmy checks. It's not going to happen, but they still remember that because they think, oh yeah, Trump gave us stimmy checks. Mm-hmm. I mean,
well, Joe Biden expanded. I mean,
I know.
And by the way, I'm not pushing back on any of this because I don't agree with the sentiment. I just I am trying in the weeks after this election to just question these sort of statements, because then it's well, Joe Biden expanded the child tax credit, made a huge difference for millions of children.
No, absolutely. The expansion of the child tax credit was fantastic, but it didn't continue. It was so successful and it didn't continue. Do you think American people know why that happened?
I don't.
Who's at fault if American people don't know why that happened?
I think some of it is Democrats, some of it is the mainstream media, some of it is the right-wing media, and some of it, by the way, is the left. It is the media of the left, right? The first couple of years, there's been so many moments where my great frustration, I think, in the way politics is talked about is often people do not want to do the work of figuring out who's actually responsible, right? Republicans will shut down the
Don't worry, I addressed the left point as well.
Government, and mainstream sources will say Washington gridlock continues, right? Or Joe Biden will be stymied in some way, or Barack Obama will be stymied.
Now?
Why did Barack Obama?
Wait, what? Fuck the USA. Fuck the USA. Let's go. You suck now. You suck now. Shut up, Dankus Canadian. Enjoy the fucking tariffs, okay? We are going to invade Canada, man.
Obama do this? Why didn't Barack Obama do that when he had a majority, right? He said, well, because it's actually, you know what? In the Senate, having 49 votes to get rid of the filibuster and having 50 votes to get rid of the filibuster is a difference between like, doing a ton of shit and not being able to do anything. That's not the fault of 49 people. That's the result of one person. Yeah.
Can I bring up something really quick? This conversation that you and I are having, have you ever heard a Republican have this conversation?
Well, what do you mean? Like Republicans don't talk this way?
Have you ever heard a Republican go, sorry, we couldn't get this done because we simply did not have the votes? Is that ever like a real significant front-facing public conversation that the Republicans have?
I mean, I feel like you want the answer to be no, but like, do you think the answer is yes?
I can't recall a time. Maybe no. I'm asking you.
No, I think on their side, like they have over the last decade slowly but surely gotten rid of the people who are pointing out the actual things that stand in their way, right? They went after Kevin McCarthy. Better. They went at and sometimes that works. Sometimes that leaves them like pretty well stuck. I mean, like Donald Trump was president for 4 years. He wanted to repeal the Affordable Care Act. He didn't have the votes, right? There was a big conversation about why he didn't have the votes. That like there have been the Republican base like furious with spending bills, that were passed, right?
What did Donald Trump do after when John McCain struck down the Affordable Care Act?
What did he do?
He took out the individual mandate regardless. He did.
Well, he did what the same thing a Democratic president would do. Do as much as you can legislatively, and when it fails, use your executive power, which is what Biden has done on student loans and a bunch of other issues.
Yeah, so my point is, he still got the most significant aspect of his, agenda across, and in the process, he utilized the bully pulpit to laser John McCain nonstop and effectively bully John McCain in a way that I've never seen a Democratic president turn around and communicate about Joe Biden. I'll hear it about the left, about how they're naysayers, how they're spoilers. I never hear it about conservative Democrats. And I think it's the coalition.
We talk about that.
It's the coalition that you want to have, is my point. And I think Democrats, win or lose, want to win by their own like established policies and the way that they want to win. And they're willing to lose if necessary, as long as they still maintain the overarching attitude that they have.
I just think that is,
or maybe they're just bad and wrong.
Well, I just think I think people need to be persuaded. I think people need to be.
Biden student loan. This man's Delulu. I mean, he did abolish a bunch of student loans with the executive power. He did do that. He should have gone further, but he did do that.
Persuaded. Like David Plouffe talking to Pfeiffer yesterday. He's like, look, you go to a swing state. You got a certain percentage of liberals and progressives. You got a certain percentage of conservatives, and you got this vast swath of moderates. You need them. Now, I think where you're right is like there is something about a Democratic establishment figures that feel more comfortable with a Liz Cheney.
We're going to get to the genocide stuff in a second. Don't worry.
At the table.
A big chunk of this conversation devolves into talking about
with
Israel.
Sitting at the table.
It's gross.
And that the disagreements with Liz Cheney are more kind of are acceptable, and the disagreements to the left are less acceptable.
But one must ask the question, why is that acceptable? Liz Cheney is anti-LGBT. Liz Cheney is anti-abortion. Liz Cheney is anti-Democratic Party. Liz Cheney is the daughter of a rabid, warmongering terrorist sociopath, Dick Cheney. And yet there are Democrats who are more comfortable with her than people who also would totally be on board with the Democratic Party, but I don't know, have maybe sometimes identical opinions of Liz Cheney on even LGBT issues. Like Joe Rogan is a great example of this.
Yeah.
The Democratic Party has consistently utilized and weaponized in the most cynical ways possible identity politics. And I say this as someone who is infinitely more progressive than the average Democrat on these issues. They just use it. They use it against Bernie. They use it against every single person, and now they're dropping it themselves. That makes every Democrat look like a silly fool. That makes it does. In the eyes of Americans, they go, you called us racist, you called us transphobic, you called us crazy, and now you're saying, okay, my bad, we got to drop this woke shit. Like, of course people are going to go, all right, I guess like I'm primed into now believing the Republicans. Like, you're pushing your base towards being more open-minded to right-wing policies. It's the only thing you're doing. And that's how and that's the only thing you're doing when you don't actually claw back a lot of the things that the former Republican administration engages in. Like Democrats are very good at trying to fix the deficit. They're the only real deficit hawks, right? Republicans certainly don't care. They only use it as a weapon to wield to communicate against the Democratic agenda. But outside of that, like on foreign policy, Joe Biden said he was going to be an effective foreign policy leader. He did NATO. He kept talking about NATO Jack, AUKUS, as though that was going to be.
He loved talking about AUKUS. Like I've never been more.
Oh, dude, there's a Ryan Ruth mention coming.
Or I've never been more like nervous in politics, like other than the day before an election, than when Joe Biden was still in the race and he did that press conference. And he was like, he talked about AUKUS. It's like no one knows what the fuck AUKUS is.
Yeah. Okay, that's a deep cut.
That is a deep cut.
But like Joe Biden was like, I'm the adult in the room, Jack. I'm going to bring back America into the global stage. The way that the American public sees that is like there's a war in Ukraine, right? And that's not even Joe Biden's fault. Like I understand that. That's Vladimir Putin decided I'm going to do the insane thing. I'm going to invade Ukraine. That's psychotic, right? But the way that people see it, they're like, why are we giving money to Ukraine when we're not fixing the potholes? Why are we giving money to Ukraine when the ISPs suck here? What the hell's going on? Why are we giving money to Ukraine when we don't have healthcare? We have homeless people everywhere. And then on top of that, they see that instability as like something that is Joe Biden's fault. Fair or unfair, doesn't matter. They attribute it to Joe Biden. Same thing with Israel-Palestine. They look to what is going on and they're like, this is insane. Like, why Biden will come out and say, or used to come out and say, we're going to do a two-state solution. Benjamin Netanyahu the next day would be like, fuck the two-state. What do you mean? How about no state? Literally the next day. And Biden kept trying to do this thing where he was like finger wagging, where he's like, I'm going to give him a heart-to-heart, real man-to-man. For a lot of Americans, they saw that as like, you're weak, you're old, you're weak, you're feeble, and you're getting dog-walked by an American ally in a very public and very embarrassing way. And there's a metric ton of violence that's happening on top of that. Like, he ironically destroyed the goodwill that a lot of people had coming into his administration with the last, I guess, like post-Afghanistan withdrawal. Everything was bad after that with respect to Joe Biden's foreign policy.
It also just like it's also tied to.
I still defend the Afghan withdrawal, by the way, and I think the Democrats also dropped the ball on that too, because they should have stood 10 toes down and said that was the right thing to do. We exhibited political courage. And for the record, Republicans tried to do the 13 of our best soldiers died in Afghanistan thing over and over again, the cynical thing that they tried to do.
Republicans are shameless. Democrats are less so.
No, they should be shameless.
I'm describing what the issue is. Yeah, I mean, part of this though too, like
they cut a bunch of stuff here. I said Democrats should have said 67 soldiers died in Afghanistan under the Trump reign versus the 13 that died under like there's a reason why no soldier should die, but there's a reason why, this is significantly limited the casualties because we pulled out. You were on Waters' show.
They lost because.
Yeah, I saw. We'll look at that later.
Like huge policy problem in how the Biden administration has responded.
They cut it because it's an hour and 50. The conversation took 2 hours, Chad. It was supposed to be 30 minutes. I think that's the reason why they cut a bunch of stuff. They cut my Ryan Ruth joke too.
To the war in Gaza. But on that issue, a bunch of foreign policy issues, a bunch of domestic issues, some of the problem has been Joe Biden gave State of the Union, which was good. And everyone's like, okay. That's what happened, right?
Okay.
But other than that, he has been such an ineffective communicator and it has gotten so much worse over
I'm glad that they cut out some of my jokes. I definitely made a bunch of jokes that probably what? Oh yeah, of course.
The last year.
Yeah, because he's old as fuck.
I know, but like we're in this moment where we're like kind of trying to like, what went wrong? What about this? What about that? People are so mad. Like the people are like they're like the answers that Kamala's advisors gave were unsatisfying. Yeah, they are unsatisfying. But so much of this is just like there was a giant anti-incumbent fervor around the world. Joe Biden was completely unable to articulate a defense of his policies, right? Like the fact that there is inflation and people are mad about inflation is not a reason alone. That explains that can explain why we lost if you accept that we had no agency in competing against that argument. But like Joe Biden certainly had just could not communicate effectively.
I think you'll see what happens when someone effectively bullies corporations, regardless of being a right-wing Republican, in the upcoming Trump administration. Things are going to get significantly worse for every single person, including the people that voted for Donald Trump. One of the funniest aspects of the tariffs conversation that's happening right now is that Donald Trump is going to implement broad tariffs on 45% of all trade that comes in and out of the United States of America. Mexico, Canada, and China comprise 45% of all trade. He wants to tariff every single one. Tariffs are obviously an entry fee that like the American corporations are going to be paying. None of the countries are going to be paying for these tariffs. It's a policy that's going to destroy drop shippers, which overwhelmingly vote for Donald Trump, and the Trump merchandise industry. So that's pretty funny. But having said that, it's going to be devastating for the economy. Now, what do I think Trump will do in the process? He'll obviously use tariffs to basically get corporations and industries and sector leaders on board with his agenda. So when he says jump, they say how high, or I'm going to slap you with tariffs, and it's going to actually punish you. It's going to hurt your bottom line. And I think that's part of the reason why they're going to do that. The other reason is it's a regressive tax. It's a broad sales tax on all consumers that disproportionately affects the working poor, and Republicans love that shit. But he also, at times, I think, will just institute the Defense Production Act or something. Like, we'll see it. We kind of saw it in COVID as well when it was a necessity. But that's the thing. Like, the American government is powerful. All governments are powerful, but the American government is especially powerful. It's the wealthiest nation on the planet. And the way that it runs is basically, it's like 50 companies in a trench coat. We are working at the behest of corporations. We feed them with our tax dollars that turn into subsidies for them. They utilize those subsidies to, I guess, lower production costs, but then they use that to increase their profit margins and engage in what used to be illegal pre-Ronald Reagan, stock buybacks and the like, market manipulation of all different sorts. And we're constantly deregulating the economy. And I think that it's not just about having like a populist message. It's about actually implementing said populist message and show who your real enemies are. Like, not be afraid to say, these people are fucking your life up. And if you are truly the pro-working class party, as the Democrats want to be, as they claim they were historically, right? And there were certainly times when they were, then you have to say these corporations and the wealthy that have given us money, as well as the Republican Party, and always have been hedging their bets, are the real reason why you're feeling this economic anxiety, the real reason why you feel hopeless, that you will never be able to own a home, that you'll never be able to retire. And the Republicans are always in defense of them. They will distract you with lies. They will say your fellow neighbors, your God-fearing Christian, Muslim, whatever, Jewish neighbors are your enemy, when in fact, we know what the problem is. So we're going to bring them to heel. This kind of messaging is terrifying, obviously, for many different reasons. And it will never happen within the Democratic Party. Well, but in the absence of that,
I don't think that's true. Why?
We'll see. No, I think you'll just get focus grouped messaging and means testing about the opportunity economy, which Kamala Harris presented at a time when people were, when wage growth had never actually caught up to the cost of living
and cost of housing.
Yeah,
which by the way is like you need to be, but this is like
you need to deflate housing. That's
you need to build vast amounts of housing.
Yeah,
the
federal jobs program, get these fucking incels to work.
But we got to get these incels to work.
No, get them to work. Give them whether they like it or not, they're going to get good, well-paying jobs with good benefits. They're going to get socialized medicine.
Got to put the incels to work.
And they're going to work. None of this neat stuff anymore. They can't be online all the time. They're too online.
It's your business. Now you're coming after your own business.
It's fine. I'm happy for I would drop everything if we got universal health care and a federal jobs program and we're building public housing all around the country. That's fine.
There's a place where the left, the online left and the online right meets, and it kind of meets a little bit at people who think RFK has some good ideas. a little bit. What do you think? What do you like? What is the appeal there?
Cranks.
Just cranks?
Yeah, anti-establishment cranks. There's a lot of them. There's the Tulsi Gabbard constituency, which is like marginal. It's not all that significant. But yeah, I think that the online left is not as robust a media ecosystem as like people think it is in general. And besides that, they don't have any sort of like political motion regardless, right? I have disagreements with the closest Congress members that are ideologically as closely aligned with myself as possible, but I still have many disagreements with them. And outside of that, I think like these guys that like RFK Jr. because they think he's going to make America healthy again. They just like the crank stuff.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
I mean,
Oh, another part that was cut, I think, was when I was actually talking about the left media ecosystem and how, like, I dropped names. I said Chapo Trap House, Majority Report, Drop Site News. All these places, like, we have been very aggressive defenders of things that Biden has done when it's actually in the interest of you know, serving the American working class. Like,
you talked like when I'm really like 4 years, I guess 8 years ago, Jesus.
Oh, it wasn't
remember
cut.
like after Trump won the first time, what I was feeling at the time, which I'm still feeling now, is that like the two challenges, right, is that like at a moment where someone like Trump is ascendant, like how do you keep this big left together, this big tent together from, yes, it includes the kind of pro-democracy, anti-Trump right, runs all the way to the far left and leftists. How do you keep that big group of people together? And I do think, like, you're right. Like, there is just, in part because there's just so much money behind it. Like, the online right is, I think, it's bigger and more influential. But it also knows how to get on board, right? Like, it knows, like, it fights, it has disagreements, it pushes, but then it knows, like, for our ends, for our goals, we all need to get behind, whether it's Trump or in previous elections, it was getting behind, like, Romney-like figures, McCain-like, they get behind those figures. And sometimes it feels like on the left, there's no moment at which we say, all right, we've had the fight, we've had the debate, we disagree on a whole bunch of stuff. Hey, everybody, we're going to get together. We're going to make sure that we stop Donald Trump, we elect Joe Biden as much as we elect Kamala Harris. Like, that moment doesn't come. And like, I'm not saying that Democrats in power aren't in part responsible for that. I think part of what we need to do is figure out a politics that brings people in. But it does like, everyone is responsible.
Yeah, I think just as I was very critical of Bernie Sanders' campaign, despite, you know, still loving Bernie, because he was nowhere near as aggressive as he could have been in the primaries, and it, you know, definitely should have probably gone on more like independent media route in a similar vein to Donald Trump. I am still, because I blame the fault on Bernie's campaign strategies in the primaries, despite recognizing the structural hurdles of like a left-wing populace coming out of a Democratic Party primary where it's like the laser-focused audience that goes out and votes at those things, or like the MSNBC watcher base that is like objectively terrified of someone like that because people are saying he's going to, you know, start executing wealthy people. It's still his fault. And it's still the campaign's fault in this regard as well. And that's why I brought forward the point that, like, you can have 1.5 billion, right? You can have ground game. None of that matters if the message is not actually addressing the real issues that Americans are facing. And the reason why I think the Republicans can, you know, go out and vote for the Republican Party and don't usually sit it out, I guess, and instead are able to say, suck it up and say, yeah, we're still going to vote for Donald Trump, is because there are single issue voters out there, and Trump, they know that Trump is going to protect it. People that like guns are going to be like, I like my guns. I want my guns to be protected. I want to be able to marry my gun. I want to be able to have sex with my gun. I know Donald Trump is going to be the guy that lets that happen. And I know the Democrats are going to, you know, shun me for wanting to have sex with my gun. So that guy's going to go and vote for Trump regardless, right? On the other side, though, if your top line communication and your major policy prescriptions are like, we have to preserve these institutions, we have to preserve civility, and we have to preserve democracy at a time when Americans are like, I don't give a fuck about democracy, just lower the price of eggs, then there's no way that I could outflank the Democratic Party and get people to vote for Kamala Harris that, you know, in a way that sticks, in a way that is going to be successful, no matter how much influence I wield.
It's not, yeah, I'm not even just talking about, yes, take your point.
Most people are just not voting. That's the problem.
But the challenge, right, is that like there are like these three, let's say you say there's these three kind of media ecosystems. There's the right-wing one, there's the kind of mainstream one, and there's the left one. The one on the right is built to attack Democrats. The one in the middle is built to attack Washington and politics, and the one on the left is built to attack Democrats. It is. I mean, like, I think they're trying to pressure Democrats to be a more moral and just version of itself.
I think I probably spend more time shitting on the Republican Party than the Democratic Party, but yeah.
But I'm saying when we're talking about, like, when the right is talking, when right-wing media, it is trying to be a team player, and it is attacking Democrats and supporting Republicans. The middle is attacking both, and the left is attacking Democrats and Republicans. There is no place, right? There is no, like, big kind of fun, exciting media environment.
Yeah.
Outside of, I guess, fucking this table, where like you have a lot of people that are like critical of the Democratic Party, like annoyed by the same things we're talking about, but ultimately it's just like we got to win. We have to get behind these people.
Yeah. Well, but again, it is because for many people on the right-wing ecosystem, like, they have their toys, they have their treats, and the Republicans are giving them those toys and those treats, whereas the Democrats are offering what?
No, I agree. That's
like,
where
what
I'm
are they
like,
offering?
Well, yeah, no, I know. We got to fucking figure it out.
It doesn't matter to me. I'm rich. Okay. Like, I mean, I probably might go to prison if Project Esther gets kicked in, or if they denaturalize me or something. But
hey, come on.
You know, I mean, who knows? We'll see. But
you can, I mean, you can be rich abroad.
That is true.
What are you
But
talking
my
about?
point is, but I like being here. I
Yeah.
like trying to solve some of the problems in America
Yeah.
at least.
And then- and, like,
but
the food's
overall,
good, yeah.
the point is not that I'm rich. The point is that the point I'm making is that like I care about my fellow Americans. I care about them, their lives getting better. They're improving their material conditions, and I recognize that if Democrats keep losing, then Republicans are going to keep ruining this country further. And I want the Democrats to win. I want to be the most regime-pilled propaganda minister you've ever seen.
That's what I want for you.
But I can't do that if the Democratic Party is not offering anything.
I guess what here's what I think that's all fair. I guess like where I'm like what I'm trying to see is like what is the path to the Democrats creating the kind of story that's backed by candidates, that's backed by message, that's backed by policy, that's backed by having the right enemies, telling that kind of story, right? And then in concert with that, like it is a kind of like we do need a kind of like virtuous circle where then more and more people in left media start to accept that the vehicle for changing this country for the better is the Democratic Party.
If we were consistently critical, I mean, I can't speak for everybody else on the left. I don't know who you're talking about when you say this, but like I can speak to my friends that are over at Dropsite News, former Intercept guys like Jeremy Scahill and Ryan Grimm. I can speak to Majority Report that was way more in the tank for Kamala than I was, for sure. Like they were very openly more excited at the prospect of Kamala Harris. I was definitely a lot more depressed by no matter who wins, we are still cooked. Was my attitude, but like certainly understanding and recognizing that Donald Trump is going to be far worse than Kamala Harris, of course. And Chapo Trap House, right? So these are some of the largest media companies out there on the left, right? Outside of the orbit of the Democratic Party. Every single one of these outlets, myself included, talked more about the Biden administration's accomplishments with the NLRB, with Lena Khan at the FTC with like, trust busting, and numerous other accomplishments that the Democratic Party actually brought forward than they did. And it didn't matter. My point is, we always defended the Afghan withdrawal unconditionally. You never saw that you barely saw that on MSNBC. We always defended that. We always defended Lena Khan. We always defended the NLRB. We always defended the symbolic move that Joe Biden made when he went to the UAW picket line. We didn't forget that. We talked about that. It didn't matter. It's not enough, especially when there's so much that Joe Biden did, I think, outside of the economic pressures that Americans were experiencing that was certainly going to play a pivotal role in the election. But there's so much that he did in the month of October in 2023 that just... You're right. It was a mistake that I didn't bring up the Talk to a Pod and all the stuff that Haley Welch has done at the behest of the Democratic Party. Doors open. Okay, well, I missed it. Just completely wiped that. That made it impossible to defend him because it became the major focus of a lot of people. And there's nothing you can do in that moment when people are, seeing exactly what's going on and getting frustrated. He unveiled the right-wing immigration bill on October 5th, 2023. If I might be getting the date wrong, but it was like literally 2 days before October 7th. He did that. And then October 7 happened, and he went and he bear hugged Netanyahu and kept giving, unlimited weapons to Israel over and over again, never restraining Israel. Everybody knew exactly what was going to happen. It had happened before, and it was going to be much worse. And yet, no restraint whatsoever. And it has, I think, diminished America's soft power capabilities on the global stage further. It has eroded America's influence and soft power capabilities in the Western world. Obviously, the global South already knew what was up. They've always known, but they have no power. They have no voice. It doesn't matter. But the populations in Western Europe recognizing what was going on and actually starting to protest against it, I mean, that's different. I'm saying this as someone who's been an advocate for Palestinian emancipation for the past 10 years publicly. I've never seen this groundswell of this massive sea change, this attitude shift in such a dramatic fashion over the course of the last 12 months, and they did not address that at all. And instead, they hugged and kissed neocons and talked about, even in the VP debate, like Israel having the nuclear first strike capability. What an insane conversation we're having after 12 months of genocide. Like that's, Americans fancy themselves to be peaceful people. It's a lie. America's foreign interventions are anything but peaceful. And but even then, the media ecosystem usually just shelters Americans from the genuine devastating impact of America's actions globally. But for that reason, Americans can at least feel like they're peaceful doves, which is why Donald Trump despite never being a peaceful dove, was able to effectively communicate that he was actually anti-Iraq war against Hillary Clinton in 2016, which was a resilient message that actually showcased him as more moderate than Hillary Clinton in the eyes of many Americans. He did 4 years of no peaceful dove shit whatsoever, and then he turned around and after October 7 was still able to effectively outflank the Democrats on this issue, despite the fact that he got $100 million from Miriam Adelson, Sheldon Adelson's wife. I
think your food is outside the
potentially
gate.
annex the West Bank and put rabid evangelical freaks like Mike Huckabee as the Israeli ambassador. Like, these guys are insane.
It's why it is very heartbreaking for me too. Look, I think one of the reasons people will be mad that you're on the show is because you're like a proud anti-Zionist, right? Like you said that. I've gotten shit for saying.
I was going to say anti-Semite. I was like, damn.
Joining us today, anti-Semite dumbass.
Yeah.
No, but like I actually like 2 or 3 years ago, I said on PodJohn America like that I described myself as a Zionist, which got people upset too. But what I said then and what I still say now is, and I actually had the same conversation with Bernie, is like you ought to denounce the destruction and death in Gaza. You ought to denounce the moral abomination that is taking over the West Bank on its own terms, because it is morally reprehensible.
Yeah.
It is despicable. It is these are war crimes being committed against innocent Palestinians who are paying with their lives for the crimes of Hamas. And you don't need to go further than that. What I'm saying is it is also terrible for Israel, and you don't need to care about that.
No, I agree.
No, I know.
I do care about
that. What Bernie said, I always appreciate what he has to say on this issue. What he said is that basically even Israel does not understand the way in which they're becoming an isolated pariah nation, and so people will be mad to have someone who is a self-proclaimed anti-Zionist on this show, but like I am someone who has called himself a Zionist, and I am against this because I believe it doesn't serve Israel's interest either. And that to me is what is so devastating about the outcome of this election, in part because of policy, in part because Joe Biden is such an incomprehensible messenger on one of the most delicate and contentious topics in American politics. We now have Donald Trump, who's able to elide what his actual views would be on this issue. And we have seen what happens in Israel when you have someone like Trump in power at a moment of crisis. And now there is Trump back in office here. And if you are concerned about the lives of Palestinians, if you're concerned about continuing instability and violence and death in that region, this election has just made everything so much fucking worse.
American foreign policy being so uniparty on this issue is genuinely frustrating. And it's genuinely damaging for Israel, because we recognize how our fellow Americans are becoming more reactionary every single day, especially with this new Trump election. You see people that formerly maybe had different opinions go, you know what, maybe it is good to deport 20 million people violently by utilizing the military potentially. This is something that the Donald Trump administration has said they're going to do.
Well, at the very least, even if people don't believe that'll happen or didn't understand, like these things are not like the expectation that Donald Trump taking all of these extreme positions would be enough. That just wasn't true.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to explain here is that before you know it, people can succumb to reactionary feelings and reactionary sentiment and find themselves in the throes of fascist ideology without even recognizing it. And I think examining that is important in an academic setting. That's why we have Holocaust studies, right? That's why we have genocide studies as an entire field to specifically understand exactly how Nazi Germany got to that position, or fascist Italy got to the position that it got to. And I think that, you might even disagree with me on this, but like that's where Israel is. That's where Israel is at right now. They have become an incredibly angry culture, an incredibly angry country that has succumbed, especially since the assassination of Yitzhak Rabin, who wasn't exactly a great guy for Palestinians either. I mean, he was known as the guy who deliberately tasked the Israeli security forces in breaking the hands of children for stone throwing, right, in the first Intifada. That guy was the off-ramp for peace negotiations with Palestinians, and they assassinated him. And his assassins and people who are backing his assassins, like Itamar Ben-Gvir, like Bezalel Smotrich, are now firmly a part of the Israeli establishment, the current governing
Israeli
coalition.
government.
It's kind of crazy that people have the audacity, people who read Wikipedia pages have the audacity to claim that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about when it comes to foreign policy, and that I'm out of my element. Like, it is kind of wild that they just rely exclusively on mainstream narratives and the fact that people just genuinely don't know anything about this kind of shit. To just basically say, such slanderous statements, you know?
Yeah, well,
yeah, maybe that's why I'm giving talks in the UK.
Also, there are also hundreds of thousands of Israelis who have protested this government.
Yeah, for different reasons, but yeah, no, for sure.
Yes, and again, like, I just think it's important. Yes, like, Israel is responsible for Israel's actions, but we do need to separate Benjamin Netanyahu and his conduct from the Israeli people. In the same, that doesn't mean they're not responsible in the same way that America is not George W. Bush, right? But America is responsible for what George W. Bush when he is in command of our armed forces.
Yeah,
but we understand that distinction.
No, of course. The problem is you have to also look at the Overton window, though, in any society, in any culture, in any country, right? And I think that, and I come from, I'm Turkish. Like, I come from a country with a conscription. Like, I understand what ultranationalism is. I've lived through it. I've experienced it. I know what it's like when Turkish people hear me say, like, that the Armenian genocide is real, for example. Like, that's like a non-starter, right? That's like, you can't say that. What are you talking about? I learned in school that it wasn't real, right? Like, I understand how a country can become more and more right-wing, where even the liberal position is still committed to the maintenance of an apartheid. And I think that is where we're at with Israel, and we have to restrain Israel as we are the number one partner of Israel, whether it be the weapons that we give to Israel, whether it be the financial support that we give to Israel, or whether it be the trade partnership that we have, or the financial partnership that we have with Israeli companies. We have a lot of influence over what Israel does, and I think over the course of the last couple of decades, especially with Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel has become a more and more right-wing nation.
Yes, it is a country that now views itself as being isolated and under siege, right?
Yeah.
Like, all of this is...
This is really funny. When people say it's totally on site for commies like Hasan, what are you going to do, man? You're going to come to my house and suck my cock? Is that what you want? Huh? You saw the meat pic? Are you doing meat watch? Huh? You saw the meat on Maine and you're like, damn, I want it in my mouth. Is that what it is, big boy? I unbanned you. You can speak. You can speak on it if you want. Is that your goal? A little bit of meat watch for you, huh? Is that what you're gonna do? You're gonna come over, you're gonna suck my dick dry, huh? Is that what you're gonna do? It's on site for commies like you? Okay, dude. Okay, psycho solitaire. Type of motherfucker that literally perishes at the mere prospect of having a social interaction with a fucking cashier. Dumbass.
Like, we have moved in the wrong direction in a bunch of, like, this is all gotten to be so kind of hopeless. Israel faces recrimination from around the world, feels isolated, feels like it needs to turn inward to protect itself, views itself as being
it's going
under
the Rhodesia route.
attack. Well, it's like the question right to me is like, how do you break that cycle? I agree it requires a ton of American pressure, but it also, I think, like, the turn, like, anti-Zionist fervor, like, to me, like, anti-Zionism itself is not a path to where we ultimately need to go, which is a peace and Palestinian self-determination, right? Like, that's what I believe in. Like, that's what I care about. That's where I want this. Like Israel as a country that no longer feels constantly under threat. Palestinians being able to live in peace and safety without being under occupation, in control of their own destiny. And to me, like, that, like, it's become a kind, like, that is a two-state solution. And anything that drives towards that, I think, is ultimately the direction we need to go. Right now, we're moving in the opposite direction, which is why this all feels so hopeless to me.
Well, I mean, look, I used to be of that same mindset maybe like a decade ago as well, where I resort to the likes of Avi Shlaim on this, or Ilan Pape on this, in terms of, like, my analysis of it. But, like, the settlement operations in the so-called peace process that were, again, funded by America as well, and still funded to this day by, like, the likes of Kufi, Christians United for Israel, which is the oftentimes not talked about part of this equation that is significant, and dare I say more significant than whatever Jewish Americans think about Israel. Like, it's the right-wing evangelical Christians that are the number one funders of the settlement project.
But it's also, like, the consequences for the expansion of settlements.
Yeah, well, that's...
And the use of settlement, like, what was once expanding settlements as part of a negotiation tactic towards what would ultimately have been a solution is now just a plan to take over the West Bank.
Yeah, no, it's developing Bantustans, which they did. And my point is that has made it virtually impossible for a two-state solution to exist, which is why I think that, like, Israel already maintains sovereignty, and that as an apartheid state, what needs to happen is to abolish the apartheid. So Hasan is a fascist, aha. We all believe in violence at the end of the day, right? What are you saying? I just said, if you want to come over and suck my cummies, I'm not interested, okay? I like that you not so subtly threatened me with death and then immediately are like, oh, you seemingly are a fascist and all you know is violence. Like, what kind of pussy shit is this? The fuck? That's a crazy fucking... That's crazy backtracking. Is totally on site. Cope, it's coming for you. And you helped create this atmosphere. It's totally on site for commies like Hasan. Literally unbanned. 4 minutes later, so Hasan is a fascist. We all believe in violence at the end of the day, right? Fucking idiot. Bitch. Which is something that, unfortunately, many Israelis refuse to reckon with, at least right now, because that would mean 5 million Palestinians, and including the 2.5 million Palestinian citizens of Israel, would now constitute a demographic majority in this area, in this land that Israel enforces sovereignty over, and that is terrifying for its demographic destiny, its demographic goals in general.
Well, just also like, okay, that's something to add. Like, you can point, like, it's also something that Israel is never going to assent to.
No, I understand that, which is why I think like the pressure campaigns, albeit minimal, but the change in attitude and the way that like a lot of people see this dynamic is significant, and I think that inevitably things will change, and we're seeing it right now. We're seeing it with the ICC decision. Like, this is a truly unique moment. We're seeing it with the ICJ court case. We'll see where it goes, but I think that I understand why even members in the State Department that I would directly be at odds with in the way that we examine the world have from the start tried to say, this can't happen, that we need to use the liberal Zionist off-ramp immediately. We need to just put Benny Gantz in charge or something. Like, we need to just like single out Benjamin Netanyahu, say he's the bad guy, and then move in the direction. Yeah, negotiation tactic is kind of crazy. Look, I gave a lot of I definitely was not going to be super aggro on this conversation, because it was like I was trying to be as nice as possible. With as much grace as possible. Move in the direction where like a more manageable, more liberal person, a more moderate person can be left responsible and restrain Israel in some way in order to continue Israel being an unsinkable aircraft carrier in a resource-rich region. And Hasan, you're a rich commie clown, enemy to free, liberty-loving Americans. You can be mad that your enemy recognizes you, but it doesn't change anything. Playing dumb while holding a weapon, acting like it wasn't a veiled threat. Haha, you are a hypocrite. Brother, you literally said you were going to come to my house and try and kill me. You said it was on site. I think you misunderstood. You just saw, I don't know, you saw the fucking Second Amendment. And it just like frustrated you for a second, I think. That's what it is. That's not me being a hypocrite. I have a right to defend myself, don't you think? And they didn't even listen to that. Like, the top of the administration just didn't even listen to that.
Well, because Netanyahu is an obstacle to any kind of peace. I mean, this is we have
the PFP law. You need to see this. Oh my God, that's what you look like. Brother, please have a family, raise your kids. You should not be on fucking Twitch crying in a person's chat like this. Go talk to your fucking kids, man. The fuck are you doing? I never said I was coming to your house. Cope, kid. Why are you acting like you didn't say it's on site for commies like you? Cope, it's coming for you, and you helped create this atmosphere. And now you're like, I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. There's a reason why your kids are probably embarrassed of you, big dog. It's because, you're doing this shit. Don't do this shit. Also, I am noticing that you did not deny that you want to suck my dick. So that's cool. I don't want it, but, I will take it as a compliment.
We have been in moments in the recent past where Palestinians and Israelis were at the table and peace seemed within reach, right? And that seems very far away right now. We were. And that seems very far away right now. But to me, that still seems closer than a single state. And to me, there's that sort of a future of heading towards that is a future of a lot more chaos and violence and terror and horror. And so I come back to my view remains that the future, that the only hope is some kind of a two-state solution. As far as that seems right now, people want to say otherwise, fine. But
I think they're gonna annex the West Bank. I think that's what I think is gonna happen. But let's move. Trump's gonna let it happen.
This is the thing.
And it's not even because Trump is ideologically committed to the Zionist project in the way that Joe Biden was. It's because Miriam Adelson gave him $100 million. That's it.
Trump doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, he doesn't give a shit about anything. He's just these guys gave me money. I'm gonna listen to her, and that's it. And that was really funny because that's what he's talked about in the anti-Semitism conference that he put together. If you recall, he was like, "I've done so much for you Jews. Why won't you vote for me?" That's what he kept saying. He's like, "If I lose, it's because of you Jews."
I know.
And it was insane because in his mind, he thinks that's the only thing that American Jews care about. It's the dual loyalty trope. But you also can't do that trope in a woke way on mainstream media either. When you are, I'm not saying you're doing this. I'm just saying you also can't do that in a more woke way when you're talking about Israel in as many liberal outlets do sometimes when they talk about you just want Israel to perish, I think, and you're probably anti-Semitic and that it's just Israel has demographic concerns. It's okay, well America has demographic concerns. America has white demographic concerns. That's that's a non-starter for me. You know what I mean? I don't care.
Yeah, I mean, there is also a ton of anti-Semitism.
And that was, I think, a important point that I wanted to land there as well. Am I being too subtle, or is it coming across? I mean, this is not the best audience to ask because you guys know what my perspective is, but.
Anti-Semitism.
Oh,
I know you don't. I know.
Yeah,
I just
100%.
making sure because yes, and
it's skyrocketing.
And that, but again, we gotta move on from this. But it's just you see it in our politics, you see it in politics around Israel, this kind of vicious circle of people feel under threat, they turn inward, they become less and less empathetic towards their neighbors. That leads them to be more and more isolated. And to me, it's the question is not I'm not even interested in philosophical debates, ideologically. It's how do you break that human cycle? Right. And I think on our side, it starts with just a policy that that recognizes that even if that it is in Israel's interest to stop the violence and to stop the killing, and that moving towards something like the annexation of the West Bank or the permanent occupation of Gaza or whatever it may be is ultimately not in Israel's interest. I know that makes me sound like a neo-lib shill, but that is what I think.
No, I understand where you're coming from. I don't disagree with you. I think that's why I was trying to bring it back to American politics. And I don't think it's an accident that in the past 3 decades, every single Western capitalist nation firmly planted within the heart of empire, firmly within the comfortable bosom of American imperialism, has shifted dramatically to the right. And in that process, I think, or leading up to that, there was a lot of austerity, a lot of clawing back of social safety nets, a lot of privatization that took place that some people call the enshittification of the economy or the enshittification of everything. And in that process, I think people got more and more angry. And the only people that benefit from that anger are always going to be far-right figures that can point to people that are defenseless and people that are less powerful than you are. And they were able to successfully use the anger to redirect that towards nationalist sentiment, to redirect that towards racism, homophobia, bigotry of all different sorts. And that's why you're seeing the reform movement grow in the UK with Nigel Farage, who now has a higher approval rating than the very conservative Tory-adjacent Labour leadership in Keir Starmer. That's why you're seeing the AfD grow in momentum in Germany. That's why you're seeing Le Pen's party win or also grow as well. Even if she goes to jail, her movement will not, go away. And in every single instance, you have centrist, moderate to How is Cutie running late, bro? Why does chat know she's running late? It's fucking the podcast is in an hour. It's in 40 minutes. How is she running late? Is she still streaming? She's still making food. She's cooking for 17 people. God damn, dude.
like center right.
Tell her to fucking end her goddamn stream right now and start driving.
Neoliberal party leadership constantly trying to maintain the hegemonic status of neoliberalism and losing out to populist far-right messaging every step along the way, because when material conditions worsen, okay, and you might look at the technological improvements and say, what do you mean material conditions are worsening? Like, I can order a Uber Eats and immediately have it at my doorstep, but like overall, the important things like educational attainment, healthcare, public transit. If we're talking about Europe, we don't even have that here in America.
We can talk about it here too.
You know, home ownership. These sorts of things are just getting worse and worse year over year, and it truly ruins people's lives, and it leaves them angry and confused. And right-wingers like Donald Trump, or fascists like those in Europe, like Maloney's party in Italy as well, or Geert Wilders in the Netherlands, like these guys use that opportunity to say, you know why you're mad? Because Muslim refugees came in and they ruined your beautiful European culture.
It's the challenge, right? Is that like things aren't getting worse on every metric. They're not. And if you were to look at the last, I don't know, 50 years of American politics, and if you just showed people the economic data and you said, I want you to find on this chart where the United States elected a fascist dunce, you would not pick 2024. You might pick 2008. You might pick 1992. You might pick after the stagflation of the 70s. There are a bunch of times you might say, well, that must have, if it's someplace here, it must have been then. And so I do think like we have to. I think housing is a big part of it. I think people being furious that life didn't seem to come. Like people are, I think, traumatized by the pandemic in ways we're still kind of. It's hard to see and hard to find in polling, right? I think there's like a deep anger about like, hey, wait, things never got back to normal. I don't feel normal. Costs didn't come back down. Life seems worse in measurable and immeasurable ways. And I do think part of it is like, yes, it's material, but it's also, I think,
spiritual.
It is. There is something. I think that there was a bargain people were making when all the restaurants where they knew the owners closed and they were replaced by fucking Panera Breads and Subways and chains. And when their supermarkets became chains and the Walmarts came in, right? And people like to blame Walmart, but Walmart is both a symptom and a cause, right? I think like there was a bargain people made. And the bargain was, I'm going to give up on like the kind of dignity and community and sense of place and belonging that I used to experience in my town for this cheap stuff.
Yeah,
but
treats.
It better be fucking cheap.
Yeah,
it's
treats.
not. But I think people are very bad at understanding what they want. And people, I do think that there's this collective feeling of like, hey, we traded something away to these corporations. And some of it we did unwillingly, some of it we did willingly, but we're not happy with the outcome. And I do think that that's about community.
By the way,
I do think
don't worry, I bring up the fact that right here, Chad is all chirping saying alienation.
About meaning.
Yeah, what you're describing. You're describing alienation, but
I am. But that is a big
but
part
in
of
the
it.
Marxian sense, not like alienation in the normal understanding of it. But like, yes, you're right. Americans feel isolated. Everyone feels isolated. Everyone feels alienated. They feel alienated from their labor, and besides that, there is no sense of identity. And I talk about this quite frequently. Actually, our consumption is the only marker for identity.
Yeah.
Even guns is a very important political identity for a lot of Americans. That's consumption. That's no different than an expensive Gucci bag. Okay, it's actually more expensive in many instances, and the culture that surrounds it is still ultimately at the point of consumption. And when there is a hurdle in front of that, whether it's cost or because you just simply can't go and buy it at the store or whatever during COVID and the lockdowns, everything falls apart because we're a very fragile nation that is built on this idea that like as long as I get shit for cheap, I'm fine. I don't really care. As long as the cost of eggs will go down, 20 cents or $1, I don't care if 20 million migrants get deported, is the calculation that some people made. And many people said it's not going to happen anyway. Now, there is the other side of the story.
But that's why I want to hear the other side. But I just want to just
the other side is what I was trying to say is this is what Kamala Harris did wrong, in my opinion. She could have gone up there and said, I am going to arrest the Walton family. And if she was able to successfully say, I'm going to arrest the Walton family and they're going to stand trial, okay, in a military tribunal,
Sure.
And that is going to make egg prices $5 cheaper. Eggs are going to be 10 cents again. Americans would have voted for that. That's my point.
So
you don't have to go that crazy, obviously.
No, I know. Well, I guess it's just like this to me. Like these are the twin problems of dealing with a fascist threat. One is keeping a big, fractious, progressive, small L liberal movement together. The other is how you defend the value of institutions that don't do that. And like I know you're being.
I'm being hyperbolic. I'm exaggerating.
I know you are.
I think that for far too long,
deregulation and unconditionally supporting corporations, and even having what you just described as like the formative opinion on antitrust. Like, as long as the consumer is happy, as long as the prices are low, we don't care if you monopolize.
But that's the rights view. I mean, we like Democrats are now fighting. Like, no, but some of this is like we're fighting back on that stuff.
No, but so that was the rights view, but that was kind of uniparty for a very long time. At least since the 90s.
I think but this is I think. Conservatives had an ideological view of this.
Yeah.
The Bork view of this. They came in and they said, antitrust doesn't mean what it says in the law. It doesn't mean what it says in people's experience of what a monopoly does. It's this one specific definition, which makes it really hard to stop mergers. Yeah. And Democrats said, wait, hold on. Like, kind of, Democrats just didn't have a strong view on this. It just wasn't a motivating. It wasn't.
I know, but why didn't they?
Well, I think I think there wasn't. I think that I think the intellectual academic left had to catch up to the damage this was doing. I think Democrats just didn't focus on it, didn't care about it. I also think there is money from donors. Of course. I know you don't need to rhetorically cue me up. I know. But that, like, I think sometimes it is not people saying, oh, I wish we would go after these giant monopolies more, but I got this donation, so no, now I'm not. But it's a culture, a kind of pro-business culture, right? That like kind of pervaded Democrats since the 90s that made conversations about this kind of thing harder to have, which is different now because Lena Khan is now the chair of the FTC, right? Elizabeth Warren created this Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, right? Like, there has been a shift, but it is both not enough and not a shift in people's actual understanding of what the Democratic Party
because
is for.
there's no immediate gratification that comes from that.
I know.
And the immediate gratification that is supposed to happen could happen potentially with wide sweeping legislative agenda changes overall, or like clearly communicating a pathway towards like a more just outcome for healthcare, for example. Like, that's not something that we're invested in. Like, things that touch people's lives immediately is going to yield very positive benefits. I will say this: I think as far as like Lena Khan or the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, these are fantastic things that happened under the the watchful eye of the Biden regime.
Well, Barack Obama
and Barack Obama as well. The problem here, however, is that, once again, I think out of genuine fear, maybe, that they would disrupt or upset the Tony West coalition of the Democratic Party. All of these like major donors that donate to the Democratic Party, they didn't do a good job even explaining what they were doing. And I'll tell you why. Just real quick, I just want to give you an example of the IRS, right? Joe Biden funded the IRS. Every dollar that goes to the IRS, I think, is like, what, $7 extra or 30, up to 35, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know the exact numbers, but like every dollar that you spend on the IRS, you get 35 in return in America's coffers, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's massive. That's fantastic. Republicans hate that.
Yeah.
They hate the IRS. And many Americans also hate the IRS as well. They hate paying taxes, partially because they don't see anything in return for it. And even though the IRS getting more funds actually retrieved a lot of tax dodgers that were refusing to pay taxes, and on top of that, their investigations concluded that I think Coca-Cola had evaded taxes to the tune of $16 billion. Right, one company.
Mm-hmm.
I never heard that from the Biden administration. They never went out and said, this is why we funded the IRS.
Yeah.
Not because we want to come after you and your trailer, okay, in the trailer park with our armed agents or whatever. Republicans, on the other hand, were like, 85,000 armed agents are coming to your house.
Yeah.
They're going to kill you. They're going to take away your children, and they're going to take your guns, and they're going to take your trailer park.
I think we paid for not having an effective communicator in the president. Like, I think we paid dearly for that.
It's not just the president.
I know it's not just the. I know it's
Pete Buttigieg is attack dog. Sick him on every television show.
I do think part of the challenge is a lot of people are talking about what these agents would actually do. It just doesn't get covered, doesn't get attention, just doesn't matter. People don't cover this kind of stuff. That's part of it. I'm not saying there aren't Democrats. I agree with you. Like, Democrats need to have a kind of combative. Like, if that's anything we take away from Donald Trump becoming president, is that, like, clearly we need somebody.
People want a fighter.
They want a fighter. They want a fighter, and like.
And you can't fight for opportunity economy and $50,000 in tax credits for startups. That is not something to fight for. You need to be a fighter, and you need to fight for things that are universally good and that people want: healthcare, fixing the housing market, things like that.
Well, she did do that. Yeah, I agree with you.
But again, even her communication on that is like, so much of the Democratic Party is now officially captured by what we would look back in the past as like unimaginably right-wing economic policies, like tax cuts. And tax cuts and a public-private partnership. When I hear those words, I'm like, I'm not regime-pilled.
Yeah,
I want to be regime-pilled. I want to champion the social democratic regime. I want to make the Democratic Party look like. I want to make the Democratic Party make Olof Palme look like a fucking revisionist right-wing reactionary. Okay. That's what I want. I want trains.
I want trains.
I want better public transit.
Better transit. I want more. I want
socialized housing. Like. Okay. But you're stopping.
I don't know, but like, what do you mean? We can't get into it. We can't. We got out of time. We've gone so long.
What I'm saying is like we.
I am for building millions upon millions of houses everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm for.
Yeah, but no public-private partnership. Build it with federal, publicly funded employees, and build it as a mechanism to claw back the insane housing market prices, to lower them by force.
Okay,
that's what I think.
All right.
I think if you said that, a lot of Americans would be like, "I like that idea."
I think if a Democratic politician got up there and said, "We are going to employ millions of Americans. We're going to have a national jobs program to employ millions of Americans, building millions of houses," I think that would be very popular. I agree.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
You're regime pilled as well.
I am regime pilled. Now, I did go on your feed yesterday to see what you've been up to.
Oh my God!
And can we just put this up?
I think I know what you're going to post.
I was looking for what your reaction was to the Harris campaign podcast, and I just found this, and I just thought, is this what the Joe Rogan of the left would post?
I think Joe Rogan posts
Donald Trump wins, and you're like, I think I know what I need to do. I need to post Hull.
Yeah.
You getting good reactions to this? Is this getting what you need?
Well, I wanted to show my progress. It's been a while. That's like from 2021 until now, and I do talk about my fitness journey quite a bit.
You do Pilates?
What?
You do Pilates?
No, I train. I weight train, and then I play basketball.
What are you doing for cardio?
Basketball.
Basketball?
Yeah, I play basketball 3 times a week, sometimes 4. And that's been very good. I also track my macro nutrients. I track all my calories.
What does that do for you?
What do you mean? It's that right
You think
there.
that's what it's doing?
Picture on the right. That's
think
how
so?
I got there.
Oh.
Yeah.
I use Manjaro. It's awesome.
Oh, nice.
It's awesome.
I have family members that use it as well, and it's
cool.
been very helpful.
Yeah, I don't have to think about it anymore.
Well, yeah, it's great. It's fantastic. Do you feel like it's stopped your other addictive tendencies as well?
I'm a better driver. Isn't that weird?
Maybe because you're not on your phone or something?
No, I think it's because I'm not spending so much of my mental energy on diet, and so I'm just a little bit less kind of spent and I don't know, impulsive.
Yeah.
Around other things, and so I don't feel some need to get home 2 minutes faster. It's hard to explain.
Okay.
I don't feel as much of a need
to
find justice on the roads.
I understand.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. You asked me. No, I 100% get it. You asked me why you track your calories or whatever. I get a lot of comfort from the rigidity of my schedule, my regimen, and I don't even think about it because it's just a habit that I have at this point. And for that reason, it's not even a thing I think about at all. It doesn't weigh on me. But when I was, when I was eating in a very unhealthy way, it did constantly weigh on me. I was like, but it feels so good.
I know.
But also it's so bad for me. But then,
you feel like you get a little bit hopeless.
Yeah.
It's true in politics too.
For sure. I mean, definitely. But you gotta focus on whatever small victory you can have. And it's the same for fitness. And like I said, going back to the Joe Rogan of the left conversation, this is definitely
Manjaro is Ozempic.
Something that I talk to my community about quite a bit. And there's a lot of people in my community that have also gone on their own fitness journey. I've been able to inspire them to do this as well. And I think it's important to be physically healthy.
I do just to close this out because we've gone on too long, but there is something about in terms of meaning and a spiritual I think there's a reason that there's been an appeal of people like the Jordan Petersons of the world and some of the kind of more self-help right-wing types.
Yeah.
And I do think there are a lot of people out there looking for not just sort of answers in politics, but answers about why does I feel unfulfilled, working, not working, whatever it may be. I feel like I'm missing community and the kind of leadership that would come from community.
Bro, this is what she's doing. That's why she's late. God damn. This is crazy.
And I do think that's why sometimes you see I don't know, even on the shows we do, I do feel there's a hunger for something broader than just a political program, but more of a kind of way of grappling with the fact that this version of modern life kind of dares us to ruin our own lives.
Yeah.
I
offer that in my broadcasts every day. I talk about my own personal journeys and I offer advice there. I used to have an advice segment as well. I haven't done it in a while, but like, I'm going to bring it back. And that's why I also like collaborate with other content creators, even if I don't align with them politically, agree with them politically at all. But, there are plenty of people that I know who are my friends, who I think, as long as they're like relatively charitable and good and kind people, even if we don't agree on everything politically, it doesn't matter. I find myself in these bro spaces a lot. I've been on almost every single podcast that Trump has been on.
Yeah.
And many of them are run by my friends, like Impulsive. My buddy Mike Malak is Logan Paul's co-host. Not the biggest fan of Logan Paul, but I love Mike. Mike is a fantastic human being. He has an incredible journey of overcoming addiction, and he wrote about it as well. He had a New York Times bestseller. Bradley Martin with the Nelk Boys. I don't really know the Nelk Boys, but like Bradley Martin I like a lot. He owns Zoo Culture. He's a real meathead. And that's and Andrew Schultz as well. I've been on that podcast too. Like these are a lot of these podcasts I've been on as well. And like these guys and their audiences are receptive to what I have to say. And I think like optics play a role in that for sure. Like the way I carry myself, the way I am naturally, authentically, I think is a package that young men are not immediately dismissive of. And I'm very aware of that, and I try to use that for good. And I try to use that to like explain to people that like it's not cool to, shit on random people for no reason. They're like, let them live. Like, what the fuck is this to you? It's not gonna fix your life.
Yeah.
You're being a kind of a loser, an entitled little loser, and it's not good. And that does work.
Boss baby energy. Yeah.
It works. And I think the size of my community now and the makeup of it is proof of that reality. Like a couple of years ago, I didn't have the numbers that I have now, and virtually every single person in my audience will tell you that like there is one key issue that I have dramatically changed their opinion on, whether it be American foreign policy, whether it be the way that they viewed trans people and were transphobic, but now they're not, or even racist opinions. So that's what I try to do to the best of my ability in my little corner of the internet.
Hasan, Piker, good to see you.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
When we come back, Congressman Seth Moulton.
I hope it was good. I think it was decent. I mean, I definitely toned it down a bit, especially on the Israel's front. And there was a bunch that was cut out, I think, from that conversation too. But not too much. Nothing crazy. I think they just like cut it for one, to save my ass, really, because I said some stuff about Ryan Ruth. Now let's look at the comments. Let's look at the comments. Please don't remind us about Dan's interview. We aren't mad at you. We're mad at overpaid consultants who ever seem to do losing thing. Such a contrast to that utter pablum from the other day. Right from the jump, they're more hostile to Hasan than they were to the people who blew this. I don't think they were that hostile. The Democratic Party needs serious reform. It's bloated without a touch consultants and talking heads trying to justify their jobs, leading losing campaigns and not listening to the working class. He was right before. He's right now. The Dems need to grow a spine and not be doormats. This guy's good at articulating his ideas and desires for people in America and around the world. People will call him idealistic, but not only is that what we need, he backs it up with bountiful evidence. Gotta admit, this guy knocked it out of the park about the way I feel about the party and the direction it's gone since 2009. Why does he understand me better than the people who are paid millions of dollars to do? Damn. Like, that guy is probably not the Hasanabi head just writing a fake. So glad you have Hasan on, because mainstream Dems watch and listen to you. Must understand the obvious truths Hasan articulates. This Hasan guy seems to really know what he's talking about. Glad to see someone accurately diagnose the Democratic Party's issues. Where has the party of FDR gone? That's crazy. That's good. Who is this guy and can he run in 2028? Seriously, he's brilliant. I totally agree with his Joe Manchin blaming. And if I'd known all that stuff, I would have made it public. Thank you for this. Best I felt in 3 weeks, says Arkansas vote blue. These are like liberal moms, dude. Goddamn. You got 2 Zim packs on the table. Yo, can you get the door? I don't know. It's probably my mom. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's Gabe. Yeah, go show some love to the interview. Thanks for having me on. Comment. Boom. That's crazy that this is like popping off. Dude, the PodJohn's, the audience loves it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they love it.
Damn. I watched the whole thing.
You did not watch the whole thing. You're such a liar. Why are you
I was
lying?
listening to the whole thing.
Why do you lie all the time, dude?
I was listening to the whole thing in the other room.
You're really doing a disservice to
I
the
was just
gays, bro.
secretly
You're doing anti-gay propaganda.
Secretly ordering on the BDS list and delivering so much BDS food to them. I don't even know what BDS stands for.
Boycott, divestment, and sanctions.
Oh, okay. Just sitting secretly in a corner, mischievously ordering BDS food.
Everyone is praising the same leftist garbage. Please send him to run for office. Another win. I like that the Republican is a Republican PodJohn watcher. The fact that John is more combative with Hasan, who had nothing to do with the Democratic strategy than Dan in his discussion with the Harris campaign, is the exact problem with liberal media when Hasan's approach of talking about real material. I thought John was not that combative. I thought John Lovett was not that combative with me. Maybe it's because I'm so used to people being unimaginably combative with most of the things I talk about that, like, I didn't think that way at all. Lovett was very agreeable, but it took every bone in his body to not shout you down, and I think anyone who watches PSA can clock it. Maybe I'm so used to people... Yeah, I'm so used to people just being like, dude, you're a fucking terror-loving anti-Semite that wants to kill every Jewish person. Shut the fuck up. I hope you get deplatformed and kill yourself in the process. Is like my normal, I would say the median naysayer.
Somebody said I'm the type that eat at Chick-fil-A. Yeah.
Yeah, he does all the time.
All the time. I got a lot of points. I'm the type to use my points at 10:30 or 10 a.m. on a weekday for a nice breakfast burrito. Okay.
D viewers are commenting now. Yeah, they'll swarm it and try to fucking massage the narrative as quickly as possible. Be like, he sucks.
I mean, for those of you saying that it's homophobic, ask yourself this: who's homophobic? Are they homophobic or homoerotic? I'm getting joy, a gay man from their chicken. Kind of gay, don't you think? You ever thought about it that way?
Yeah. You can't. The thing that you guys don't understand is that they're making a gay man very happy. They're giving a gay man mouth pleasures.
That's right.
And there's nothing gayer than giving a gay man mouth pleasures.
Yep. That's very true.
Cutie is bringing salmonella as a gift for everyone at Fear and Nice.
Well, I may have already had. I got my hospital bill.
I'm
going to share it on the podcast.
Save it, bro. God
damn. It's a cliffhanger. I'm going to share it on the podcast.
Is literally nobody going to talk about Pod Save America platforming Hasan's hog? Yeah. I would like everyone to go to look at the comments when he talked to John. Joke Society was saying the exact same things before the election and has done a better job deconstructing the campaign failures than 4 members of the campaign. It's time to start listening to critical voices who want to chart a bold new path forward. He's very quick to call for sending people to jail, but I do agree with him that Democrats need to stop letting Republicans get away. This was months ago this is before the election when I did a podcast with them. And like, it got a lot of play. It got a lot of play basically because I was like, some people watched it. They're trying, but they're getting drowned out. Reported for supporting terrorism. You literally platform a terrorist sympathizer. What? Oh my God, these people are such fucking insane people, dude. I don't think they understand. They come across as crazy.
Can I go back to what I talked about earlier?
What?
When how the visceral response that I get from being around all these freaks with like camo pants and MAGA hats and shit like that. Part of me wants to resist that and take that energy and do some introspection on the way that the Democratic Party has conducted itself and how these people have been lost because of the shortcomings of the Democratic Party, as opposed to.
What do you mean?
Like,
elaborate?
What I'm saying is, instead of getting angry, because I was in literally. Okay, so it's gonna sound. I don't even know if I should say this, but I went to a country concert. Okay. This was a while ago. And somebody asked me to go. It was a free ticket. So I said, I'm going to fucking go. Okay. I'm just going to go. All right. And I was like a fish out of water. And I was so fucking angry, like all the time around everybody because of this like bro, like culture. What I'm trying to say is, are these people lost forever?
No.
Like, can the Democratic Party message to these people?
Yes.
Are they always going to be like, is there any hope for the bro that's sitting in the front row with the red MAGA hat and the cowboy boots and the acid wash jeans? Is there any hope for them?
Everyone can turn it around. I think it's ridiculous to make the assumption that people are just like ontologically evil or just bad across the board.
So that's
with
what I'm
no
saying.
hope.
So
you just gotta work your way. I mean, they arrived at this position. They weren't born into it, you know? You just got to keep working at it. And
it's
you gotta,
discouraging. It's discouraging.
You got to win them back.
Around and
you got to win them back. You know?
It's so discouraging. I fit right in, though. I was
Austin
wearing a camo
is just
shirt.
heterophobic base. I was on Fox News as well. Let's take a look.
Oh, shit.
They lost because they were, Democrats say they lost because they were scared of their donors.
I think that they need to change their policies.
It's a policy thing.
Yes, it's 100%.
By the way, the woman on screen has once called me a terrorist sympathizer.
Wait, but she seems like she's using you as like cannon fodder.
But now that I'm shitting on the Dems, they like it.
Oh, dude. They need to change their policies.
Wait, my uncle's going to fucking love
It's
this.
a policy thing.
Yes, it's 100% a policy
I'm going to
thing.
get so many...
Which is the boring
I'm going to get
answer.
glazed at
Although
Thanksgiving.
it would be very...
For knowing
Hasan.
Yeah. She called me a terrorist supporter way back in the day when she was attacking
Well, let's
AOC.
see. Hold on. There's still 45 seconds left in the video. There's plenty of time
for me to say, I'm the left's Joe Rogan. The Democratic Party should give me millions of dollars. That's not going to solve this problem. What will solve this problem is if the Democratic Party actually adopts real left-wing economic populist messaging instead of purposefully avoiding that stuff because they're terrified of upsetting their corporate donors.
Left-wing pop.
I mean, man, this list of excuses is getting longer than Hillary's infamous scroll of scapegoats.
Wait, what? She just didn't understand any point I made, I think. She's not even addressing the point.
Oh, let's see.
She's not addressing anything I said. What? Yo, these people are so stupid, dude.
donor.
I like her little outfit, though. It looks cool. She looks like a Wolfenstein propaganda minister for like the American Nazi territories. Am I wrong? Look at this. Wow. Yeah. Back when she was Trump's press secretary, by the way, she said, unacceptable. AOC and Ilhan Omar teamed up with activists who said America deserved 9/11. These radicals would run the show in Joe Biden's America. Yeah, remember when we ran the fucking show in Joe Biden's America? Remember when I ran the show in Joe Biden's America? That was cool.
Let's see.
I mean, man, this list of excuses is getting longer than Hillary's infamous scroll of scapegoats after the 2016 election. Democrats are going to have to do a serious autopsy around the Thanksgiving table tomorrow. And they have to figure out what to do with Kamala. Some Democrats never want to see her again. They're begging her to not run in 4 years. They don't even want her to run for governor of California.
None of this has anything to do with what you said at all.
Yeah, no, they just put it there because I was shitting on the Dems. I think that's it.
None of it had anything to do with that.
That's amazing. You know what people are going to be sitting around the Thanksgiving table watching? Jenksgiving. That's right. Tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, Uncle Nephew. Okay, the Uncle Nephew bond, the unshakable bond.
Wait, is he gonna come on stream tomorrow?
Fuck yeah, dude!
You streaming during Thanksgiving?
I always stream in the lead up to Thanksgiving dinner or I guess like our evening, like late lunch.
Dude, by the way, there's some freaking fruit out there.
Yeah, don't touch it. I'm telling mom.
Don't tell her.
I'm telling my mom.
Dude, there's
that
so many grapes. It's like
you ate the fucking fruit that was set up for the whole family.
Dude, there's like an elaborate. It looks like one of those. Like, you guys ever seen like those Roman movies, like with all like the when like the elaborate like.
I was bro. Look at this.
Oh shit, you were pretty good.
That's crazy. Sorry, go on.
But you know, like those movies of like ancient Rome, and they have like the cups. What are those big cups?
Look at this guy. Sorry. These guys are so funny because they're like,
you have such bad ADHD. Have you
I'm
been
sorry.
diagnosed?
You're a fucking. Yes, I have. Of course.
I mean,
many years ago.
I mean,
you're a fucking terrorist, bitch. Fuck Gaza. He wrote in not caps. Anyway, go on.
So you know those elaborate Roman food spreads?
Uh-huh.
You know where they have like with the cups.
My mom
with the
likes
golden
making
cups?
those. Yeah.
So they've got one. He's got one on his counter. Fucking fresh strawberries,
Democrats say
like grapes. And I just fucking went. I ate so many.
You did?
I ate a few grapes. I kind of ate probably more than I should have. But to be honest, I ate a little bit out of everything, so nobody. I don't think you could really tell.
That's insane,
dude. I'm so sorry. It was so
they
fucking
lost
good.
because they were scared of their
It
dope.
was so good. The grapes are Kaya.
Chill.
Chill.
All right.
So fucking good.
Speed
those
has
grapes.
fallen. What do you mean?
Owners.
What is
I think
this?
that
I show Speed shares his thoughts on streaming being a 9 to 5. Yeah, I agree with this. What do you mean? I was a server. Let me tell you this. No, it was way harder. It was draining mentally. I don't get how streamers even say that. Yeah, he's right. I agree with his take.
I disagree. I think being a mother is the hardest job in the world.
Dude, fucking, let's go, dude. You're right.
That's the best. That's
Anyway,
the most difficult job.
All right, that'll be all for tonight. We are going to I'm going to end it here, and we're going to shoot a pod. Hopefully, when
Sometime
fucking
in the next decade,
Cutie Cinderella gets her ass over here. Hopefully,
she's fucking a turkey right now.
Anyway, love you guys. Tomorrow, Jenksgiving. I'll be live at the same time as I always am. It's gonna be a shorter stream, obviously, from and Jenksgiving will commence until 3 p.m. Pacific. So get excited for that. I'm starting at 11 a.m. as always. Kaya, you are such a slut. Yeah. Anyway, and Cutie is still live. That's insane. Okay, that's insane that she's still alive. Anyway, love you guys. See you tomorrow for Jenksgiving. You already know. It's time for a shaky Gurga Thanksgiving. See you tomorrow. Bye bye.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, honey at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC.